Hey future developers, welcome to this all-in-one video on full stack development, your comprehensive guide to web development. If you are someone who is looking to break into tech or level up your skills, this is a good place to start. So, why is full stack development such a big deal? Well, companies today need developers who can handle everything, front-end, back-end and databases. And here's the kicker. Full stack developers are highly in demand, be it startups, freelance projects or top tech companies. What is the best part? You don't need to be a coding wizard to start. All it takes is a structured approach, and that's exactly what we have got for you. Here's what you will learn. You will start with HTML, CSS and JavaScript, the building blocks of the web. You will learn to create stunning and interactive websites. Then you will explore PHP, Node.js and SQL for backend programming and database management. You'll also dive into Git for version control and explore tools like AWS for development, and to top it off, a hands-on MERN stack project where you will build a full stack application from scratch. By the end of this video, you will have a clear roadmap, practical skills, and the confidence to start your full stack development journey. So grab a notebook, hit play, and let's get started.
You must be knowing, like, whenever you are a fresher or a beginner, and maybe you are in 10th class or 12th class, or you are in starting stage of your engineering, you must be knowing what is HTML. It's hypertext markup language. But what is the definition? Hypertext markup language is just the full form, right? But what is it used for? Why do we use it? So basically, hypertext markup language, this word is having a meaning, right? So we need to understand first what is these single words meaning are, okay? First of all, HTML is used for the designing and structure of the web page. If you take an example of a Facebook login page, if I go to Google and I just write here, facebook.com. Okay, I think my profile will open. I need to log out from here. So when I log out from here, you can see here this particular page, which is the Facebook login, right? Now you can see here these Facebook, this email address or phone number, password, these all are content, right? These are the design and structure. So this is basically the HTML part. Okay, this is what is HTML. One more thing I'll tell you, if you go to any web page and you right click and you click on view page source, okay, you have to right click and you click on view page source, you'll be able to see the whole HTML code for that web page. So I don't know if you can see it. I'll zoom it for you so that you can see. You can see here it starts with an HTML, right? And if I scroll down, it also ends with an HTML. I don't know if you can see it or not, but if I scroll down, this is a very big coding. So let's not scroll. So you can see it's this whole thing is an HTML document, right? That means every web page in the internet, most of the web pages in the internet are developed using this particular HTML, right? This HTML is so much bigger and such an important language. One more thing, let's see something about Facebook Wiki. Let's open this Facebook Wikipedia. Do you remember I told you the full form of HTML, hypertext markup language? There are three words here, hypertext, markup and language, right? Let's first understand what is this hypertext, right? Let's first understand the first word, which is hypertext. Hypertext means, if you look here in this particular web page, there are several links here. Can you see these blue color links? These are nothing but hyperlinks, right? These are called as hyperlinks. If you click on any of these links, it will open up that particular web page, right? So these hyperlinks are in text format, right? That is why the name hypertext came. This web page is designed using HTML. Because of these hyperlinks, it is called as hypertext, right? So now we know the meaning of the word hypertext. Okay, let's go back to my slide and let's see what is the next point. So It stands for Hypertext Markup Language. Hypertext means link between web pages, which I just showed you. Markup, what is the meaning of marking up? Okay, let's take an example. So when you want to cook something, you go for a recipe book, right? And in recipe book, what you can see the ingredients, you can see all the steps, what you want to cook, right? All these things are written. Okay, so it is mentioning that what all ingredients you want, and it's written heading as ingredients, right? The heading as ingredients, and then after that all the ingredients are present. So you are basically marking up that these things are ingredients, and the another things are the steps. Also in HTML, we do the same thing. When you write a paragraph, we mention that we are writing a paragraph. When we write a heading, we mention that we are writing a heading. So everything we need to mark up when you are writing an HTML code. That is why the word markup we use. Okay. For better explanation, when we will move into the coding part, I'll explain you what is markup. Language, it's a programming language. That is why it is language. It is a language to create web pages. HTML defines how the web page looks and how to display content with the help of elements. There is some word written here, elements, which you know that I'll be covering in the last portion of this session. So HTML forms or defines the structure of a web page, and it has to be saved in the extension of .html. This is very important, guys. Whenever you're saving a file of HTML, it should be saved with .html extension. Like in PPTs, we are saving it with .ppt. When you work with Word doc file, we save it as .doc, right? In the same way, when you're writing an HTML code, the file should be saved in .html. Let's move to the next topic, which is features of HTML. Features of HTML, see, this is all theoretical topics, okay? I know that we are here for practical. After reading this, I'm directly jumping to coding, and we will do some codings and we'll design some web pages, okay? So let's quickly finish this 6 points, and let's quickly move to the editor. So in features, learning curve is very easy. That means even a 6th class student or 8th class students can learn HTML and can design web pages. Creating effective presentations. So yes, when you work with HTML, you can design and you can, show your creativity around the web page, whatever colors, which thing you want to wear. These all things can be managed using HTML. Adding links wherein we can add references. Just like I showed you the Wikipedia page, that we can add many links wherever we want. So that we can do using HTML. Can display documents on platforms like Mac, Windows, Linux. So it can perform in, or it can work in any of the operating system. Let it be Windows, Mac, Linux, Unix, anything. Adding videos, graphics, and audios, making it more attractive. You must have seen some web pages where videos are there, audios are there, images are there, GIFs are there, right? So you can add these all things in HTML. There's no problem. How to do that? I'll show you. Very important topic which is written at the last. It's a case insensitive language. Case insensitive language means that you can write even the code in lowercase or uppercase. It doesn't matter. It's not a programming language. It's a markup language. Okay. So when you talk about markup languages or some other kind of languages, they are case insensitive. So even if you write the tag HTML in capital, it doesn't matter. It will not be like, there's an error. No, there's no error. Okay. HTML editors, we can use a lot of editors. So we have these 4 basic editors. You can use Notepad. You can use Notepad++. Notepad is already there in all of your systems. This is by default. Notepad++ you can download. It's a very easy download and installation steps for Notepad++. Atom, and best editor is Sublime Text, which we'll be using in this session. And I'll be showing you how to download and from where. Let's first see how these editors look like. Notepad, you all must be knowing. So when you're using a Notepad for HTML coding, this is how it looks like. Okay. But if you look here, you can see everything is black in color. The whole code is black in color. So you are not understanding that which particular thing is a tag or an element or an attribute or whatever is there in this HTML coding. We are not understanding that in a very good manner, right? So we have Notepad++. In this, you can see several colors are there to identify what is tag and what is class, what is ID, what is attribute. These all things can be identified from here. Don't look at the coding. You will not understand any of it. It is just that I'm showing how these editors look like. Atom. You can see Atom is also a very cool looking, because when you do coding, you don't want the background to be white in color because it sometimes become boring. Some people like it, but some people keep, for some people it's very boring. So Atom gives you a feature where black background can be there and the codes can be in colored. So it is very good to code in this kind of platforms. Same goes to Sublime. Now in Sublime, you can see how cool is this looking. And it is very clear that what is a tag, what is an attribute. So that's why we are going to use Sublime. Okay, now is the time that we should start the coding now. Okay, right now, let's move to Google and let's see how to, first of all, I'll show you how to download Notepad++. It's very easy. You have to just write here Notepad++ download. The very first link which you can see, you can click there and you can see the latest versions are released here. Okay, I suggest don't go with the latest one because there can be some complications when you're downloading and installing the Notepad latest version. So do download these kind of versions which is in the 4th and 5th. Okay, it will be the same thing. There'll be some changes, but that's okay. So download this one. You just click here and your Notepad++ will be downloaded. Talking about Sublime, so you have to write here Sublime text editor download. Once you do that, you have to click on download Sublime text and you can see here 4 things are there. I'll just zoom in so that you can see. OS X, Windows 64-bit and Linux. So whatever your system is, check your requirements and download this. I am having Windows 64-bit. Just click on it and it will be downloaded. I have already downloaded it, so I'll pause it. Okay, now quickly let's close this and open Sublime so that I can show you how this particular thing works. So I've already built some files here. Let me close that and let's open a new file. So here you can see when you go to file, click on new file, this file will be opened. This file is not saved, right? And if you start writing some codes here, you can see the colors are not coming. So when you start writing some codes here, the colors will not come here. For that, you need to first save it. So go to file and click on save. When you click on save, you can just save it in desktop. I'm just saving it in desktop. Let me name it as session1.html. Do you remember I told you that always whenever you're working with HTML file, save your file with .html extension. So that's what I am doing here and I'm clicking on save. Once you do that, now let's see what is the HTML skeleton and what is markup. Okay, let's do that. So first of all, you have to write here the very important thing, which is doc type HTML. This is the most important thing, the very first thing to write when you're starting with HTML coding. Why is it most important? Because this particular command will tell the browser, the web browser, whether you're using Chrome, Firefox, Opera, Safari, whatever, it tells the browser that user is writing an HTML5 code. User is writing an HTML5 code. So now browser will understand that user is writing HTML5 version code. So basically, doctype HTML tells the browser that you are using which version of HTML. Fine. Now, yes, you can see this is coming in color because I've already saved the file. Now, what is this angular bracket? Whenever you will see this kind of angular brackets, right? This kind of angular brackets, these are called as tags. These are called as tags. Whenever you will see these, whenever. So these are called as tags. Next, I'm going to close this HTML. When I'm saying closing, see, this is the opening tag and this is the closing tag. What is the difference? The difference is there's a slash. So when there's a slash, that means you're closing the tag. It is just simple as it is. Like when you open a door, you need to close it also, right? When you switch on the bulb, you need to switch it off also, right? Same thing happens here. Whenever you're opening a tag, you have to close it also. Fine? Yes, there is an exception that this tag doesn't get closed. Okay? This tag will not get closed anytime. So now let's see what is the skeleton of this HTML code. Basically, first we write the HTML tag. Now in a human body, what do we have? We have the head part and the body part, right? After the head part, the body comes, right? So we have to do the same thing. The head part, we will close the head part because after the head, the body comes, right? So we are going to write here now body. After that, again, we need to close it. For closing, you don't have to write full thing. You have to just put the slash, done. Okay. So you can see I have written an HTML tag inside the HTML. Let me give a tab so that you'll understand in a better way. So inside the HTML tag, you have the head portion and the body portion, right? Inside the head, let's write something else. So I'm going to put here title. Do you remember I told you that I'll be explaining what is markup, right? What is the meaning of markup? Now see, in my web page, I want a title to my web page. Title generally means this thing. Can you see here it's written download Sublime text? This is the title. In my web page, I also want that there should be something, this kind of title. Okay. So that is why in Sublime, I'm mentioning here title. So when you're writing a title, you are mentioning a tag out of it that I am going to write here the title. That is what is called as you're marking up things. You are marking the thing. So one title I will give, let's say that my web page. This is my title which I want to give. Okay. And I will be closing the tag because every tag which you're opening, you need to close that. So I am closing it. My web page is my title now, right? Let's have a look whether it is working or not, right? What you have to do for that? You have to go to file, you have to click on save. Once it is saved, right click here, go to copy file path. Okay, so it will copy your file path wherever your file is there. Once it is copied, open another tab and put it down here. When you paste that, hit enter, you can see the title. Can you see the title, my web page? Why is it coming there? Because in the title tag, I am writing my web page. I'm mentioning that this is the title. So this is called as markup. Anything you write, you need to mark up. Okay. So you can see the title, I have written it inside head tag, right? The head portion is basically this portion. Okay. This portion is something but head and this is the title. So we are writing the title. Now you will say, sir, this whole thing is blank. Why this white thing is there? Because I have not written anything there. This is the body part. This whole thing is the body part, this white color thing. Now, if I write anything inside the body, let's say, what about a paragraph? So for paragraph, to write a paragraph, I have to mark it up. Like for title, I have marked it up as title. So for paragraph, I have to again mark it up. So I'll be using P tag. We don't write it as paragraph tag, we write it as P tag. This is the format of writing the commands. Okay. Let me quickly write the paragraph and then I'll jump to the comments. I'll answer some of the questions and I'll again come back. So let me write that this is demo web page for HTML. I have closed the paragraph tag. Let me save it. Control S I am doing. I'm not going from here, it takes time. So Control S will save your file. Once you do that, what you have to do, you don't have to again right click copy file path. No, you have to go to your browser, reload your page. Once you reload your page, you can see the paragraph is coming. Paragraph must be looking very small for you. So I'm going to zoom it. You can see I have zoomed in. Okay, this is not the real size of the paragraph. So I have zoomed in. This is what is coming in the body part. You can see that, right? Let me come back to the normal zoom. So I hope you understood what is markup, right? Everything we are marking up here. Okay, I'll show you some more examples. We have understood the basic skeleton of it. One thing I want to show you here, when you're using Sublime, you must be thinking that this is the basic thing, right? Why for again and again for a new file, I have to write this again and again, same thing, right? Suppose if I create a new file and I save it in the name of session2.html. Then I have to again write here, right? Doc type, HTML. This will take much time, right? What you can do, I'll show you a short way of doing it. You put a angular bracket, you write HTML. Okay. After this, you hit enter. Once you hit enter, you can find out what is happening. This whole thing is coming at once. The whole skeleton is there for you. You don't have to write it. So now you can start directly writing the title and the body, right? So that's how you can save time. For different text editors, there are different ways. Like one person told me how to do it in Visual Studio Code. For Visual Studio Code, how you can do it, you can just put an exclamation mark and hit enter. Once you do that, the whole thing will come. But here in Sublime, we have to do this. Angular bracket HTML, hit enter, everything will come. Fine. Let's quickly go to the slide and let's see, is the same skeleton there in my PPT? Yes, it is the same. You can see doc type HTML, head, body, HTML. So in head, what do we write? We write the upper portion of my web page, whatever will come in the tab portion. In the body, we write the actual web page content. Whatever I want in the content of my web page, I write it in body. This is just a normal description, so you can read it once. But in simple and layman terms, I have already explained what is it. Doc type HTML is the instruction to the browser about the HTML version. HTML tag is the root element and head tag is the everything written here will never be displayed in the browser. It will be displayed in the tab bar, right? The body will contain everything written here will be as a content which will be displayed in the browser. It can be text, image, links, videos, audios, anything. You have to put it here. Now, in this particular point, you can see there are some examples which is given. One is for paragraph. One is something called as href. We don't know what is it. Let's see what is it. And the next one is img, which is image. So let's do one thing. Let's quickly go to this particular page and let me show you one particular basic thing, like how to give a hyperlink. Because when you are creating a web page, this is very important to know how we can actually go from one web page to another web page, right? Like I showed you in Wikipedia, one web page was having so many links, and when you click on one link, it goes to another web page. Let's see how we can do that. So we have to write a tag. A tag means anchor. Anchor is ANCHOR. Okay, anchor tag. And then you will write href. Href is hyperlink reference. Okay, hyperlink reference. I will be writing all those things in this, so don't worry. A is anchor tag, href is hyperlink reference. I'll be writing here the hyperlink whatever I want. So let's write something like this. This is my link which I want to open. www.youtube.com. This is the link which I want to open. And now I can write here, click here to open YouTube. So when you click on this particular text, it will open youtube.com. Obviously, we are missing something. We have to close the tag because every tag should be closed. Let's save the file. I've saved it. One thing more I want to show you here. See, when you don't know that whether my file is saved or not, if you don't know, then how to find it? Can you see here in this file? Here there's a small circle coming here. I don't know if you can see it. There's a small circle here. When this circle is coming, the gray circle, that means your file is not saved. Once you save it, it will become a cross. It's becoming a cross here, right? Let me show you again. So if I say, I have changed some item and now my file is not saved. So you can see here this circle here, right? When I save this, it will become a cross. That means now your file is saved. You can go to the browser and you can reload the page. Can you see this link here? I'll zoom it for you. So click here to open YouTube. You can click on this link and it will take you to youtube.com. You can see directly it is opening my youtube.com. Right? Like that, I can do more links. So you have to I'll show you one more. So you can copy this and let's say I'm pasting it here, www.facebook.com. And here I will be writing, click here to open Facebook. You must be thinking that how sir is remembering these links, these hyperlinks, HTTPS. It's a very easy thing. You just have to go and check it out. So you can see here, it's coming here, right? Click here to open Facebook. When I click on it, Facebook login page is opening. Now, yes, it can be very hard to remember these links, right? So what you have to do, suppose I want to go to google.com or let's say I want to go to amazon.com, right? I want to go to amazon.com. What I have to do, this is the Amazon website. You have to just click here, copy this and paste it here, right? You can directly do that. I'll do something. If you can see here, whenever I'm doing this, whenever I am actually providing a link, the links are always coming in a very different manner. It's coming here, right? In the same line. How can I do it in the next line? What I have to do, if I want click here to open YouTube and I want here click here to open Amazon, what can we do for that? So for that, what you have to do, you have to basically put another tag here, which is BR. BR means break. Okay, BR means break. So it will break that line. So once you reload your page, you can see it is breaking that line. Another doubt can come in your mind, sir, what if I put here 2 breaks? Once you put 2 breaks, one more line will break here. Now it is looking quite a good web page, right? Okay. What about I want a separation here? I want a line here which will separate these 2 links. What we can do for that? So we can put a HR. Can you see this HR? This HR is for horizontal line. So it will draw a horizontal line wherever you have given it. You can see the horizontal line. Okay. Now there's a lot of space here. So let me remove this BR so that that space will go off. I hope you are understanding how I'm writing the code and I'm shifting to web page and I'm showing it to you. Right? So HR and BR, you have understood. Okay, now let me show you some basic things also. Before that, let's learn what are comments. These are very important. That's why I don't want to skip it. So what is comment? Comments are not codings. Okay, these are not codings. These are normal text which you write in text editors. These are the normal text which you write in text editors. It helps to understand our code better and makes it readable. Now imagine that I have written a very long code and I have given it to any fresher who doesn't know what is HTML. Will he be able to understand what I have written? No, right? Because he doesn't know anything about that HTML. So how is gonna understand what I've written? So I'll be adding some comments which will make him analyze what I'm writing here. For an example, if you see here, I'm writing this paragraph, right? What I'm going to do, I'm going to write here that it's a paragraph. So I'll write here, it's a paragraph. Now, how to make it a comment? So select this thing, this sentence, select it, and then control slash. When you do control slash, I don't know if you can see it. This is the comment. It has become a comment now. It's not a code. It is not a code, but when I will send it to you, you'll be able to understand that, okay, sir has written a paragraph. Same thing I can do here. A is anchor tag. href is hyperlink reference. I want to put this as a comment because I don't want it to be a code, right? Control and slash together. It become a comment. Now I'll be able to understand, okay, anchor A is an anchor tag and href is an hyperlink reference. The same thing I can do with this br and hr. I can just put it somewhere here that br is break and hr is a horizontal line. Select this, control slash, become a comment. Right? It will not affect in your browser. You can see I've saved the file, I've reloaded it. Does not affect anything, right? Okay, one more thing I want to show. If you right click here and you go to view page source, you can see this code here. Right? The same code is coming here, but you can't edit this. Obviously, you can't edit it here. If you could have done it, then you can actually edit all the web pages in the market, right? So this particular file you can't edit. If you have your original file in the editor, then only you can edit it. I hope you understood what is comments, right? If you want to comment this whole thing, like the whole thing, if you want to comment the whole thing, select everything, control slash. You can see everything is commented. Okay. And let's discuss what is tag, element, and attribute, which I said is a very important topic. So let's understand what is tag, element, and attribute. Let me close this. Okay, now look here, guys. These are three things which are very important: tags, elements, and attributes. So first understand what is a tag. I've already told you tags are something where you can find these Anglo brackets. Wherever you will find these Anglo brackets, these are nothing but called as tags. Fine. Now, when you talk about elements, elements are the things which is written inside the Anglo brackets. Like body is an element, head is an element. See, when I'm saying body is an element, I'm saying like this: body is an element. When I write like this, then this is body is a tag. Easy, understood? So body, then HTML, head, A, these all are elements. And when you talk about tags, so body tag, HTML tag, these all are tags. What is an attribute? Attributes are nothing but extra features provided to a tag. Extra features provided to a tag. So understanding this line, if this is a tag, you can see this attribute here. This is an attribute because this is an extra feature provided to this particular A tag, right? This is an extra feature. If you look at this href, this is also an extra feature, right? Okay, let me show you one more thing. Somebody asked me how to increase the font size or font of the text, right? Let's do that. If this is a paragraph and I have to write here style, then I have to mention here color. This is for text color. So if I'm putting text color as let's say red, if I save this file, you can see in the paragraph I'm changing the color to red. So when I go to my web page and I reload, can you see this particular thing? This paragraph is becoming red in color, right? Okay. Now what if I write here background color as black. What will happen when I do that? So when I reload my page, the paragraph background color is black. I hope you can see that. I'll again show you how I have written it. Style color equal to red. Color means the text color, it will become red, and the background color for that will become black. Now you will ask me, sir, what if I do this in the body? Let's do it. So if I write here style, then same thing, equal to background color. Let's say if I'm giving here purple, right? If I'm giving, now body is the whole web page, remember, the whole content. So if I go there and if I reload my page, the whole page is becoming purple, right? And these links are blue in color. You can't see, basically even I can't see because color combinations are bad. Okay, so never use such a bright color. Always use some colors which is very light in color and is having a faded quality. Something like that you can use. Let's say lime. So if I write lime here, this color will become lime. Right? I know these colors are very bright, so don't use it anytime in your particular web page. Okay. Why I have not closed BR or HR tag? Now look here, guys. So if you talk about this paragraph, when you talk about this paragraph is having some content, right? Which is written in the white part. It's written in the white part, right? This is a paragraph. When you talk about anchor tag, this is also having a content which is in white part. But when you talk about BR or HR, is it having any content? Do we need to write any content for it? Because a single tag of BR will do the work. It will provide a space. A single tag of HR will provide its horizontal line. So basically in these kind of tags, we don't have to write any content, right? We don't have to write any content for these. These tags are called as empty tags. Okay, so I'll just write it here. BR and HR tags are empty tags because they do not have any content. They do not have any content. That is why these are called as empty tags. There are so many more tags such like that, which is img, then which is for image, right? There are so many tags like this. Now let's move to the another HTML document and let me explain you what are div and span. Okay, let's quickly move to the slides and you can see here elements. I've already told you. So elements are nothing but the names, okay, which I have explained here. If you can see, elements are the names. Also, elements is also having one more meaning. If you look at this particular whole thing, right, this whole sentence, the whole sentence is one element. The whole sentence is one element. What is containing in that whole sentence? The tag name, the style, the attributes, the tags, everything is there in that particular line. That is also an element. I'll comment this whole portion. You have to select everything, Control/. It's all commented. Okay, one second. I missed out this portion. Okay, everything is commented. Now let's move to the session2.html. Let's move to the slide. Written some things about elements. We have already seen the whole thing. You can see P color red. This is our first paragraph. This whole thing is also a element, right? Start tag, end tag, attribute. I've already told you these things. Div tags are block level elements. Paragraphs, div, these all are block level elements. So what is block level? Let's say if I'm putting a div here and if I'm writing style and I'm giving a color here, let's say I'm giving the background color as red. And here I'm going to write this is div 1. Okay, going to close the div. I'm going to create one more div and I'm going to write here div style background color. I'll be writing here yellow and this is div 2. And now I'll be writing one paragraph And this particular paragraph also, I'll be giving one style. I'll be putting one color. Let's say background color, black. Let's say black. And I'll be writing, this is the paragraph. Okay, when I do that, what happens? When I save the file, and if I copy file path and I go to my browser, have a look what happens. So let me zoom it. Okay, the black color paragraph is not coming because the text color is also black. So let me change the color of the text. I'm writing color red. So the text color is changed to red now. If you can see here, can you see divs? Both the divs are very close to each other. But when you talk about the paragraph, it is containing this whole thing. So divs are the containers. This is one container, this is two container. Second one. And when you talk about paragraph, this paragraph is taking this white part also. Okay. So paragraphs takes an extra space, but divs doesn't take an extra space. Okay. That is why these kind of things are called as block level element. See, this is whole block, right? I didn't tell it to take the whole web page. I just said that this much it should take, but it is taking the whole block. That is why it is called as block level. So paragraph, div, tag, these all are block level. One full block will be taken. H1, H6, OL, UL, these all things will take the whole block. Okay. Let's see what is inline level. Block level, we have seen that it will take the whole block. Let's see what is inline level. In inline level, we will talk about span and all. So this inline level will not take the whole thing, the whole block. It will just take the how much ever space you want to take it. Let's take an example. That will be better to explain. So if I write a paragraph here, let's say I'm not giving any styles. Let's write here that my eye color is blue. Okay. Or I can write mom is having blue color eyes. Okay. Something like this I have written, some random paragraph. Now, if you can see here, when I reload the page and I see, you can see here what is happening. The same thing is coming. My mom is having blue color eyes, right? If what I'll do here, in this blue, I only want this blue should be coming in blue color. So see what we were doing. When I want a text color to be colored, I was putting style in the first tag itself. But I don't want the whole thing to be blue color. I want only this one text to be blue color. So I'll be writing here span. In this, I will put the style and I'll put here color. Okay, let's take equal to and color. I'll put here blue. Once you write like this, what will happen? Okay. So I have to put the double quote here, not there. Okay, and then I'll close this span here only because I want only this much to be blue in color, right? So I'll be closing it here. Once you do that and reload your page, let's see what happens. Can you see this? This blue, only this text is coming blue, right? That is what is span, inline, in one line. It's not a block, it's not anything bigger than that. It's one line, right? That is what is span. Okay, I hope you understood. So that is why the span is called as inline level, because in the same line you are doing something. So it's span. If I go here and if I write here mom, for mom, if I'm writing strong is a tag. So if I'm writing here mom in a strong tag and I save this and I reload my page, so you can see here this mom becomes bold. These are the inline lines, right? So now let's see how we can actually store our HTML applications or our web applications files and folders in our system. Yes, so there is a particular way how you need to store all your documents in a folder. Okay, so this topic will mostly talk about how you can structure your files and folders in your system. Now, let's suppose that I have taken an example of this kind of documents folder, inside which I have many folders of mine. My personal documents are there and some all other stuffs are there. Okay. Now, if you can see here, we have the root folder. Inside the root folder, I will keep all my files of my web application, the project which I'm working on. Okay. So let's zoom into that root folder and let's see what we are going to keep inside this root folder. Okay. You can ignore this default.rdp and zoom. Just focus on this root folder. So you have created a root folder, and now inside that what all things should be there. So there are mostly 4 things which should be there, 3 folders and some files. Let's see what are those files and folders. So the first folder will be CSS folder. The second folder will be the image folder, and the third folder will be the JS folder. It's not important that you have to name the folders like this only. No, you can just rename it like CSS, image and JS. That's it. Okay. And then what is sam.html? I'll tell you right now. So some of you must have understood what is this happening here. I'll tell you in more elaborated way what is happening. All the .html files will go here in the top level of the folder. That means all your HTML files, index.html or aboutus.html, contactus.html, these all things will go here in the root folder. That means just in this top level. Those files will not be inside any of these folders. Okay. So one HTML file which I have created is sam.html and I have kept it here. Now, all the CSS files, that means all the styling sheet files, will go in the CSS folder. Now, what is CSS? We will see in the later part. But right now, just understand that how HTML language is there. We have one more language which is CSS, and that will go inside this CSS folder. The next is the image folder, inside which all our images will go. That means in your web application, obviously you will keep some images, right? So all those images you need to store somewhere, and those images we store it in the image folder. Okay. Now what is this JS folder? JS means JavaScript. Okay. This is also a programming language. So how you keep all your HTML files in the top thing, like here, and how you keep all your CSS files inside the CSS folder, we keep all our JavaScript files in the JS folder. So all the .js files will go inside this folder. Now why we are doing this? Why there is a file and folder structure for a web application project? Because you can see it is very well defined that where are your files. Let's suppose that you are creating a web application and you found some errors in the styling of the web page. So you know where to go. You have to open CSS folder and you have to open the .css file, because you know that a styling error will only come in the CSS part. If you have an issue with behavior means when your web page behaves, like suppose we'll take an example, Facebook login page. So when you click on the login button, your profile comes up, right? That means your web page behaves, right? Now, how it is happening? Because of JavaScript. Okay, because of JavaScript, your web page is behaving, correct? So those codes, those programming language codes will put it here. Now, if you find out that there is any problem in the login button or submit button, that the button is not working, it is not responding, it is not behaving, so then you know where you have to go. You have to open the JS folder and you have to correct your code there, right? Similarly, when you have a problem with the design of the web page or the structure of the web page, alignment is not proper, those things then you have to go with the HTML files. So everything is very properly managed and well structured, right? That is why whenever you're working with a project, you should keep all your files and folders like this. It's a more better and efficient way whenever you're working with a project or a web application, right? Now, don't worry about JavaScript. Okay, JavaScript is totally a different programming language. So in this particular tutorial, we are going to only see the HTML and CSS part, right? Now, project root folder, which was the main folder, right? So this main folder is for the project and contains all other files and folders. On the web, it is called the root folder. Okay, because that is our main folder here, inside which all my files are there. If this main folder is deleted, then all your web application files will be gone, correct? Now, HTML files, these are all of those files that end with .html. Okay, this should be directly in the project root folder. You don't have to keep it inside any other folder, okay, because these are .html and not in any subfolders. You must have understood this. Now, CSS folder. So all the cascading style sheets, that means all your styling file, right? Those who are ending with .css, you can name the folder as CSS and you can put all your style sheet files inside this folder. Images folder, all the images like .jpg, any format, .png, .gif, and many more are there. You can name the folder images or img and you can keep all the images inside that folder. Naming of the folders are totally depend on you. So you can give any names, whatever you want to give. It's just that you should understand what that folder is containing. So if you're writing CSS, it will contain style sheet files. If you're naming the folder as img, you know that it will contain all the images. Similarly, JavaScript folder, all JavaScript files will go here. They end with .js. Okay, you can name the folder JavaScript or JS, depends on you. Okay, so I hope the file and folder structure, how it should be in your system, that is properly described. Now, let's see what is the anatomy of HTML tags. That means if you're writing an HTML tag, then what all things should be there and what do we call those things as, right? What is the anatomy? Let's have a look. So suppose you have written one particular line, which is this anchor tag, in which you are giving a hyperlink reference of facebook.com. So in the hyperlink reference, I have given https www.facebook.com, and in the text I have written welcome to Facebook, so that when you click on welcome to Facebook, it will directly take you to the Facebook login page, right? And if your profile is open, then directly your profile will open. Okay, now if I look into this tag, then what are the anatomy of these tags? Let's see. Obviously, first you will have your opening tag. This is called as the opening tag. Okay, now if it is having an opening tag, I have already told you that it will be having a closing tag also. So that's our closing tag. Now, whenever you have a closing tag, that means in between opening and closing tag, you have written something, and that is what is called as content, right? So we have opening tag, we have the closing tag, and inside those tags, we have the content, right? Now, what next? So the whole thing, if you talk about the opening, the content, and the closing, this whole thing is called as element. Okay, so the total line, the total one line which you're writing in an HTML document, that's an element. Okay, the next one, this part where it is written as href equal to https://www.facebook.com/, this is what is your whole thing as attribute. Now, href is called as attribute name, and that particular www.facebook.com is the attribute value. Okay, so opening tag, closing tag, content, element, attribute, attribute name, and attribute value. These are nothing but the most basic terms, or you can say the terminologies which is used in an HTML tag. That is why the heading anatomy of an HTML tag. I hope you have understood this. Now, from now on, you will not be taking the words which is not technical. Okay, so you will be taking the words which is technical now. That means here whatever words I have written, attribute, element, opening tag, this is how you need to talk whenever you are learning HTML. Okay, so from now on, remember that when you're using an A tag, say it as that you are opening the tag, you're closing the tag, you're writing the content, and now you'll be giving the attribute, right? So make that habit. Okay, let's quickly move to the next topic. So now we'll talk a little bit more about attributes because we have not seen and much discussed about it, right? So let's see what are the other kinds of attributes for different tags and what is it, right? Now, attributes, as I have already told you, that these are the extra information provided to a tag, right? Now, if I talk about the anchor tag, which was the hyperlink, we are providing an extra information to it as a href, hyperlink reference, right? When you talk about attributes, these are the properties associated with each tag. Let's talk about the image tag, right? img. When you talk about image tag, obviously what image you want in your application, you have to mention that file name, right? Where you will mention that file name, we have an attribute for that. Okay, now let's have a look what are those attributes and actually what it is, right? So if you can see, these are the properties associated with the each tag. Okay, so href, src, these are some properties. How do we write it? We write tag name, right? The tag like h1, p or a, whatever, and then we write the attribute name and then we write the attribute value. That's it. This is the structure how you write a normal tag or an element, whatever you can say. Now, global attribute. There are some attributes which are global, okay? Now, what is global? Global means that for any HTML document, you will have these kind of attributes. One is the title, which is nothing but an add extra information. So in the title bar or in the tab bar, you get that title, right? So this is also an attribute because it is providing me an extra information. Title in the tab bar, it is providing me an extra information. What is the style? This also gives me an extra information, right? So this is also an attribute. Okay, I will show you how do we write this. Okay, let's move back to the Sublime and let's see what happens when we are writing the title or the style. Okay, so this is my Sublime. Okay, let me show you first how to create a folder. So if you see here in this, there's a folder which I'm creating. This folder, I'll just name it as, let's say, HTML and CSS tutorial, right? And now in this folder, I'll be creating one file, which will be HTML, right? So let's do one thing. In the Sublime, let's create a new file and save it in our folder here. And let's name it as session1.html. .html, I've told you it's very important to write, otherwise your browser will not understand which file you want to embed in your browser, right? He will not be able to understand what kind of file is this. So session1.html. Now I've also told you that when you write htm and you hit enter, you get the structural body of an HTML. That means the skeleton part, right? So I've got all this. In the title, let me write, let's say, Great Learning Tutorial, right? So this is the title which I've given, and in the body, let's say I'm writing h1 tag, and in the h1 tag I'm writing welcome to my first web page. Okay, this is done. Let's save this and let's copy file path. I'll go to my browser. So let's open one of the browser. Microsoft Edge will be fine. Now here, let's run this. So here you can see my H1 is coming. My zoom is 100%. I hope you guys can see it. If you can't see it, then I'll just zoom it. Okay. This is how my H1 is looking. Very simple code. I have not done anything. There's a title which is written as Great Learning Tutorial. Okay. Now, for an attribute, it was said in the slide that we can use title and style as the global attribute. So what we will do is style we will use as an attribute, and let's see how we can write that. In H1, I'm writing style, and then I'm giving here, let's say color. Okay. And in the color, let's say I am giving here green. Okay. Just for a sample sake, I'm just writing green. Now, if I go to my browser and I reload my page, this is becoming green. Correct? Now you will say that what is this style? This is what is your attribute. This is your global attribute, because you can use this style in any of the tag. Any of the tag. Let's suppose I'm writing here P, and in this paragraph I'm writing color as, let's say, okay, let's say red, right? And in this paragraph I'm going to write, I hope you are enjoying this session or this tutorial, right? I have written this. Now if I save it and if I reload my page, my paragraph will also become red. Again, I'm saying this screen is in zoom. That is why it is more closer to you. This is the normal page. This is how it will look like. Okay. Now, so you can see this is coming red in color. Why? Because I have used a global attribute, which is a style, in my paragraph also. Okay. Now see, in my A tag, I am using href because I want to give the hyperlinks, right? But in my paragraph, can I give href? No, right? I can't give, because it is not necessary. Paragraph is not a link. Paragraph is just a paragraph. H1 we also can't give hyperlink reference because those are the headings. So I hope you understood what I'm trying to say here. I'm trying to say that there are some attributes which are meant for only one particular tag. But there are some attributes which are meant for all the tags. You can give this style attribute to any tag. That is why it is called as global attribute. Okay. That is why it is called as global attribute. href can't be used with any tag. href can only be used with a tag, right? Or with link, right? So I hope you understood what is global attribute. The same way we have the title attribute, which you can see here. If you want to give extra information to any tag, we write the title. Okay. In the coming particular examples, you will see the title attribute also. I'll be writing a program and you will see that I'll be using a title attribute in my program. Now, let's talk about, instead of global attribute or except global attribute, what else do we have? So general attributes we have for each of the tags. You can see here. In image, we use the src, or we also use the width. Now, if you look here, src is the attribute used in image tag to define the path, right? When you want to define paths to the image which you want to bring out in your application, we put it here in the src. Width is attribute used to define width in pixels. Okay, so how much width do you want? That you can define here in width. And these are also defined in pixels, percentage, okay, em. You can use these kind of measurements. Like generally we have centimeter and meter, right? But system won't understand what is centimeter and meter. So they understand pixels, because in image, pixels is the measurement part. Percentage, em. We will discuss about what is em, and percentage. What is the difference between these two? What is the difference between these two? We will discuss that, don't worry. But for now, just for, to see how the image comes in the web browser, I am saying this. Okay. Alt is also one of the attribute in the image. That is alternate text if image is not loaded. So if your image is creating a problem, like the image is not coming in the web browser for some reason, can be some mistakes, right? It can happen. You must have seen that some of the browsers, when any web application you open, the image doesn't show up. But instead of that image, one text shows up, right? Now, what is that text? That is the alternate text. So that user will understand that there is some problem loading that image, right? That is how your application will become user-friendly when you're connecting with the user. Okay. Now you will be thinking that when I will teach you this image tag and I'll show you in my browser that how this IMG is working. I will show you that when we will learn the basic tags. Okay. Let's move ahead and let's see this example. I have already explained you this example many a times, which is an anchor tag. I'll just write it for you. This is an anchor tag in which what is happening? We are giving the hyperlink reference. Here you will give the URL, right? And then you will give the name of the link. When you click on the link, your particular URL will get opened, right? This also I'll explain you in the basic tags. We'll be doing one example and I'll show you one more attribute of this, which is target. Okay, so let's move ahead so that we can directly jump to, or we can move to basic tags and understand how we can do this IMG and anchor. Now, so we are in the basic tags topic, and now we are going to see what are the basic tags, which is, very generally used in HTML, and we will see and we will use those tags and I'll show you in an application. Okay. So let's quickly move to the basic tags and let's see what all pointers we have written here. So first of all, we have written that it is enclosed within the angular brackets, right? All the tags, whichever you will work with, these are basically enclosed with the angular brackets. Different tags render different meaning. Obviously, like H1 tag is for heading, P is for paragraph. So different tags render different meaning. What about title tag? So you already know that title tag is whatever is written in this tag comes up in the web pages tab. In above, when you see the tab bar, there only the title comes in. It defines the title of the page and the syntax is something like this. This we have written so many times, so I do not have to explain it in detail. The P tag is the paragraph tag, which defines the paragraph. This also we have seen many times. So let's move to the new tags which we need to learn. Now, you must have understood that what is this H1 and H2, right? Not only H1 and H2, but this also goes till H1 to H6, right? There is no H7, there is no H8, okay? I'll tell you what is the reason. But before that, these 3 pointers are really very important to understand. See, search engines means Google or, all the other Yahoo, Bing. These search engines use the headings to index the structure and content of your web page. Whatever headings you will give in your web page, that will become the index of your web page. Okay, when people will search about anything, the search engines always look for the headings. When you search for any document or when you search for any keyword, it looks for the headings from our web pages. That is why these tags are really very important. User often skim a page by its headings. It is important to use headings to show the document structure. What users do, they don't write the headings. Okay, they don't use H1 and H2. What they do, they write a paragraph tag and they increase the font size. So it looks like a heading, right? But you should not do that. When you are writing a heading, when you know that that particular thing, that particular text will become a heading, you have to use H1 to H6, any of the tag, depending on what boldness or what strength of that text you want. So it is important to use headings to show the document structure. H1 heading should be used for main headings, the very main headings, the very first headings, followed by a H2 because H2 is a little bit smaller than H1. And then the less important, which is H3, and so on. You should also consider this fact that you should not misuse the tags which is given by HTML. H1 is for main heading, so you have to use it for main heading. H2 is for subheading, so you can use it for subheading. H3 is something like subheading. Okay, so use it for that. When it is already given to you, then make use of it, right? Use HTML headings for headings only. Don't use headings to make text big or bold, right? I did not have to repeat this line again. You must have understood this. Now, let's move to the next and let's see what is this. This is something new which you are now seeing in the screen. This is called as pre-tag. Now, what is this pre-tag? Before learning all these things, whatever is written here, before reading that, let's move to our Sublime and let me show you some examples. Okay, moving to my Sublime. This is my Sublime and this is the code which we have written right till now. In the paragraph, what I'm going to do, I'm going to write here a normal paragraph. Okay, just a normal basic paragraph. So let's say that please visit Great Learning Academy for free courses and after completion get a free certificate. So something like this paragraph I have written. Okay, now I'm going to save this and you know what will happen in the browser, right? One paragraph will come, correct? Now listen to this carefully. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to break this paragraph in some portions, okay? Or I'll give some extra spaces just randomly. By mistake, I have done it. Let's suppose by mistake, I have done this. When I save this, please guys understand that I'm saving it. It's not important that you have to go to file and then save it. I'm doing Control S. You should also keep a habit of, pressing Control S rather than going into the file and saving it. For beginners, you can do that for some time, but don't make it a habit. It really takes a lot of time. Go to file, click on save. Instead of that, just do Control S. Now, what do you think that what will happen in the paragraph? Will it come like this? Like all the spaces and all will be there? Or will the paragraph will come normally? Let's see. If I reload my page, nothing is happening. The spaces are not getting considered. Let me zoom it, right? And the hitting enter, the extra spaces are also not getting considered. Why? HTML, what it does, in a paragraph, when you're mentioning that it's a paragraph, HTML knows that you're writing a paragraph. And what it does, it considers this spaces as user's mistake. Okay. And what it does, it actually ignores it. It actually ignores these things. Okay. Now, but suppose that I want these spaces. I really want that please visit great should be in one line, then there should be one space, and then it should come like this. Then what I should use? I should use one tag which is called as pre-formatted tag. Okay, pre-formatted tag means formatting is done and that is how I want it in my web page. Okay, so this is how you write that pre-formatted tag. We write it as pre. Now obviously this pre tag is having a content, we need to close it. And what should we close before and after? Let's see. Paragraph is already getting closed. Before that we should close the pre. This is also very important, guys. You can't close the pre tag after paragraph. Why? Because you are opening the paragraph and after that you have opened pre. So you have to first close the pre and then only you can close the paragraph, right? Because inside paragraph you are using pre tag, right? I hope you understood this. Now let's save this. So remember that we have used the pre tag, right? Let's reload the page. What is happening? I am getting the same exact pattern how I have written my paragraph now, right? However, I have written it in my Sublime the same way it is coming, right? Also, you will observe that there is a slight change in the font style, right? The font style which was there back, like if I remove this pre for now and I refresh my page, look at the font style, right? It is different. Now, if I again go back to my Sublime and I do Control Y, which is nothing but redo, and if I again go back, just have a look in the font style of this paragraph, it is changing. This is what is a pre-tag, pre-formatted tag. Okay, so when you want your any text to be written in the same manner how you're writing in the Sublime, then you have to use the pre-tag. Now let's go to our slide and let's understand what pointers I've written here. The pre-tag defines pre-formatted text. Text in a pre-element is displayed in a fixed width font. So this is totally in a fixed width. That means how much width you are taking, only that much width it will take in the web browser also. And the text preserves both spaces and line breaks. So spaces, line breaks, these all things will be preserved when you are using a pre-tag. Sorry, when I'm using a pre-tag. Okay. Now, the text will be displayed exactly as written in the HTML source code. Okay. Two examples are written here. Now, if you look here in this example, there's a space here, right? So if you're using a pre-tag, this space will be maintained. It will be preserved. And look at this. This is like totally, random stuff, right? So this also will be preserved. It will be the same paragraph which will show up in the browser. Okay. The all spaces will be there. I've just showed you. Okay. Now, I hope you understood what is pre-tag. This is a new tag, right? Because we have right now only seen the HTML or the head, the title, the paragraph, the H1 to H6. But this is a new tag, right? Okay, let's move and let's see what all other new tags do we have. Now is the time when we will talk about the most of the new tags which are there in the HTML5, specifically HTML5 version. Okay, these are quotations, abbreviations, and citations. Okay, let's understand one by one what are these tags and how it will work. Okay, so now let's begin with the first tag from this particular section, which is the block quote. Now, what is this block quote? Let's understand in a theoretical manner and then we will do a practical. So to define a long quotation or block quotation, we use block quote. What is block quotation? See, many leaders have given some quotations, right? Where there's a will, there's a way, right? When one door open, another also opens, something like that. So those are the quotations. Now, in some of the web pages, what happens? The developer write the quotations in the beginning so that when a user is entering into his application, the user will read that quotation and then he will start looking into the whatever content it is having in the application or in the web page, right? So when he reads the quotes, he actually understands and feels very good. Yeah, some developers does that. Some web page developers does that. So if you want to put a quotation, we use this block quote. Block quote tag indents the quotation in browser. Now please understand what is this indent. Indent means, see, how I've written these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, there is a space given here, right? I'm not starting 2 dot from here. I've not written it here, right? I have given some space here. This is called as indentation. Okay, I have given an indentation so that it will look nice. Imagine that if I have written this in the corner, so it will not look nice, right? But one small indentation will make your presentation or will make your web page very good looking, right? Now, so block quote gives the indentation for the quotations in the browsers. How do we write it, right? That's our question. Let's move to our Sublime. Let's write a code for it. I'll keep this pre-tag as it is so that you can refer to that anytime while I am continuing with my tutorial. Here what I'll do, I will mention that block quote, and here I'll write one basic kind of quotation. Okay, a little bit bigger you should write. If you'll write in smaller one, I'll show you what will happen. Let me write the smaller one. Let me write the bigger one first. Okay, so let me write this. Obviously it's a quote, so we have to give the double quotations. Now when one door closes, another opens. You can take any quotation. It's not important that what I am writing you have to use it for your web page. No, you can write any quotations, even your own will also work, right? But we often look so long and so regretfully. Also, this is just a sample thing. It's not important that in every web page there should be a block quote. It all depends on you. You want to put it. You don't want to put it, don't put it. In an HTML document, the thing which is permanent is nothing but the skeleton. In this skeleton of an HTML document, whatever you're writing, the HTML tag, head tag, title tag, body tag, those things are very important. Those things you can't skip. Those are permanent, right? And these H1P pre-block quote, these are temporary. If you want to write it, write it. If you don't want to mention, don't mention. So regretfully, upon the closed door, that we do not see the one which has opened for us. Now, I don't know if you have heard this quotation, but I have heard it. And it was a long one, so I took it out. And who told this? This is told by Alexander Graham Bell. Okay, this is done. Now I have to close the block quote. It is closed. You can see I just kept the slash, and Sublime already understood that I want to close the block quote. This is done. Save this and let's reload my page. What is happening? What is happening, right? So this is not even a paragraph. This is not even a heading. What is happening is, let me first show you in a normal size. So this is 100% zoom. If you can see, this whole block quote is coming in a center, right? And there is an indentation given, if you see here. That's what I told, that block quote will provide automatic indentation to your web page. Both the sides you have an indentation, right? So I didn't tell it that it has to be in center, but automatically it is in the center, correct? This is what is your block quote, right? And because my quotation was really big, it is looking very nice, right? It is looking in the center. Now imagine that I have written this block quote in the beginning of my web page. How cool it will be. It will look very nice because user will start looking into the web application or your web page from here, and he will read that. He will read that quotation, when one door closes, another opens, and blah, 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 right? Okay, now let me show you what if your block code is really small. So I'll write it here only. Let's say I'm writing the block code tag and I'm writing here, where there is a will, there is a way. Very small quotation, right? Let me give some exclamation mark, and here spelling is wrong. Yeah, done. Save, reload the page. What is happening? Is it looking nice? Well, it is looking structured. The indentation is there, but still this is not coming in the center. Why? Because my quotation is not that long and is not looking like it is coming in the center. When a quotation is long, it looks like that it is in the center of the web page. But when your quotation is small, it just finishes there, right? So this is the difference between a long quote and a small quotation. So it depends on you. It is always better that you prefer a long quotation. Let's move to the next tag, which is the Q tag, right? Okay, let me remove these things so that you will not, get confused. Fine, this is done. Now, what is Q tag? So if you look here, the HTML Q tag defines a short quotation. I'll tell you what is this. Don't just think what about this short quotation. I'll tell you what is it. This is nothing but the double quote. Okay. So the Q tag will provide you a double quote. I'll tell you how. Browsers normally insert quotation marks around the quotation. Browsers normally insert quotation marks around the quotation. I'll show you how. Have a look. So here you can see in this where there's a will, there's a way. I have not given any quotation, right? I must have forgot it, right? Now I need to put it. I will not do this. What I'll do, instead of that, I'll put a Q tag. When I'm putting a Q tag and I'm saving the file, let's see what will happen. Let me zoom it if you're not being able to see it. You are getting a quotation here, right? You're getting a double quote here. I didn't give any double quote in my where there's a will, there's a way sentence. I've just written Q tag. I hope you understood what is Q tag. Q tag gives you the double quote. If I remove this and if I write here Q, and here also in the ending, if I remove this, if I just put a slash, if I refresh my page, same thing will happen because I was having that quotation. Okay, let me bring it back to 100%. And now let's go back to our slide because we have also understood this particular tag, right? Now this is done. Next one is ABBR. So let's see what is this ABBR tag. ABBR tag means the abbreviation tag. Okay. Now what is this abbreviation tag? This ABBR tag, abbreviation tags means whatever short forms you have, right? Let's suppose for HTML, what is the short form? What is the full form? HTML full form is hypertext markup language. Like that CSS, then Mr., Doctor, all these terms we write it in a short form. Like as soon as possible, we write ASAP. Automatic teller machine, we write ATM, right? For all these kind of things, we use ABBR tag. Marking abbreviations can give useful information to browsers. Whenever you're marking some text as an abbreviation, it gives the browser an useful information that what it is you are talking about. What it is, right? Let's suppose if I'm writing HTML and a beginner will not understand what is this word. So what will happen? I will put this inside the ABBR thing. And when a user will keep their mouse, let's say this is the mouse, when the user will keep their mouse in this particular thing, it will show them the full form. Interesting, right? Right now it is not interesting because I have not shown you in a practical manner. Let's jump back to Sublime and let's do a code for ABBR tag. So let's read this point first. Marking abbreviations can give useful information to browsers, translation systems, and search engines. Okay, let's move back to Sublime. Here, let me write a paragraph after this, right? Here I'll write that we are learning HTML and CSS, right? Now this is just a normal paragraph, right? So when you will see into the browser, it will look very normal, just a normal paragraph, right? Now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put the ABBR and here I'm going to write the title attribute. Okay, inside the title attribute, I am going to write the full form of that HTML. So I'm going to write here hypertext markup language. Okay. Now this particular ABBR is only for this HTML, not for and CSS. So I'm going to close it here. Right. Now let's reload my page. Let's see what happens. Let me zoom in. If you can see in the HTML, I'm getting this kind of dots, right? And when you hover your mouse here, it is showing me the full form of HTML. How cool is it, right? So it's it is very efficient, because any beginner who will see my web page will understand that what is that HTML. What is the full form of HTML? Okay. So when you hover your mouse, this is giving me the full form. Let's do it for CSS also. So it will be very good, guys, if you are writing this down in a notebook, or somewhere you are just mentioning it, because later on you will forget all these things, right? And watching this video again and again will also give you don't have much time to again and again watch this video, right? So keep a notebook handy and keep on writing these tags, because there are 100 of tags which we are going to discuss. So you will not remember all those tags, right? Keep a habit of writing it somewhere. Done. This is done. Now let's close this ABBR and let's see whether it is giving me the full form or not. Yes, it is giving me. Okay. We are learning HTML and CSS, and you're going to master it ASAP. Okay. So here I'm going to again give the ABBR, the title, and in the title I'm going to give here as soon as possible. It's not important to write in capital letters. I'm just writing in capital letters so that you can see it very clearly. You can write in whatever manner you want, in small also. Let me save this, reload my page, and the paragraph will increase, and in ASAP you're getting as soon as possible. I hope you got what is ABBR, right? It is one of the fun thing to do. Now, let's move to the next and let's see what is the address tag. Now, address tag is also fun, because whenever in a web page, you must have seen, like mostly in e-commerce websites, any startups or any business which is starting, people used to give their address below in the footer section, right? When you scroll down in the web page, below you can see the address written, right? Now, what is this address tag? Let's see. The HTML address tag defines the contact information of the author or the owner of the HTML document or that web page, right? The contact information can be an email address, URL, physical address, phone number, social media handle, anything. Okay. So let's quickly move to our Sublime and let me show you how we can write this. So suppose this is my web page, right? This is how my web page is looking like. Okay. Now I want to end my web page. This is my web page. I want to end it. So I want to give my address and all. I want to give my contact information basically. So I'll write here address tag, right? I'll write here written by, mention my name, Ritvik Raj. Here I'll give, okay, I'll give that later on. So now here I'll write here contact number. Okay. Something. And then I'll give the location. Or you can write whatever state or something. I'm writing just location. Let's say I'm writing a random 567, Church Street, let's say Bangalore. Okay, and then I'm going to give here the pin code. Okay, done. Let me close the address. Let's see what happens if I go to my web page, reload it. Okay, this is something italic. It is looking like an italic, but it is not looking very good, right? It is not looking like an address kind of thing. Let's make it look like an address kind of thing. Nothing to do. You just have to add a BR tag here so that all the things will come in separate lines and will look much nicer. Let me show you. So if I do that and I reload my page, you can see this is how it is looking like. Okay, and this is what is the address tag. You must have seen this kind of things in many of the web pages, right? In italic, it must be written. Correct? So this is what is your address tag. Okay, now let's move to our next tag and let's see what is that. So this is called as site tag. Okay, now let's understand what is this site tag. So this HTML site tag defines the title of a creative work. That means suppose if you're doing writing a book or a poem or a song or a movie or a painting or a sculpture, in those things we write the site tag. It defines the title of it. Okay, it's a very normal tag. So whenever you're creating a web page for your own book, or you're writing a poem, or you're writing a song, when you're writing a poem, you must be writing the author's names, right? So when you're writing that author's name, you have to use the site tag. For a song, when you're writing an author's name or the composer, right? So we write the site tag. Let me show you how does it look like. It's a very basic tag. So let's suppose beside this, okay, I am writing a normal just a poem name, okay, just writing a poem name. Let's say I'm writing the unhealthy thing, just a random. Okay, so now what I have to do, site tag, and here I'll write Baya Pankaj Jan, something like this. Okay, let me save this. I've not used any paragraph tag or something, just normally I've written it. Let's see what happens. So if you look here, okay, this address and the unhealthy thing is coming together, right? Let me give a what tag? BR tag, so that it will give a space there, right? Now let's reload. You can see, okay, I think I've not saved the file. I have saved the file. Let me give one more BR tag. Let me refresh this. Yeah, so I got this space. Now you can see where I have given the site tag, I have given it in the by Pankaj Jain, and you can see it is looking like a author's name because this is the title and this is the author name, which is by Pankaj Jain. It is nothing but an italic. Now you will ask me, sir, why can't we write this site tag instead of site tag? Why can't we write address tag? Because address is also looking like the same, site tag is also looking like the same, right? And you know what? There are many such tags which looks the same, which does the same task. Okay, like an I tag. If you mention any I tag, let's see, let's say I'm writing here I tag, and in this I tag I'm writing some random thing. Let's say welcome to quotations, citations, and abbreviations tags. This I've written in which particular tag? I tag. I tag means italic. If you reload the page, can you see this welcome to quotations, citations? This is coming again in italic. So now the question is, what is the difference then? What is the difference between an I tag or a site tag or an address tag, right? Now see, the problem is browsers understand these tags in the same manner how we understand, okay? So suppose if you are giving this web page to a beginner or to a very unknown technical person, non-technical person, he will not understand what are you writing. He will not understand which tag have you used. but he will understand what content you're writing. He'll understand that this is a block quote. I mean, this is a quotation. He will understand this is a heading. He'll understand that this is a paragraph. He will also understand that this is the poem name and this is the author name. Why? Because it looks like that, right? He will also understand that this is the address because it looks like that. For that purpose, we mention the tag names like that. Now suppose if the user is confused, what he will do, he will right click, he'll click on view page source, he will see the whole code and he will see here that I have used the address tag. He will see here that I've used the citation tag. He will see that I've used the I tag. So he knows that which tag is used to write this web page. And that is what is very important for a developer. For a developer, it is not that you just make a web page and it is done. No. You have to mention those tags and all the commands very carefully because those web page or those projects are going to your client. The client will see your code. The client or the user will actually use your web application in a daily basis. Correct? So that is why we have a number of tags, but all those tags do a similar task. Okay. I hope you understood what is site. Okay. Now let's move to the next one, which is BDO. And let's see what is this BDO. So many new tags, right? Let's see what is this BDO. BDO is nothing but a bidirectional override. The full form of BDO is bidirectional override. Now what is this bidirectional override? The HTML BDO tag is used to override the current text direction. So it will change the direction of your current text. Yes. Now you will not understand how it is, but let me show you a program on it and let's see what it does. So let me go back to my site. Okay, let me first see how my web page is looking. Okay, so I think I have to give one more BR tag here so that there will be much more space and you can see the difference also. Yeah, this is now looking great. Where should I give the video now? Let me give it around this thing. Welcome to quotation citation. Around this thing only I'll give. So here I have to use the video tag with an attribute of dir. Dir is nothing but direction. Let me write here LTR. LTR means left to right. Okay. And because I have opened the video tag here, which is after the I tag, so I have to close it before. Direction I have given what? LTR. Let me refresh this. Anything is happening to this line? No. Because left to right means left to right. That's correct. What if I write here RTL? That means right to left. If I reload my page, if you observe here, I know this is very crazy, but if you look here, my whole sentence is reversed. Welcome to quotations. What I wrote, okay, citations and abbreviations tags, right? So the whole thing is now reversed. This is what is your BDO, bidirectional override. Okay, perfect. So these are some tags which is very new and I hope you got it. What is the meaning of these tags, right? Now let's move to the next set of basic tags and let's see what are those. Okay, so now you can see there are so many tags which I've written here, and let me give you one by one an introductory to all these tags. These are very small tags but very efficient. B tag, it will make your text bold. I tag will make your text italic. U tag will make your text underlined. Now these all things you must be knowing because in MS Word, if you have worked on or if you have worked on any of your documents, you must have known these things. A small tag will make your text appear very smaller. Then you have del. Del will delete your text. That means if suppose you're writing a text like, let's say I'm writing Abraham. Okay. Oh, my mistake. I did not wanted to write Abraham. I wanted to write Raj. So what I can do, I can use the delete tag around this Abraham. It will get deleted like this. Cool, right? I'll show you this, don't worry. Now ins means insert tag. So when you want to insert something, you use ins. That means it basically is an underline. See, you remember in our school times, we used to have a fill in the blanks kind of thing in the examinations, right? Where one sentence will be there and there will be a fill in the blanks where you insert your answer, right? Same thing happens here. So whatever you're writing, let's suppose I'm writing Ritvik, an underline will come in the insert. You will say, sir, you said U tag is also the same. Yes, U tag ins is the same. Is strong. Remember, I have already told you what is strong tag, right? In one of the example. This is for the bold, right? Again, emphasizing the text and making the text bold, it is not same. Making the text bold means that you're clearly saying that, highlighting that text. Emphasizing means that you're emphasizing on it. Okay. But bold and strong does the same thing. So bold and strong is the same tag. It does the same thing. Okay. I'm making this arrow so that you'll be able to understand the comparison between those all tags. Okay. Let me remove these tick marks so that you will not get confused, and I'll get some more space because later on I have some more tags which is very common. Okay, so I hope you have understood till strong. Sub means subscript. What is this subscript? Subscript means it will come down to the text. I'll show you what is it, but right now just understand this word down. Superscript is just the opposite of subscript, so it will be up. Okay, I'll show you that, don't worry. EM is for emphasized text. Now you will say strong is also emphasized, EM is also emphasized, but EM is emphasizing in an italic manner. So I tag and EM tag is similar. Okay. Now DFN is used for definition term when you want to specify any definition, okay, in your web browser. That time you use this DFN tag. This is also italic. Oh my god. So you will be thinking that there are so many tags with which we can actually make our text as italic, right? DFN, EM, address, site, I, correct? So I'll just join this also here so that you'll not get confused. Have a look for some time and then we will move into the Sublime and we'll use all these tags in our paragraph, okay? Right, so I hope you have understood what all tags are similar. Let's move to our Sublime, and now to use these all tags, we have to write a very big paragraph, right? Let me do one thing. What I can do here, let me give a BR tag. Let me give 2 BR tags, and here I'm going to write a paragraph, okay? Don't worry about these, just worry about the paragraph right now, okay? Okay, let me do one thing to make this work easy. Let me copy some paragraph from a random website, right? So let me go to Google and here I'm going to write, let's say Facebook Wiki, right? This is the Wikipedia. And here, just taking a random text, only this much, right? Taking a random text, putting it in the Sublime as a paragraph. And here, let me remove these spaces. Well, I'm not using the pre-tag here, still. Now, closing the paragraph. One by one, let's use all these tags in our paragraph. Facebook is the most important term. I'll be using here B tag. Bold is done. Is an American online social media. So I'll use here I tag. Okay. And social networking service. So I'll use here U tag. Because I want to underline that. I want to make it, observe to the users. So this is done. So let's check how it is looking in the web browser. I have saved the file, reload the page, and here you can see Facebook is bold, American online social media is italic, social networking service is underlined. Why there is so much space? Have I given so much space? In the pre I have given. Okay, I've given 2 BR tags also, so that is why those many spaces are coming because of 2 BR tags. Let me remove this BR so that the paragraph goes a little bit above. Right? Now, what is the next? I actually forgot what was the next tag. Oh, we have small, we have delete and insert. So here what I'm going to do, Menlo Park, California, that I'm going to put it in small. Okay, so let's write here small, and after California, let me put it here, closing. This is done. And a flagship service of the namesake company Facebook. Okay, so here what I'm going to do, namesake company Facebook Incorporation. So in the flagship service, what I'm going to do, here I'm going to write here, delete. I don't want to write here the term flagship, but instead of that, what I want to write here is flagship. Okay, I don't want to write it in small letters. I want to write it in a capital letters. So I'm deleting that and then I'm writing it. So let me refresh my page. If you see here, this Menlo Park, California is little bit smaller than the normal text, and your flagship is getting deleted. That means getting cut it down, and then my capital letter flagship is written. Okay, let me show you the insert also. Company Facebook. So here I'll give the INS. Okay, sorry. Yep. This Facebook. Okay, till here I should give. Now I told you insert is nothing but a command which is nothing but the underline. So this is getting underlined. You can see there's no difference between U tag and the INS, but internally there is so many differences. So please use it specifically when you are using an insert tag or when you want to use an I tag. What is next? We have the strong. Okay. Strong, I think we should use it in Mark Zuckerberg. So let me write here strong, that I have already shown you. Still, because I want to use it, because I want to use all the tags in one paragraph, so I'm showing you. Strong is done. Let's move to sub and sub. Subscript and superscript. Along with fellow Harvard College. So here I'm going to give sub college till college and roommates. Okay. These names which is there, I'll make it sub. Right? So subscript and superscript. A strong I've given to Mark Zuckerberg. Let's see. Mark Zuckerberg is strong, bolder, right? And Harvard College was subscript. So you can see it is down. Remember in the slide I wrote down, right? For subscript I wrote down, but for superscript I wrote up. So you can see here, that is what is happening. For subscript it is down, and for superscript it is like a power, like a, power when you write 4 to the power 3, something like that. Right? Okay, what next? We have DFN left and EM, right? Let's do that. So namesake, this namesake, let's give EM here. EM, I have already told you that it is something like a italic, right? Have a look in the namesake. Where is it? This is now italic. Yes. And let's now write for the definition, DFN. That I'll keep a separate tag. So here I'm going to write HTML. HTML is the word, the term, but definition I'll write here, hypertext markup language. It is used to design or structure your web page. Okay, cool. The define tag I have closed. Let's see what happens. This will also give an italic. As I told you, you can see it is looking like a definition, right? HTML is the word, the keyword, the term, and this is the definition. Okay, so I hope you understood these all basic tags and how do we incorporate these tags in our normal web page application using Sublime, correct? Let's move to the next topic and let's see what is there. So now let's see the next thing, which is nothing but list of self-closing, or we also call it as empty tags. I've already told you some of the tags which is called as empty tags and what are those, but let's understand in a deeper manner. So what is it? Empty tags are those tags which are empty. That means it does not contain anything. Let's say, for an example, I write BR. When we write BR, it doesn't contain anything, right? We just write BR, that's it, right? Contain means, let's say I'm writing a paragraph tag, then it contains something and then we close it. But for BR, does it contain anything? It doesn't contain anything, that is why we are not closing it. So the tags which does not contain anything and is not getting closed, those are called as empty tags. Okay. So any tag which doesn't have content or it is not closing, those are empty tags. For an example, HR is also one of the tag. HR is called as horizontal line. Okay. So what is horizontal line? That we will see right now. And one more tag for empty tag is image tag. Because in image, we don't want to write anything, right? We just want to give the image. That's it. So this is also an empty tag. Okay, now let's see the use of HR and img tag in our particular Sublime, because BR we have already used many a times. Let's see what is this HR. If I go to my Sublime back and let's save this first of all, and let's go to my web page. Let's see how does it look like in a 100% zoom. Okay, 1 second. Yeah, this is how it is looking like. Okay, now what we have to do here is we have to use the HR. Now if you look here, there's a block code, and after the block code I want to give a line here. I want to give the horizontal line. So what I'll do, I'll go to my Sublime, and after my block quotation, let's remove this, or let's comment it. What is a comment? You know it. Comment is control/. When you do that, it is commented. So the second quotation I have commented, and here I'm going to give HR so that a horizontal line will be provided. Let's reload the page and you can see the horizontal line is provided. This is the HR. So this is an empty tag because it doesn't contain anything, right? Now let's see how we can include an image in our web page. Okay, first of all, let's find a location where I want to put my image. Suppose I want to put an image here, right, in this location after the pre-tag, the paragraph tag. Okay, let's do that. Now where is my pre-tag? This is my pre-tag. This is the BR. Let's put one more BR, and before that let's write the img. Let me give some spaces so that you can clearly see what I'm writing. Okay, img, here I'll write source. Okay, for source, let's say I'm giving a name download.jpg. Just a random I'm given. There's no such file in my location. There's no such file I've downloaded. I'm just randomly giving. I'll tell you why I'm giving like this. And then alt is the attribute. Remember I told you that alternate is also one kind of an attribute of image tag. So let's see whether this is working or not. The image is not uploaded. This is what I have written in the alternate text. Close this. Now I do not have to close the image tag. You can close it also, but when you do it in Sublime, you can see that when you're putting a slash, it actually doesn't recognize img because img is an empty tag. Okay, so you do not have to close this. Now let's see what happens when I refresh my page. So what's happening? There is, okay, let me zoom it. There is some image crack is coming, and then it says image is not uploaded. That means there is some problem in my code, or there is some problem in the image that the image is not coming here, right? What is the problem? The problem is nothing but that in my folder, the image itself is not there. Right? In my folder, when I go to my folder where my web application project is there, you can see that there is no such image there. So let's go back to my folder and let's see whether there is an image or not. This is my folder, HTML and CSS tutorial, and you can see that this particular folder doesn't have any image here, right? So let's keep some images here. I'll go to my pictures, and in my pictures I have these two images which I've downloaded from Google. So, but the image name is very big. The file name is very big. Let's do one thing. Let's rename this, and I'll write here download. Now download.jpg, I have one image. I'll copy this and I'll again go to my folder and I'll put it here. Once I put it here, now this is my HTML document. This is my image. The image name is download.jpg, and in the Sublime also I've written download.jpg. Save the file, reload the page, and you are getting the image here. Right? Just after your paragraph, you are getting this image. Correct? Now, when you're getting this image, this is very big, right? If you look here, this image is really very big. I don't want such a big image. I want to make it small. How can I do that? Again, one more attribute which I told you was width. So for width, we can give the percentage, pixel, or whatever you want to give. So let's say I'm giving 100, just 100. Let's see what happens. So if you look here, 100 is really very small, right? Okay. Now let's give 100 pixel, px. Okay. Now let's see what happens. Nothing is happening, it's the same. Now let's give percentage. And now let's see what happens when I reload my page. 100% is really very big. Okay. It is actually taking the whole web page, the whole width of your screen, the full width of your screen, right? That is what is 100%. Now you will understand that what is the meaning of pixel and percentage. Percentage always refers to your width of the screen. How much width of the screen you have? 100%. When you give 100%, the image is taking the whole 100%. That means if I give here 50%, so my web page will take only half of my screen. You can see my screen is this much big. It is taking only the half of it. So now you know how you can actually understand the difference between percentage and pixel. Let's work with pixel now. Pixel, you saw 100 pixel was very small. So let's give 300 pixel. When I give 300 pixel, it will be a little much bigger. And now it looks fine, right? For this kind of web page, now my web page is looking quite good, right? So I'll keep at this particular stage. I'll keep this particular pic in this stage. Fine. Now you know how to insert an image also, right? One more question. What if my image is not in the same folder? What if my image is not here? What if my image is somewhere else? Then what I have to do? Okay, let me show you. So suppose this is my next picture, and here I'll just rename it to, let's say, download1.jpg, right? Download1.jpg. In my Sublime, if I mention download1.jpg, obviously it will not come because my browser will search only in that particular local folder, right? So it will say the image is not uploaded. Correct? Now what I can do here? So what you have to do, you have to copy the path of your file. Wherever your image is there, you have to copy the path of that file. So I'll copy this path. I'll go to my Sublime, and here I'm going to paste this. Okay. Now what you have to do, listen carefully. Wherever your cursor is, give a slash. Okay. And whatever slashes you have here, just make it opposite. Okay. Just make this opposite. Because in a system, that slash means inside folder, and inside folder. But in HTML, this slash means inside folder. Okay. So when I save this, and now when I reload my page, I am getting that image. Because my browser knows that where he will get that image. He will get it inside C folder, inside users folder, inside Ritvik Raj, inside pictures, inside camera roll, download1.jpg. So I'm getting that image, right? But this is a quite lengthy process. That is why, what do? We keep our image in the same folder itself. So let me copy this, go back. Here I'm going to keep it. Remember I told you about the file and folder structure. So what we can do, we can create a folder here and name it as images. And these two images, we can keep it in this folder. Now it looks really organized. Now what we can do, if I want that image, have a look. Because I have moved the image, this image will go now, right? Right now it will not go because in my picture already this image is there. So what I'll do, here I'll remove these all things and I'll just write here images. That's it. Because my folder name is images, and inside the images folder you have download1.jpg. I'm going to refresh my page. Am I getting that image? Yes, I'm getting it. What if I remove this one and write download.jpg? Am I getting that another image? Yes, I'm getting that another image. Perfect. I hope you understood how to insert an image in your file. Let's move and let's see what is next. So now we have some more tags, which is nothing but the div and the span. Div I have already explained in a very descriptive manner. Span also I've explained in a very descriptive manner, right? Both of these are used to group different tags. Acts like a container. So inside div, you can actually write whatever tags you want and then you can close it. It works like a container, okay? It doesn't do anything. It's a block level element, or you can say block level tags. So what it does is just a container which actually occupies all your different tags here. Fine. It is effective while styling because, if you want to style all these tags which you have written together, just give the styling to this div. When you give the styling to this div, all these 4 tags will be styled automatically, right? You don't have to give styles to them separately. Now, whatever I am saying, this is styling part, you will not understand because we have not started with CSS. So stick to the session. You will be able to understand what is this I'm saying here. And when I will tell about CSS, come back and then again, run this particular video. You'll understand what I have said here. Difference, div is block level, span is inline level, that we have very clearly seen, right? Now, img tag, it is used to add images in a web page. Syntax is this much. It's a self-closing tag. A tag also we have seen is used to add links in a web page. You put it like this. Okay, we have seen and learned most of the things about HTML. We have seen what are the basic tags used in HTML. Now is the time that we should learn how we can actually style our web pages. That means how we can totally make our web page attractive, right? Because we have already seen how we can design and give a structure to the web page, but our web page is not looking that attractive. It is just building or giving a structure to my web page, right? Now let's start and see what is this CSS and how we can give style to my web page. So let's first understand what is CSS. CSS full form is Cascading Style Sheet. Now, what is the meaning of cascading? What is the meaning of style and what is the meaning of sheet? That we will see right here. But before that, let's cover all these pointers. So, if HTML is the structure of the house, then CSS is the look and feel of the house. That means the structure is something like just the structure, just the building block, that's it. But styling is nothing but when you color them or when you make it attractive, right? There'll be a window here or what there'll be in this particular portion, right? How can you make this house attractive? Those are the things which is nothing but your CSS. The structure is your HTML. It is the language to make our web pages presentable. How we can make our home or house presentable? In the same way, if you want to make your web page presentable, we have to use CSS. It is designed to make style sheets for web. So we actually design style sheets for our web pages. Okay. Now what is the meaning of style sheets? We'll see. Now, if we try to break the acronym, then cascading means falling of styles. That means all the styles cascaded together. So suppose this one is color, this one is border, and this one is padding. All these three things I am applying it to paragraph. So we are cascading all the styles to paragraph tag. That is why the name cascading. Style means adding designs, styling our HTML tags. That means we are giving these styles, color, then border, then padding, these all things to my paragraph. That is what is called as styling. Sheets are nothing but a CSS file can be externally made. That means we can create a CSS file separate, an HTML file separate, and one more CSS file separate. So these are nothing but the sheets. So this is one CSS sheet and this is another CSS sheet, right? So writing our style in different documents, that is what is nothing but your sheets. We can write our or we can specify our styling in different documents, right? Okay. Now let's move ahead and let's see what is next. So now let's understand what is the history of CSS, because this is most important when you're learning about any language. When you're learning about any coding language, you should know who is the developer of that language or who actually built it, right? Starting with 1994, it was first proposed by Hakon Viom Lee on 10th October. Okay, so he came up with an idea of styling our web pages using CSS. Then in 1996, CSS was published on 17 November. That means it became public with the influencer Bert Boss, and then CSS was in use. Later, he became the co-author of CSS. That means CSS language was written again by a Bert Boss. Okay. Now, in 1996, again, CSS became official with the language named CSS, which was published in December in 1996 year itself. 1997 created CSS level 2 on 4th November, and then in 1998 it was published on 12th May. So these were the actual scheduling, or you can say how things got updated in CSS. What was happening around 1994 till 1998 when people came up with this idea of styling our web pages, which is known as CSS, or which is done by a CSS. Now after this, all the people who are using or creating web pages and putting it in the internet, they are using CSS widely to style their web page. Now this is all about the history of CSS. Now it's not important to have all these informations, but yes, you should know the first year and the developer name, right? These two informations are very important when you are a fresher or a beginner. You should know this information because you will become a front-end developer or a full stack developer, and you have to pass the interviews, right? You have to crack the interviews. Now, in the interviews, they can ask this type of questions. Moving to the next slide, which is CSS editors. What are editors we can use to write our CSS code? Obviously, you will say that whatever HTML we are writing in Sublime, we can use the same editor to write the CSS. Perfect, you are right. But instead of all those editors, we have some more editors where we can write our CSS, such as Atom. This is also like Sublime. Then brackets, Espresso. So all the Apple Mac users, you can use Espresso for writing the CSS commands. Notepad++, you guys are very familiar with this. This is an updated version of Notepad where you can actually write the codes and you can see it in colors. So all the tags, elements and attributes will be in different colors, so that will be easy for you to understand and write the code. Komodo Edit, this is also very simple particular editor which you can use, but instead of using this, the best one to use is Sublime Text Editor, which we are going to use in this particular tutorial. So we are going to use Sublime Text Editor, which we have already used while writing the HTML codes. It's just that we have to create another file and we have to save it in .css file format. Now you must have understood that we were saving the HTML file with an extension of .html. When you work with CSS, you have to save your file with .css. Okay, don't worry, we will see this in a practical aspect also, and we will see how we can actually style our web page using CSS files. Okay, next let's see what is the basic structure of the CSS and how we can actually write the CSS commands in our Sublime Text Editor. Before going into the practical demonstration, I want to first show you theoretically how we can actually write the CSS. Now there are three things which you have to mainly focus on. The first one is selector, the second one is property, and the third one is value. Now let me take an example and first show you how this particular thing works. So suppose if you have an H1 where I have written the word welcome. Only this is the particular HTML tag which I have used, H1 tag, in which welcome I have written. Now if I have to provide styling to this tag, how I will write the CSS? You have to choose which particular selector you want to provide the CSS. So I want to provide it in the H1 tag. So that will be my selector. So H1 is my selector. I have selected in which particular tag I want the styling. I'll put a curly bracket and here I'll specify the property and value. What is this property and value? That means what actually do you want with this H1? What actually you want it to do? So suppose I want the H1 to have the text color of red. So I'll write here color : red. So this welcome will become red in color in my web page. Suppose I want that the H1 should be text aligned to center. That means this H1 should actually come into the center of the web page. So it will come to the center of the web page. Now this is what is your property and this is what is your value. This is as easy as it is. Right? Now if you want to work with the paragraph tag, then you have to just type another CSS with paragraph selector, and whatever you want to give here, you can give that. Let's suppose I want to give here blue. This is a colon, not a semicolon. This is a semicolon. Like this, you can give the CSS to all your selectors. Right now in your mind, there will be many questions that how we can give same particular styles to all my tags, or can we give different styles to different tags, right? Those things we will cover it in the next topic, but let's see what are these pointers written here, and let's do one practical example of our CSS command. Now a selector means it selects the element you want to target. I wanted to target H1, so I have taken the selector as H1. I wanted to target paragraph, so I have taken the element as paragraph. There are few basic selectors like tags, IDs and classes. Don't worry about this if you're confused with this line. This is just saying that there are basic selectors, like this one is nothing but type selector. We call it as type selector. We have some more like ID and classes. We will discuss it in the next particular topic when we will jump into types of selectors. But right now, information of only this much is enough for you guys. Okay. Now, so we will skip this particular point. We will understand this in our next topic. All forms this key and value pair. So this property and value which you can see, this is also called as key and value pair. That means you have a key and you have a value to it. So all CSS will have a key and value pair. Keys are nothing but the properties, attributes like color, font size, background, width, height, text align, anything such like that. So if you want to change the color, if you want to change the font size, if you want to change the background color, the width, the height, anything you can do, and that is what is called as properties, the keys. The value is nothing but the values associated with these properties. Something like red, center, 400 pixel, 500 pixel, those are nothing but my values. Last point, it always remains same whether we apply it internal or external styling. Again, this particular line you will not understand now, but we will see it in the topic of types of CSS, which is our next topic. We'll be seeing what is this internal styling or external styling meant. Okay. So right now we have these two lines which we need to understand, and keep it in your mind, these lines, that what we are going to do or what we are going to understand with these lines, and we will see it in our next topic. So let's quickly move to our Sublime text editor and let's see what we are going to do with CSS and how we are going to write the CSS. So I have some files open here which we have already worked with, right? And let's go to our most first one, which is nothing but the basic tags one. And here I'm going to write our styling. So I'm going to write that. I'll first of all write here inside the head tag, the style tag, because CSS when you're writing, you have to use the tag which is style tag. So if I have opened it, I have to also close that. Now this particular thing, inside this I'll be writing my selector, property and value. So let's first check what all things do we have. If you can see, we have the H1, we have the paragraph, we have some more paragraphs, and we have many things here, address and everything, right? So what we are going to do here, let's select one of the selector and let's give it some color. So let's say if I'm choosing this address. Okay. Now what I want to do, I'll remove this extra address, and here what I want to do, I will give an address selector. To this address selector, I want to give some color. So let's say I want to give a color of red. Let me save this. I have saved it, and you can see I have only given one property and value to this particular one selector, which is address. Let's see what happens. If I go to my browser, if I go to this particular page, you can see right now I have not reloaded the page. That is why my address is black in color. If I reload my page, my address becomes red in color. If you can't see it, I'm just zooming in, and you can see it is red in color. Now you will tell me that, sir, the same thing was happening when you did it here. So in H1 and paragraph, we wrote style equal to color green, and this particular H1 becomes green, if you can see here. the same goes to that paragraph, it becomes red. Then why are we creating this kind of a style tag and we are writing it here? Correct? That's a very good question if you have it in your mind. Now let me tell you what and why do we require this. Understand that this is also CSS and this is also CSS. There's no difference in that. Obviously, the difference is in the writing. So in the writing, you can see that this CSS is written in a different manner and this CSS is written in a different manner. Now, why is it so? Let's talk about it. When you're writing style in your particular tag itself, we call it as inline CSS. Okay, so we call it as inline CSS. Let me comment this. So this is called as inline CSS. Why? Because you're writing the CSS in the same line. You're writing the CSS in the same line where you want it. Right? That's the same thing you're doing in the paragraph also. You're writing the same CSS or whatever CSS you want to give, you're writing it in the same line where you want it. Right? What is happening here? We are not writing the CSS in the same line. This is called as internal CSS, right? This is called as internal CSS. Now, why is it called as internal CSS? Because in the same HTML document file, internally, we are writing the CSS. Internally in the same HTML document, we are writing the CSS. So that is what is called as internal CSS. Now, I hope you remember in this slide also we have seen one liner, which was the last point. It says it's always remains same whether we apply internal or external styling. This is what is internal means. Okay, that is why we have written this internal word here. So when you write internal, internal means that we are writing this particular CSS in our HTML document, right? Inside it. It is not in the same line. Okay. Now that we know that there are two ways to write it, right? We can either write CSS inline or we can either write CSS internally. It all depends on you. There are one more way which is called as external CSS, which you have seen in the slide also. Here we have written external. We will see this later on. Okay, not right now. We'll see what is external. But the main point to handle here is, or to understand here is, that why we have 2 or 3 types of CSS. Why we have inline, why we have internal. Whether internal is not sufficient, can't we just write here H1 color green or P color red? That will also work, right? Then why do we need these? That is the question. Now understand, suppose if you have so many things, you have so many CSS to give to the H1, right? Suppose you have here only, I'm writing color green. Now let's say I'm going to give here the background color. Let's say I'm going to give the background color as black. And then I have the font size. So let's say I'm giving the font size as 50 pixel. And then I have many things. I have text align, let's say centered. Now you can see how complex is it looking. To understand this particular one-liner code, you have to first go line by line. Color green, background color black, font size 50 pixel, text align center. And I don't know if we can increase this also, right? Maybe it can take more 2-3 more lines. So writing all the CSS in one line is really very tough, and it is very difficult to understand what you are writing in this particular one line and how many CSS are you writing in this particular one line. So when you are using inline CSS, it is must recommended that you are using only 1 or 2 properties and values. You are giving only 1 or 2 property and values in your style. That is the purpose why we use inline CSS. We use inline CSS to just give 1 or 2 property values so that it doesn't look much, descriptive, or it doesn't look much crowded, right? So suppose, imagine that if I'm writing here background color, that's it, black, that's it. only color red, background black. This is much more understandable than this H1, right? Now, what we can do, if we can't write these all things in our inline, we can write it in our internal, because in internal it is much more descriptive and good looking when you write these things here. How? Let me show you. So you can see here, now it is looking much more better than the inline CSS, right? Because we have all the commands also here and it is line by line, right? So it is much more descriptive and it is not looking like a chaos, because we can see color, background color, this is in separate lines, right? So the whole motto of designing different types of CSS is nothing but you have different views or perspective to write the CSS. If you have more number of CSS to write, please use internal. If you have less number of CSS to give to one selector, then use inline. Okay, let's see how it is looking in our web page. For H1, we have given color green, background color black, and font size 50 pixel, text align center. And for paragraph, we have given the color red and background color black. So right now it is looking like this, but once I reload my page, it is looking something like this. So for H1, my text align is center, font size is also increased, it has come to the center, and the background color is black. Same goes to the paragraph. The paragraph background color is black and the color is red. That's what we have given in our CSS. So this is how you totally work with CSS. This is just the beginning of CSS. We have one more type of CSS which is pending. We have not understood. So that is external CSS. We will look into it in our next topic. But this is how we use CSS and write it in our HTML code. I hope you understood this particular topic. Let's move to our next topic and understand what is it. So our next topic is talking about CSS comments. Now HTML comments we have already seen, and we have seen how we can actually write we can actually make any statement as a comment, right? What are these comments? These comments don't render on the browser. That means these are not a code. These are just basic information, or you can say descriptive information about our coding. So if any beginner or a fresher or any developer is looking into it, you can totally understand by reading our comments that what code we have written there. It helps to understand our code better and makes it readable. It helps for debugging the code. That means debugging is nothing but when you want to understand the codes line by line, you want to understand each line, what is it saying, right? So after this line, what is happening? After this line, what is happening? After this line, what is happening? That is what is called as debugging. There are two ways to comment, a single line and a multiple line. We will see these two things right now in our Sublime, but you must be confused that how we are commenting in our HTML isn't the same way we are commenting the CSS also. Yes, it is the same way. Then where is the difference? Let's see. So we know that this is our paragraph and this is our HTML, right? There is no CSS. If you see here, whatever text I've selected, there is no CSS. So if I hit Ctrl/, what is happening? This is getting totally commented. How? Just with this angular bracket, exclamation mark, double dash, and ending with double dash and angular bracket. This is how HTML is getting commented. Let's come to our CSS. This is our CSS. Let's select this and let's comment it. When we comment it, is it the same way is it getting commented? No. The way of putting the comment is different, right? I am pressing Ctrl/, that is the same thing. In any programming language or in most of HTML, CSS programming languages, not programming languages, but yes, in working with HTML and CSS, if you are, working with comments, if you want to give comments, you hit Ctrl/, right? Here also I did the same thing, but when I did that, there's this different kind of comment which is coming here. If you see slash star and then star slash, it is not giving me this kind of comment. Why? Because both HTML and CSS is having different kinds of comments. Okay, that is the reason I told you that if a question is coming in your mind that what is the difference in the comments of HTML and CSS, this is the difference. Now suppose these we have done it for multiple lines. What if I select only one line to comment, that is single line? So if I comment this, you can see it is doing it in the same way how it has done for the multiple line, right? Let me uncomment this. And now let's move ahead. Let's uncomment all these things because we want these in our codes. So let's uncomment these all things. So I hope you understood how different is it looking when you're commenting it in HTML and when you're commenting it in CSS. You can see here when I commented internal CSS, the same kind of CSS comment is coming. But when I commented inline CSS, you can see a different HTML comment is coming here. So I hope you understood what is the different types of comments which is given in HTML and CSS. The meaning of comment is actually same. It's just that it is not a code and it doesn't render on the browser. It is just an information or description for the user. That's it. Now let's move ahead and let's see what is the next topic we are going to talk about. So now we are going to see and talk about the different types of CSS. We are going to understand that how many different types of CSS are there and in how many different ways we can write it. We have already seen two of the ways, but we are going to discuss that in more deeper way. And let's understand what are the different types of CSS. So there are three ways to write CSS in our HTML file. The three ways are inline CSS, internal CSS, and external CSS. Now, when you talk about inline CSS, it's nothing but when you write the CSS in the same line. That means if you have an h1 tag, then you write the style there itself with an equal to, and then you give the property and value whatever you want to give here. Well, this is what is nothing but your inline CSS. So we can write the heading to be anything. And now talking about internal CSS is nothing but when you are writing the CSS tags or CSS commands in your HTML document itself using the style tag. So inside the head you write the style tag and then you mention the selector, and then inside that you write the whatever property and value you want to mention. This is what is about your internal CSS. Then what is external CSS? We will have a look right now. Okay. So before going to the Sublime and do a practical on all of these, let's understand what is the priority order of it. Priority order means that suppose that you have written inline also and internal also for the same selector, then which will be followed? Obviously the inline one will be followed because priority order for this particular types of CSS is inline is greater than internal, which is greater than external. So for h1 tag, if you're giving an inline CSS and an internal CSS, inline one will be followed. We will see it in a practical way also that what I'm saying. So let's move to a Sublime and let's see what here I'm talking about. Now in Sublime, we have already created so many files. So I don't want to work with these files. So let's close these files and create a new one. So I'm going to create a new file and I'm going to save it. So here I'm going to write session. Okay. Now, so let's write some basic HTML code first and then implement some CSS into it. And let's see how it works out. So Title we will write types of CSS, and in the body let's write some commands. So let's give some heading. Okay, and let's give some paragraphs, or let's say a subheading. Now let's write a paragraph. So in paragraph we can write any random thing. So I'm just writing my name is Ritik Raj. Today we are going to learn about different types of CSS. Just a normal paragraph, that's it. Okay, now let's understand one by one what is this inline, internal and external CSS. Right now we have not given any kind of CSS in this particular file. So we have saved this, and let's see in the browser how it looks like. We are going to close these all because we don't need these. Now here you can see we have a heading h1 and then h2 and then a paragraph, right? Now there's no color, no style, nothing. It's very normal looking, right? And let me just keep it in 100%. So it looks like this. Now let's go to a Sublime and start giving some commands to it. Let's first start giving the inline CSS. Now see, how do we give the inline CSS? We write the style and then we give the equal to sign and then we give the color. Now it can be anything. It's not important that you have to give color only. You can give whatever is particular CSS you want to give, whatever property you want to give. So in the color I'm going to write here, let's say red. When I'm writing red and suppose I want to add some other property also, then I'm going to give a semicolon here to separate one property from another. Now I'm going to write a second property. Let's say I'm going to write text align, and here I'm going to give center. Okay. Now you must be remembering that while writing an inline CSS, the CSS should be small. That means it can have properties like 1 or 2. So I've written only 1 or 2. Okay. I'm not writing much more, because if I'm writing much more, then I should go for internal CSS, right? So I've written this much CSS for h1 tag. Now let's reload the page, and yes, it is working. Okay. Now for h2, I want to give some more properties for CSS. So I'm going to use internal. What I'm going to do here is style tag, and here I'm going to write h2, and for h2 I want some things. So let's say color, I'm going to use here green. Text align, let's say center. And let's say font size, I'm giving 50 px, or let's say 30 px, and some random other kind of CSS I'm giving. So let's say padding top 5 pixel. You must not be knowing what is this padding top, but don't worry, I'm going to teach you in just maybe next 5 minutes what is this padding top. So now this much CSS I've given for h2. Let's see what happens to my web page. Okay, 1 second. So we have not closed the style tag. Let's close that and then reload my page. So you can see my particular h2 tag is green in color, it's in the center, and what else we have written? Font size is 30 pixel and padding top. From top there is some space. If you're not understanding padding top, don't worry. Specifically, I will explain about it in the next topic. So here you can see the CSS is working, internal CSS. So let me write it here that this is nothing but your internal CSS and this is nothing but your inline CSS. Okay. Now let's talk about what is external CSS, because we have seen many examples of inline and internal. Now let's see what is this external CSS. When internal means that you have to write the CSS in the same HTML file, external means that you have to write this particular thing in a different file. So what you have to do is you have to create a new file, okay, and you have to save it. You have to keep it in the same folder. So what I'm going to write here is I'm going to write, let's say, style.css. The name of the file I'm giving is style.css. You can give any name, but yes, .css is mandatory because this file is specifically a cascading style sheet file. So I'm going to save this. Now this is my style.css which is saved. Now understand, when you're working with external, you don't use any tag here. Why? Because this is not HTML that it will understand a tag. This is a CSS. This is a different language other than HTML, right? So in HTML, when we are working, we write style tag. But when you are a separate CSS file, then you don't write any tag. You just write the whole CSS part. Okay, so it will look something like this. Now let's save this file and let me remove this style from here, or let's comment this. Okay, so right now here I don't have internal CSS. I only have this file. Now in this HTML, let's save this and reload my page. Whether my h2 CSS is working? My h2 CSS is not working. Why? Because I have removed it from this file and I've kept it in a separate file. But this HTML file doesn't know that I have created a style.css and I want it to link to HTML, right? Because of no linking, that means no connection between these two files, this HTML file is not understanding that where is the CSS written for h2. Okay, so this HTML file is not understanding where is the CSS. For that, what we have to do, we have to link this particular CSS file to this HTML. How we can do that? Very simple. We have to use link tag. Once you write li, you will be getting some options. So you'll be getting link tag as an option in Sublime. Just click on that. You will get some things automatically. Now let's see what are these attributes. REL means relation. That means the file which you want to link with this HTML file, what is the relation of that file? The relation is that it is a style sheet file. What is the type of that file? The type of that file is text/CSS. That means it's a CSS file. In the hyperlink reference, we are going to give the name of that file. So our name of file is style.css. That's what we are going to give. Save this and let's reload my page. In h2, I am getting that particular CSS here. That means these two files are now linked to each other and they know that this HTML file actually knows that he is having a CSS which is an external. So this is what we call it as external CSS, because we have written a separate file in which only CSS commands are available. Now you must be thinking why there are three ways of or three types of CSS. In the previous particular topic, we have seen that why there are inline and internal, because in inline, if you want to specify a minimal amount of property and value, then we write it here itself. And in internal, when you have for one selector, when you have 5 to 6 or 8 to 9 property and value, then you write that particular CSS in internal way. Then why do we use it external? Now understand. Suppose you have so many tags here. You have 5 H1 tags, 5 paragraphs, and then 10 different sections you have. Then you have 10 different, one footer you have, one header you have. You have so much big program here. Okay. Now for all of those things, you need CSS. For all of those CSS, you will write it in an internal way. When you will write in an internal way, then inside head, your style tag will contain all the property and value. And if you have to look upon the HTML, you have to scroll down. You have to keep scrolling down, because in the starting only CSS will be there. And that is what is making my file very big, right? Suppose if you have some error in your code and in the browser, in the web page, something is not coming up. And that error is from HTML side. So you'll go to a Sublime, you will check the code, but before checking the code, you have to scroll down, because my HTML part is given down below, right? So you have to scroll down too much, because CSS is quite a very long CSS, right? So in those cases, what we can do, we can write the CSS in a separate file, so that it will be easy for a developer or anybody to understand where is the problem and to rectify that problem. Suppose the problem is with the structure or design. That means some paragraph is not actually coming up here. So we know that problem is with HTML. We'll go to HTML file and we will see why that paragraph is not showing. But suppose if the problem is with the color or the alignment or border or padding or margin, then we know that the problem is not in HTML, the problem is in the CSS. So we can directly go to the CSS file and we can rectify here. That is why it's really very good to have different files for HTML and CSS, because both the files will look very compact and it will be structured. So your both the files will not be very long, so that you get bored and you get scrolling to check out the errors in your, or to find out the errors in your code. I hope you understood the different types of CSS. So let's go back to our slide and let's see what is written there. Now, talking about inline CSS, let's have some pointers. So before CSS, this was the only way to apply styles. Now, when CSS did not came into the market, for HTML tags, we used to give the styles in the same line. Now, when people came to know that, if you have larger number of CSS, then your file will become more complex, right? Or more crowded. That is why it was not an efficient way to write, as it has a lot of redundancy. Okay. Then self-contained. So inline CSS is self-contained, because in the same H1 tag or a P tag, you are writing the whole CSS. It is uniquely applied on each element. Yes, for H1 it is uniquely applied. For paragraph, again it will be uniquely applied. For all the tags, it is uniquely applied. Idea of separation of concerns was lost. That means there is no separation. If you want to write the CSS, you have to write it inside the tag itself. So there was no separation of HTML or CSS file at that time. The examples are given here. If you can see, the same way H3 style color red and paragraph style color green. So this is your inline CSS. Let's talk about the internal CSS, what we have learned. We have learned with the help of style tag. So we use the style tag. We can apply styles within the HTML file. So this is one thing which we have seen. Redundancy is removed, right? That redundancy means duplication, right? So duplication is removed when you talk about internal CSS. Then, but idea of separation of concerns is still lost. That means is still your CSS and HTML is not separate, right? Your CSS is still inside your HTML, right? So still it is very complex to understand the particular code. Uniquely applied on single document. So in whole HTML document, we apply one section of CSS. That means wherever we start with the style tag, we start with the CSS, right? So in one file, there'll be one section where CSS will be written. So every document will have one CSS, correct? Every document will have one CSS. Understand this very clearly. That means each file you make, there will be one CSS. If this is one HTML, there'll be one CSS. Again one HTML, there'll be one CSS. Why I'm saying this and explaining it again and again, I'll tell you when we will discuss about external. For example, you are writing this style tag and then you are mentioning your selector property and value, and then you are closing your style tag. This is what is your internal CSS. Let's jump to external CSS and let's talk about this. With the help of link tag, we link our CSS style sheets to our HTML, correct? So with the help of link tag in head tag, we can apply styles. Reference is added. Reference means href, hyperlink reference is added. Of which file? Of the CSS file. File saved in .css extension. Obviously the CSS file will be saved in .css extension. Redundancy is removed here also because it's a totally different file. Idea of separation of concerns is maintained. That means now you have a different set of CSS file. That means totally a different document, correct? So this is HTML, which is a separate document, and this is CSS, which is a different document. So separation is there, correct? So I have already told you what is the benefit of writing HTML in a different file and CSS in a different file. Now let me tell you what I was explaining in internal CSS. So I told you in internal what is happening. For each document, for each HTML document, you will have one CSS in internal, right? In each document, you will have one CSS. So like that, you will have so many HTML documents, and every HTML document will have one CSS. But that is not the case when you're working with external CSS. Suppose you have a very big project to work with, okay? And you must have seen navigation bars in your web pages. So navigation bar, something look like this: home, and then about us, then contact, and there are login and many more things written here. For each of these pages, when you click on it, you get a different kind of web page. So for all these pages, we'll have separate HTML document, right? For home, we'll have home.html. Let me write it so that you will understand in a better way. For home, we'll have home.html file. For about, we'll have about.html file. For contact, we'll have contact.html file. Right? Now, when I'm writing these or when I'm creating these HTML files, do we have to create separate CSS file for each one of them? If yes, then understand and think how many different files will be there. 3 HTML files, that means 3 more files of CSS. That means in total we will have 6 files to work with. And again, in Sublime, if you're opening 6 files at once and if you're working with it, it is more complex. So in external, this is not the case. In external, what you have to do? Home.html, about.html, contact.html, and there will be only one file which will be style.css, and all the styles for these 3 files will come in this CSS file. So all the particular CSS depending on home, about, contact, these all will come into this style.css. So now you have only 4 files to work with, right? This is why actually external CSS is more beneficial to work with, because you'll have only one file to write the CSS for all the other HTML files for the same project, right? So this is what I wanted to tell you, that external CSS is always better when you have a bigger project to work with. When you have single page to work with, you go for internal CSS. But when you have a bigger page to work with where you have different HTML files, then please go for external, because there you will be using only one CSS file and that is enough for you. Next point, it is uniquely applied on each document. Okay, and the example is written here. So we are writing link tag, rel style sheet, then href, you will give the file name. So in our case it is style.css. You can give any name, but .css is mandatory, and this is what will be written inside style.css, which is an external file. Perfect. So we have understood very clearly that what are the different types of CSS and why do we use it and why they exist in so many different forms. What is the reason behind, coming up with different types of CSS? And this question is really very important in interview perspective, because interviewers do ask that why there are different types of CSS to work with. So I hope you're clear about that. And let's move to our next topic, which is types of selectors. Now, before moving into our next topic, which is types of selectors, I forgot to tell you about one thing, which was nothing but the priority. So what we are going to do here is we are going to go back to our Sublime, and let me tell you what is the priority of our types of CSS when you're working with all the types of CSS, or 2 types of CSS. So we have seen the priority is nothing but inline will always be greater than internal or external. So what we are going to do here is, in this particular internal, I'm going to remove these comments, and here in H1 you can see I've given this style color red, right? So what I'm going to write here is, I'm going to write here H1 itself, and here I'm going to give the color as purple. Okay, so here in inline I have written the color as red for H1, but in internal CSS I have given the H1 as purple. Let's see what happens in my browser. So if you look here, and even if I'm refreshing, my H1 color is still red. It is not getting changed to purple because I've written the color purple in my H1. Right? Now, suppose if I give here any other CSS command, let's say that I'm giving here background color. Background color, let's say I'm giving black. Okay. Now please notice that this background color black is not given in inline part. Right? In inline part, this particular background color property is not there. So obviously when you will refresh, it will be followed. Why? Because CSS and browser both understand that to H1 you have given some command which will be followed in a priority basis from inline. So these two are getting followed. But if there is a duplication, that means if the color is already written in internal also, then this will be ignored. This will be ignored. And if there is any CSS which is new, right? So this is a new CSS which we have written here for H1. So this will be followed. right? The same goes with the external also. Suppose here if I'm writing h1 and here I'm going to write, let's say, color blue, okay, and also I'll give here a background color. So let's say I'm giving a background color green. Now let's save this and let's reload my page. You can see still nothing is happening. That means external also, if you are mentioning anything for h1 for which already one inline CSS is given, then also nothing is happening, right? Now talking about the background color we have not given in inline, right? Background color we have only given in internal, but internal is greater than external. That is what is the priority, right? So internal will be followed, then external will be followed, right? So background color black is followed, not green. Okay, if I'll remove this from here or comment it from here, then yes, possibly your browser will become green. I mean, your heading will become green background, will have a green background, right? So this is what is your priority. I hope you have understood that what is the priority basis of inline, internal and external. Now let me tell you that what is the correct way of writing a CSS. Again, reiterating, when you are working with minimal property and value of CSS, you go for inline. When you have a larger CSS, go for style. But if you have lots of CSS to give to lots of selectors, then please create a different file of CSS so that your HTML file doesn't get bigger and bigger. The next thing is, whatever CSS you are giving and you know that, suppose for h1 you want it to be red only, it is fixed, you will not change it, then give it in inline. Because even if you are changing it in your external or internal, it will not get changed because inline will already have that color and inline priority is more. Okay, so you need to understand and keep these things in mind when you're working with different types of CSS. Now let's jump to the topic of types of selectors. Now if you remember, selectors meaning we have already seen that in CSS when we choose some selector, we give the property and value to that particular selector. Now this selector, there are different types. I mean, how we can have different types of selectors here, right? We have to just write that particular tag here, right? But no, there are so many things when you talk about this selector. Let's see what are those things. So when you talk about selectors, selectors are used as target elements. Target elements means that in that particular selector, you are actually giving your CSS, right? Now there are 5 simple selectors: element selector, ID selector, class selector, group and universal. This element selector is also called as type selector. We have ID, we have class, we have group and universal. We will see what are these things, but before going deep dive into this or before understanding what is these selectors, let me tell you one thing. And I want you to keep this in mind. When you're working with ID, remember this hash. When you're working with class, remember this dot. When you're working with group, remember the comma. And when you're working with universal, remember this particular symbol, which is star. So before going into these topics, understand these particular symbols and remember it. Okay, so for ID it is hash, for class it is dot, for group it is comma, and for universal it is star. Priority of selectors are nothing but ID will be given more priority than class, and then it will be given priority to element. So ID will have the most priority. After that, class and after that element. Now let's understand one by one what are these selectors and how we are going to work with it. So starting off with the first selector, which is nothing but our element selector, let's see what is this kind of selector and what it does. We also call it as type selector. Let's understand what is it. It is used to select HTML elements by its name. That means if you have an h1 tag, or if you have an p tag, or if you have an h2 tag, so it selects the HTML elements by its name. What is the name of this tag? h1. So we write h1 curly bracket curly bracket. What is the name of this tag? P. So P curly bracket property value. This we have already seen in internal CSS, right? We have already seen internal CSS how we can write this. That is what is called as element selector. Okay. So normally in our Sublime, whatever code we have written here, this is nothing but your type selector. Okay, which is also known as element selector. So this is your element selector. Let me refresh my page. Yeah, this is your element selector. Okay, now let's go back to our slide and let's read that particular sentence. So we select the heading tag and then change the color property, that is text color, to red. Now whatever is written in this tag content, whatever is written in the h1 tag content will have the text color as red. As simple as it is. Okay, this is what is your element selector. It is named as element selector. Why? Because in the selector we write the element name. Okay, now let's move to the next one, which is your ID selector, and please understand it in a very good way. So I hope you remember that I wrote that hash will be one symbol which we'll be using here. So we will come back to this hash later on. Let's first understand what is this ID. Okay. Now, before going and reading these pointers, let me make you understand with an example. Now, suppose that in a school, there are two people, okay, and both the person name is Rohan. Okay, they have similar names. Now, if they have similar names, it will be very hard for their friends or their class teacher to call their names, right? Because if they call Rohan, then both will be able to hands up, right, or stand up. So what they have done, they have given a roll number to each one of them. In our school, you must be remembering we were having some roll numbers, right, in our school time. So why these roll numbers are given? So that all the people or all the students will have a unique identity of their own, right? So this roll numbers will give them a unique specification about themselves, right? Okay, so if suppose the class teacher has to call out their name, they will not call their name. Instead, they will call their roll number. So suppose this roll number is 82 and this roll number is 83. Now we can differ that which Rohan is which one. Correct? The same happens in our ID selector. Okay. Now let me explain you in a very simple way. So let me go back to my Sublime, and here what I'm going to do, let me remove these comments because now we'll be working with different types of selectors. So let me remove these different types of CSS comments so that you will not get confused. And this one also let's get removed. Okay. So we have these commands. We have one h1, we have one h2, and we have one paragraph. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to write one more paragraph, and let's say that I'm writing here some random paragraph. Okay, let me close this, and one more paragraph. So let's say I'm writing, I hope you are liking this session. Liking and enjoying this session. Okay, so this is one paragraph. Now if you look here, I have an h1 tag, I have an h2 tag, and I have 3 different paragraph tags. Okay, obviously when I save this file and I reload my page, 3 different paragraphs will come like this in a normal black color, in a normal font size, right? But now my question is, what if I want to give a color to these paragraphs? What if I want to give a color to these paragraphs? So what you will do? You will basically go for internal CSS and you will write P, and inside P you will write the color whatever you want to write. Let's say I want lime. So done, save this, refresh your page. All the 3 paragraphs are lime in color. The color lime is really very bad. It's not even okay. Now let's see. Yeah. So all the paragraphs are now in red color. But understand, we don't want all the paragraphs to be in red color. The same thing is happening. See, when I told you that there are 2 students named Rohan, and when we are calling Rohan, both these students is getting a stand up, right? So we have 3 paragraphs, and when we are saying in the paragraph put color red, then all the 3 paragraphs color red is coming. But we don't want that. Correct? So what we did in the Rohan's example, we give a separate roll number to each Rohan. For Rohan, we give ID 82 and roll number 82, and we give the other Rohan the roll number 83. Here also, we'll do the same thing if you want all the paragraphs to be in different colors. So for this paragraph, I'll give the ID. Let's give the ID as demo. And to this paragraph, I'll give the ID as demo1. Now, to which paragraph I want red color? I want in the demo ID, the paragraph red color. So I'm going to write here demo. But this will not work like this, because when you're writing demo here, then it is nothing but element selector. Correct? In element selector, we used to write like this. Now, have a look here. We used to write the h1 tag, correct, without any symbol. So is there any demo tag? No, there is no demo tag. There's a demo ID. To represent an ID, we use hash. Okay, that is why I told you, remember that particular symbol, which is nothing but your ID for hash. Okay, now this is done. Let's save this and let's see what happens in your browser. What will happen? In the demo ID, color red will come. Where is the demo ID? Here. That means this paragraph, my name is Ritik Raj. Today we are going to learn about different types of CSS, will become red. The other will be in black color, if you can see it. Correct? The same way I've given ID to demo1. That means I can give here also a different color. So I can type here purple, and my demo1 ID paragraph will become purple in color, which is welcome to great learning. So it is becoming purple. I don't know if you can see it, but it is purple in color. Okay. Let me give some any other kind of CSS. Let's say I am writing here text align center. To which one? To demo1. To demo1 ID. Let's see if that middle paragraph is coming in the center. It is. I hope you understood what is ID. Now, why there is different types of selectors, right? Why there is this ID? This you must have understood very clearly, that why there is ID selector, because when you have similar tags or when you have similar HTML tags to work with and you want to distinguish between them, you put the ID selector so that all those similar tags will become unique to each other. Simple, easy. Now let me give here also ID so that, or otherwise what we can do, one question. Let's see what happens when I'm writing here P and then I'm writing here color green. Let's see what happens now. Because paragraph is this also, and this also, right? The only thing is that this paragraph is having an ID demo. This paragraph is having an ID demo 1, but this paragraph is not having any ID. So let's see whether which particular paragraph will be red, purple or green. Now if you focus here, I don't know if you can see the colors, but only my last paragraph is green in color. Okay, now why is it so? Because we have already given IDs to my rest two paragraphs. There is only one paragraph in which there is no ID, and that is why this color green is applied to only that paragraph. So it's really very easy for you to actually give separate colors to all the similar tags, right? So there will be no confusion. I hope you have understood what is ID selector. Let's read some pointers from the ID selector slide and then we'll move to the next selector. ID attribute is used to select HTML element, used to target a specific or unique element. This is a very good point. It is used to target a specific or unique element. How we do it? We use we take the h1 tag, we give the ID, any ID, you can write your name also, and then in the CSS we put the hash symbol and then we write that particular ID name and we give the style. We selected ID and then change the color property, that is text color, to red. Now whatever is written in this tag, that means the content, will be red color, right? Now I hope you understood what is ID. Keep this ID selector in your mind because I don't want that in later selectors you get confused and did not understand what is the other selectors. Coming to the class selector, I told you that you have to remember about one symbol, which is dot, right? Now let's understand what is class selector. Before reading these pointers, let me explain you with an example. Okay, the similar way how we did it in ID. Now when you talk about class, okay, let me talk about ID. When you talk about ID, what was happening? We were having similar tags, right? And we were giving different IDs to all of these, right? So this was different ID, let's say 1 and let's say 2, different IDs to all these paragraphs, right? To make it unique, to make all these tags unique so that we can provide unique styles to all of them. That is what we were doing. Now this was happening in ID. In class, what happens? Understand this. In class, you will be working with different tags, not similar tags. These were similar tags. In class, we work with different tags. So if you have an h1 and h2 and a paragraph, okay, and what I want to do here is I want to give the same CSS to all three of them. I want to give the same CSS to all three of them. That means I want all three of them color to be red, all three of them text align to be center, and all three of them padding top to 50 pixel. So what I can do, I can give here a class. What I can write here, I can write whatever class I want, but the same thing will be written here also. The same thing will be written here also. Class equal to demo, class equal to demo. So for all these three different tags, I am giving the same class name. Why? Because I want to give the same CSS to all these three tags. Okay. Let me give you a real world example of this. Let's say there are 3 students, Rohan, Mohan, and Ram. Okay. Now, these all students are roaming outside the, in the campus, in the school campus. They all 3 are roaming in the school campus. Okay. Now, one class teacher came and they told Rohan that what are you doing here? So he said, I'm just roaming in my campus and I am searching for my classroom. Okay. So what the class teacher will do, he will ask him that which is your class, or you are in which standard. So he will say that I am in 7th standard. The class teacher will send him to class 7th. Now, behind Rohan, class teacher can see Mohan is also coming, and he will ask Rohan that, Rohan, do you know him? So he will say, yes, he is my friend. That means he is also in the same class. And behind Mohan, there is Ram who is coming, and class teacher will ask Mohan, do you know him? Or he will ask both Rohan and Mohan, do you know him? So they will say, yes, we know him. He is our friend also, and he is also in class 7. So then class teacher will send all 3 of them in class 7th. Right? What is happening here? All 3 are different person, but they are from class 7 itself. So class teacher has sent them back to class 7th only. Same thing is happening here. We have different tags, but we want the same styles to be given to all these 3 tags. We use class at that time. Easy? Now let's move to our Sublime and let's do some coding and let's see what actually we have learned here. So what we are going to do here is, so we know that we can't work with same tags, right? So these 3 paragraphs we can't use when we are working with class. What I'm going to do now is, I am going to remove this style from here, which is the inline one, and I'm going to give here the class as, let's say I'm giving here sample. This is my class name. I want h1, h2 and this last paragraph to be having the same kind of CSS, exactly same kind of CSS to all the 3 tags. So I have to give the same class to all of them. Let me copy this and save this in my paragraph also. Done. So we have written class for all different tags. Now see, it is very clear for you, right? When you have the same tag, which is these 2 paragraphs, you're using ID. When you have different tags, which is h1, h2 and paragraph, you're using class. Very simple. Now in CSS, how we can mention it? Yes, it is very simple. You must be remembering about that symbol. So it is dot. You use the dot and then you write the class name and then you give whatever CSS you want to give. Now, suppose I want the color should be, okay, let me see what all things we have already. Let me save this. Let me go to my browser. Let's refresh it. Okay, so it's looking something like this. Why? Because in the external CSS also we have given the background color and all. That is why. So what we are going to do here is, let's give the color to be, let's say white. Okay, and the background color, let's say we'll give black, right? From here I'm going to remove the background color black, or else let's keep it. Let's remove this color purple. Okay, because we have already given this color white to h1, right? This dot sample is also h1, so I did not wanted to give it twice, so I have given something like that. But that's a good thing. Let's see what happens if I'm writing color purple, because both color purple is for h1 is for this also, right? Let's see that. So if I reload my page, you can see my h1, my h2 and my paragraph, all 3 background colors are black, and the text is also in white color. That means your color purple is not getting followed here, right? It is neglected or rejected or removed or ignored. Why? The reason here is that whatever new updates you are giving to the CSS, that will be followed. Okay, so if you are giving color purple and after that you have given color white, so white is the one which is the new updation, right? White is the new color which you are giving, so purple will be ignored. That is why at the beginning I removed this to show you that for one particular tag you have to give only one color. Otherwise what will happen? Your code will become bigger unnecessarily, right? So this is how you use your class. Now you can see for all my 3 different tags I have the same kind of CSS. So I hope you're understanding the difference between ID and class, right? And why there are different types of selectors in market, right? So when we talk about ID, we work with same tags. When we want to give different CSS for all the similar tags, we use ID. And when we want to give same kind of CSS to all different tags, we use class, right? We represent ID with hash, we represent class with dot. That's it. Let's go back to our slide and let's see what is that particular statement which is written down. So class attribute is used to select HTML element. It is used to target specific class of element. How we do it? We write the dot command, dot symbol, and then the class name which is written in the HTML tag, and then we specify this type. We selected class and then change the color property, that is text color, to red. Now whatever is written in this tag, hi, will have the text color as red. I hope there is no confusion in ID and class selector. It is very simple concept, but a very important concept in CSS. The most important and bigger concept in CSS is nothing but this. So I hope you understood this part. Now let's move to our next selector and understand what is it. Okay, so I told you about something which is group selector. Okay, now let's see what is this group selector. So what I'm going to do here is, here itself I'm going to write some more h1 and some more h2s. So let's say I'm writing here h1 and let's say hi there, how are you? I'm just writing a normal any random text, so don't worry about that. And for h2 I'm just writing, okay, this is what I have written. And let's say one more paragraph. Let's say that I hope you are enjoying this session. Okay, now so we have some more h1, some more h2 and one paragraph, right? Now what is this group selector? Let's understand. Grouping means when you want to group all the elements together. Now if I go back, I have told you that in group selector you have to remember about this comma symbol, right? Now what is this comma used for? Understand, grouping means together, right? So suppose I want to give all this h1, h2 and paragraph similar style, the same thing which we have done in class. So when we try to give similar kind of CSS to different tags, we use class, right? That's what I have taught you. And it's a very simple way to use. You just write the class and you use the dot symbol. But there is one more way to do it. We can write it like this. So what I'm doing, I'm writing h1, comma h2, comma p, and then we can specify our CSS. It's the same thing, right? Because in H1, H2 and paragraph, I want my CSS. So in all these three things, my CSS will come, correct? So let's write color. Let's give here, let's say blue. Okay. So now my all new H1 and H2 and paragraph will become blue in color, right? This H1 is also having a background color because in the starting I have written here H1 background color black. That is why for H1 also this background color is coming. Okay. Now you will ask me that when class selector is already there for this purpose, then why there is a group selector? When class selected is already doing the work of giving the same style to different tags, then why do we need the group selector to give the same style to different tags? The answer is very simple, that in class you specify the class equal to sample, you specify it. Okay. Now wherever the sample class is written, only to those tags the particular CSS will be applied, correct? But is it the case in your group selector? No, we are not specifying any name here, right? We are not specifying any unique name here, right? That means if I have another H1 and H2 and paragraph, right? So this CSS will be applied to those H1, H2 and paragraph also, right? But is it the same case in your classes? No, right? Suppose if I'm writing this again, okay, but this time I'm not mentioning any class. So will it have the same CSS? Will it have the same CSS which is written in sample code? No, right? Because I have not mentioned the sample, the class sample, correct? So if you see, it is not following that. The color is not white here, correct? So that is the reason why there are different selectors. Let me remove this H1 and H2 because it will get you confused, and this H1 and H2 paragraph also. Okay. So I hope you understood what is group selector. We use the comma to do this, correct? Okay. Now the last one, which is the fifth selector, which is nothing but universal selector. What is this universal selector and which symbol do we use it for it? We use a star. What is this star and what it does? Let's understand that. So if I go back to my Sublime and I have so many tags here now, right? Okay. Now suppose I want to give all my tags, whatever tags are there, I want to give all my tags a specific CSS to all of them. To all of them. Let's say I don't have this class written here. I don't have this ID written here. There's nothing specified. There's no ID, there's no class. There are just simple tags which is in the body in a normal tag. Okay, in a normal way. Correct? Now there is no ID, there is no classes, so I can remove these all things also. Right? Now what is happening? This is a very normal code of HTML. I'll remove this also. Right? Now suppose I want this all tags should be having only same kind of CSS, a very similar kind of CSS. So what I'm going to do, I can't write here H1, H2, P, whatever other tags are there. If suppose you have so many more tags, A, TR, TD, you have so many, then it will go on, right? If you have a very long HTML code and you want to give the same CSS to all those, you won't be writing the group selector, right? Because it will go on, how many commas you will give? What we can give? We can use the star. Once you give a star and once you give the color, let's say red, and once you give text align, let's say center, and once you give the, let's say, background color, it will look awkward, but let's see. So this is nothing but a universal selector. Now what is the meaning of universal selector? That to all my commands, to all my HTML tags, the same CSS will be applied. Background color is totally black, and my all the H1, H2 and paragraph are red in color. So how much code we have to write? We have to write only this much. Suppose or imagine if you have to write like this, H1, then same CSS, H2, same CSS, paragraph, same CSS, it will be much longer. Imagine that you're writing like this, H1, H2, P, comma, that will be also much longer. But this one is looking very precise and structured, right? So when you want to have a web page in which you want to give the similar CSS to all the tags, you use universal selector. Okay, so we have seen 5 selectors, which is nothing but element, ID, class, group and universal. And I hope that you have understood the differences between ID and class, because in interview this is the most and hot topic when an interviewer takes an interview of a front-end developer. They will ask the difference between ID and class. Okay, I'll tell you what is the reason that they ask about ID and class. Okay, if we go back to our Sublime, see, for ID and class we have totally understood what is the difference. But if you look here, I told you for all the similar tags we can give the ID, correct? We can give here ID. Can't we give different tags the ID? I hope you're understanding what I'm saying. Can't we give different tags different ID? We can. It will work. It should work. Have a look. If I give here hash demo, there's no such thing that will not work. It will work, right? And why am I saying that will work? And why CSS is also allowing that? Let's see. If we see this demo, which was the H1, only that is becoming green, right? So that means, what is that concept which was saying that similar tags we give the ID, different tags we give the class? But here, even we give the ID to different tags, it is working. It will work, but this is wrong. Whatever we have written here, this is not the correct way of using the ID or class. Okay, so interviewer can confuse you. They will write a program and they'll give it like this, and they'll ask whether this is the correct use of ID or whether this is the correct use of class. No, that's not. You have to be very specific about it, because you should remember the correct and specific difference between ID and class. Okay, ID we use it with similar tags because we want to give different IDs to similar tags, because we want different styles to those, right? And in class, what happens? We use class in different tags because we want to give similar styles. It is just vice versa. So this is how the difference between class and ID you need to get on with. The next is group and universal, which is really very easy. What is it? And the element you already know, right? So I hope you understood what is this types of selectors. Now let's jump into the topic of priority of selector, and let's understand what is this priority talking about. So priority always says that ID is much bigger than class. That means, suppose I'm giving here an ID demo, and also I'm giving here a class that is demo1. Okay, and Here I've written demo color green, and here I will write demo1 color red. Okay, let's see what happens, because in the same h1 tag I've given the ID also and the class also. So let's see what happens. If you can see, it is following the ID, right? Because in the ID I have given color green, hash ID, right? So it is following the ID thing, right? That is why it is written that priority is given first to ID, not to class. Now, if you have a class, and then if you have, let's suppose I will remove this, and here I am going to write h1. Okay, it's already written there, color red, right? And here I will change it to, let's say, green. So I am using a class and an element selector, let's say h1. Okay, let's say h1. So I'm using in h1, in the element selector, I'm using color red, and in the class I'm using color green. Let's see which one will work. So if you look here, what is happening? Now if you look into the code, there are two h1s which is present here. One is down, which is hi there, how are you? And one is above. Okay, the class where we have given demo1, that is becoming green, and the class where it's not given, only the tag is given, which is element selector, is becoming red. Okay, what I'll do, I will remove this particular h1 from here so that I can actually tell you that between class and element selector, what is the priority. So you can see it is still giving me green. Why? Because for the class I have written green. That means class is having more priority than element, right? Class is having more priority than element selector. That is what in the slide we have written. We have written ID is having more priority than class is having more priority than element. So I hope this particular basic topic of CSS is understood by each one of you very clearly, okay, and very easily. I hope you liked the examples. Now let's go to the next topic and let's see what is it. So we are going to now talk about the CSS color. Now when we talk about CSS color, that means how many colors are there in CSS and how we can give it, what are the different ways how we can specify our color. Now you must be thinking that obviously there are 12 main colors, which is red, blue, green, and all the other main colors, right? But that is not enough. In any web page, you can see there are variety of colors which is used in any website, right? From where those colors are coming. Because if you talk about a blue color, then there are shades of it. If you talk about a red color, then there are different shades of it, right? How we can get those different shades of color? We don't remember all the names, right? We don't remember each shade's names, correct? So from where we can get those colors, correct? Let's see. Now in CSS, there are different coloring schemes, okay? Now two widely used techniques are RGB and hex. Now let me tell you what is this RGB. RGB means red, green, and blue. Okay, now these are the main colors, main components of creating any color. So if you want to create any black color or white color, blue color, or purple, violet, any such kind of colors, you have to use these three colors. You have to basically take a proportion of red color, take a proportion of green, take a proportion of blue to create whatever other colors you want to create. So these are the main colors which you need in designing any other color or forming any other color, right? This starts with RGB and takes three parameters. Three parameter basically corresponds to red, green, and blue. Value of each parameter may vary from 0 to 255. Now value of each color, that means for red the value will vary from 0 to 255. Same will go for green. and same will go for blue. Okay, we will see how we can use that. Let's see one of the example. If you can see, RGB bracket 255,0,0 will give you color red. Why? Because this is R, this is G, and this is B. So R is 255, that means complete red. I don't want any mixture of green, I don't want any mixture of blue. So that is why it is complete red. If you will write 0 to 55, 0, which color it will be? It will be green. Because for green, I am giving 255 the whole value. Other than that, red and blue are 0. Okay. Now, not only this, but we can use any kind of mixture, something like 144, 156, 8. Something like this also we can use, and it will give me a very different color. Let's see how this works. Now, let's go to our Sublime, and we have this particular code here. So what we are going to do here is we are going to mention some colors here, okay? Now if you see here, for H1 I have written color red, right? What I will do, let me put one H1 here. If you can see, I have one H1 here, okay? And here I'm not going to write red. What I'm going to give here is I'm going to give RGB. Let me first show you a simple one which we have already seen in the slide. So 255, 0, will give you which kind of color? Will give me red color, and you can see my H1 is coming in a red text color. Correct? Now what I'm going to do, let's see one more simple example. Let's make this middle one as 255 and let's see what happens. Obviously, you will get a bright green color. Okay? Now, let's do one thing. What I'm going to do, I'm going to write here 255 for red, 255 for green, and 255 for blue. Let's see what happens. Here, you are getting a totally white color. Why you're getting a white color? Because if you combine a very bright red with very bright blue and very bright green, it will result into a white color. That is why you are getting white. If I give here 0, 0 and 0, I hope you understood what I'm doing. So you will get a black color. And because my text is black, that is why you can see it is totally black coming, because my background color is also black and the text is also black. So it is not visible, but you can check it out when I'm selecting it. You can see the text is there, right? Okay, let's mix some colors. Let's write some random numbers here. Let's write 34, let's write 45, let's write 56. Let's see what happens. Just random things I've written. I don't know if you can see this or not, but there is a slightly gray color which is coming here. Okay, slightly gray. Now if I write any other random numbers, let's say 145, so there's more red here, and let's say 200, now there's more green here, and let's say 176. Okay, let's see what happens now. So if you look here, some different kind of color is coming, some very light green but bluish kind of color is coming, right? Correct? So the question here is that you can't just do some trial and error method and you keep on writing the numbers till you get your desired color. You can't do that, right? It is impossible, because 255, 255, 255, you imagine how much probability it will be, and it is impossible for a human being to check out or get that particular color which you want just writing the numbers. Then what is the easy technique to do this? Well, what you can do, you can go to one of the website which is nothing but your HTML color codes. So you have to just write in your Google HTML color codes. Once you write that, click on the first link. When you click on the first link, it will open HTML color codes website. Now here you can see we have different kind of way to write the CSS, hexadecimal, RGB, HSL. HSL is nothing but hue, saturation, those all things. Okay. Now have a look here what I'm going to do. So you can put up here any color, whatever color you want. Let's say I want to have a kind of a blue fade color. Okay. So I have kept it in the light blue portion. Now I can use this circle to keep it in any of the color position, whatever I want. Let's suppose I want this kind of color. Okay. So I've kept my mouse here. And now I can copy these values of RGB, which is red, green, and blue, and I can put it in my Sublime. Okay. Once you do that, just save this and check your web page. You will get that color. In the text, you are getting that color, right? So you can use these values. You can identify the numbers or the values, what you have to give in red, green, and blue from this particular website. Every developer uses this particular website to get the color whatever they want. Let's say a very unique color I want, which is kind of a purple, and I want a very bright purple here. So I'm going to take this, going to take the values of RGB, and I'm going to put it here in my Sublime. Okay, let's save this and let's go to my web page, reload the page. You are getting your purple color here. Okay, it looks really cool, right? And it is very easy for you now to understand how this particular RGB works, right? Now let's go back to our slide and have a look what is the next one, which is hex. Now what is this hex? Hex means hexadecimal value. Now hex code starts with hash. Okay, don't compare it with ID. ID is a complete different thing. This hex is a complete different thing. It is a color concept. So we use hash and it comprises of 6 numbers, okay, which is further divided into 3 sets. Now what are these 3 sets? I'll tell you. So what is going to happen here is you will write a hash and there will be 3 sets, making it 6 letters. So something like this will be there, FF, FF, and then again FF. So this is one set, this is second set, this is third set. Now what is this FF and all? Let's see. 255 in decimal is 255. In hexadecimal we call it as FF. Okay. So in hexadecimal it is called as capital FF. Okay. Now that means this is for red, this is for green, and this is for blue, right? And this is also 255, this is also 255. The only difference is in RGB we are writing the values, but in hexadecimal we are writing the hexa values of that particular decimal number itself. So its sets basically corresponds to red, green, and blue. A single set value can vary from 00 to FF. 00 is nothing but your 0 in decimal, and FF is nothing but 255 in decimal. Right? Now example, FF 0000. FF is red, so the whole color means red. Let's try to do this and let's see how this hexadecimal values we can write it in our Sublime and we can use it. So I will remove this particular RGB from here. I'll write a hash and I'll write FF 0000. Let's save this. Let's go back to my, okay, yeah, 1 second. Yep. Now reload my page. You can see it is in red color. Now the same thing I can do for this also. So I'm mixing red with green. Let's see what comes up. Yellow. Okay. Now let's mix up with green and blue and give the red as 0. So green and blue, let's see what happens. It is kind of a light blue. Okay. Now coming back to my HTML color codes, you can see here the hexa value is given. So for this purple color, my hexa value is D903FA. So I can put it here. Obviously, you can't remember all the hexa values, right? Again, you can't actually do the trial and error methods again and again, correct? So you can take help of this particular HTML color codes, and you can see you are getting that purple color here, right? So this is your hexadecimal values. How you can give hex values. Remember that always you have to put a hash symbol in front of your hexadecimal values, okay? Now, next, if you check out this particular website, htmlcolorcodes.com, you can find a lot of things which is given here. So you can see, if you select, you can select from these blocks also which faded color do you want, because these colors are basically used in any web applications. You will never see a very bright color in your web application, right? In your websites, you can only see a kind of a light color or a faded color, these kind of colors, right? So they have given a section where we can actually get all the faded colors, okay, which is very good for your website. Then there's a color chart, okay, there's a names given for all the kind of red colors or all the faded colors of pink and all. So there are names, there are values, and the RGB values are also given, okay. Color names are, if you want to write the names, you can browse the full list. If I click on it, you can see all the names of the colors are coming here, okay. We can write this color, there's no problem, we can write tomato. So if you look here, what I can do here, I can give here tomato, okay. Let me save this and reload my page. So this is coming like a tomato color, right? So these names also you can directly write it down, but obviously you can't remember all the names, and that is why we don't follow that. We basically follow the hex or the RGB, right? Like suppose this one, okay. What I'm going to do, I'm going to just write it here. I don't know how to pronounce it, but I think it's fuchsia, okay. So let's go back to our code and refresh it, so you can see that kind of color is coming here. Perfect. Now let's go back and let's see what else do we have. So that is what they're saying. Can't remember all 140 HTML color names. We have got you covered. Check out our guide for a quick reference of all the HTML color names grouped by a color. That is what we have seen. Then there is color library. So you can actually take out any color from here. Okay. There's a CSS color basics given here. So these things are not mandatory for you right now. Let's go ahead and let's see this HSL. HSL is basically the hue, saturation, and light, okay. So what we are going to do here is, you can see here when you will put the mouse here, you will get the full form also of this. Yeah, you can see hue, saturation, and lightness values, correct. The same thing which you do it in your pics. When you click a picture, you try to edit that, right? And you try to add some contrast, some hue, some saturation values. You increase the saturation value, you decrease the saturation value. The same values they are talking about, okay. Let's see what happens here. So for this, how you will write, you will basically write it in the same manner how you wrote the RGB. So we are going to give the HSL value now. So let's go to our browser, and here I'm going to select this particular command. So this is kind of a dark blue, some kind of faded blue kind of color. Let's give it here and let's see whether it is giving me the same kind of color or not, right? So hue is 204, saturation is 78%, and 44 is your lightness. So let's reload my page, and you are getting that color, that blue color, right? So it's always better to use RGB or hex rather than HSL, because HSL, hue, saturation, and lightness, you can't actually identify, you can't actually understand that what are these values, right? So it's always better to use red, green, and blue, or the hexadecimal values, right? Now, I hope you understood how to mention these colors. And yes, in the starting, I told you that how many colors CSS can use. It's infinity, okay? There are so many colors So there is no count that how many colors you can use in any website. Okay, these are any numbers you can use. You can put any value whatever you want in your RGB and you can get that color, right? So let's move ahead and let's see what is the next topic in our tutorial. We are going to talk about CSS background now. Moving into the topic of CSS background, let's see what we are going to discuss here and what is the meaning of this background. Is it background color or is it background image? Now, when you talk about CSS background basically means that in your website, in the background, you can actually put any image as your background product. Okay, so a whole image can be put down here, and above the image you can write the content whatever you want to write. Now, how to give this background image? That is one question. The next is how the size of that image will fix to my screen width. That is second question. The third question is that can we repeat the images again and again? That means suppose if the content is really big and automatically there's a scroll bar coming in your web page. So you have to scroll down. When you scroll down, whether the same background image will repeat or will not. That is the third question. So let's find out the answer to these three questions and understand how we can use CSS background in any website. The first thing is background image. Now, obviously, first we need the background image, right? So the background image property is used to set an image as a background of an element. By default, the image covers the entire element. So by default, the image will cover the entire element. Okay. Now suppose if your image is of HD quality, that means your image is basically of this size. This is what is HD, right? If this is the size of your image, that means it will cover the whole screen width of your laptop or whatever device you're using. But suppose if your image is a little bit smaller than that, then obviously it is not going to completely cover your screen. It will be slightly in the center. Okay, and the spaces here will be empty. The image will not come in this particular portions, right? So it totally depends on the quality of the image or the size of the image. Which image are you using in your background? Background repeat. The next one is background repeat. Let's see what it is. By default, the background image property repeats the background image horizontally and vertically. Some images are repeated only vertically or only horizontally, right? Now, suppose if your image is really very small, okay? Now, if you want to repeat that image horizontally, so that image will come up like this. So every time that image will keep on repeating. This is vertically. Now, when you want to make your image come horizontally, then the image will come like this. Okay. So I will show you this particular thing in the application also, in the practical application also. But right now just understand that you can actually repeat your images horizontally and vertically however you want. Okay. Next, background position. What will be the position of your background image? Is it used to define the initial position of the background image? By default, the background image is placed on the top left of the web page. If you're not specifying any position, it will be on the top left. Top left is what? Is this portion, right? So this is your top left. Now, this we have understood theoretically that how we can put the background image, how we can repeat our image vertically or horizontally, and how we can actually position our background image. But now let's write a program and practically let's see that how we can actually work with the background image. Remember, in our folder we have already kept some images, like 2 images, right? We will use those particular images and we will provide the background. Okay, so I have already written one code here, which is a very basic code. I'll just copy this and I will tell you what I have basically written here. Opening my Sublime and creating a new file here, saving it in the same folder and naming it as, let's say, session6.html. And now here I'm going to make my structure. Here I'm going to write the background image thing, and in the body I will paste this. Now obviously this style thing will come inside my head part, so I'm going to remove this. And I think it is done. Only this is repeated, so I'm going to remove that. Perfect. Now if you look here what we have done. So we have given the title background image, and then we have given the style. In the style, we are giving the style to the body. Let's first see what all things we have in the body. We have 5 paragraphs. The same thing is written again and again. So no need to care about this. Just understand that there are 5 paragraphs here. Let's see what property and value we have given in the style. We have put up a background URL. Okay. Let's see what is this background URL. That means in the background you want images/download.jpg. Let's find out in our images folder what is download.jpg. This is this image, right? Now that means in the background that image will come. Other than that, I am not writing anything. So let's do one thing. Let's reload my page. So once I reload my page, okay, 1 second. This is another file, so I have to open it. Yeah. So this is what I'm getting when I'm just putting my image in as a background. Okay. So you can see scrolling is not happening. Why? The reason is the text is not that much. I know you can't see the text, so I'm just selecting it so that you can see the text is written here. Okay, the text is there, but because of the image you are not being able to see it. Okay, the next thing is because the text is not that much bigger, that is why scrolling thing is not coming. Okay, so only the fixed width screen is coming. If I minimize my screen, you can see there are multiple images which is creating automatically. This is how your background actually works out. Okay. Now, suppose what I'm going to do, I'm going to write this paragraph for like 10 to 15 times. Okay. Let's say I'm writing it like 10 to 15 times or 20 times, 25 times. Now, if I reload, you can see the scrolling bar has come, and the scrolling bar is also giving me my background image again. Right? So I hope you understood how this background image is coming only by writing this much statement. Okay. Now let's do one thing. Let's go to my PPT and let's see what is this background repeat, no repeat. Right? Now what is this background repeat, no repeat? Background repeat, no repeat means that you don't want to repeat your images. So if I reload my page, my image is now not getting repeated. Scrolling is happening, everything is working fine, but my image is not getting repeated. The actual size of the image is just coming in my browser. Now this background repeat is having more properties, like it is having 4 of them. It is having repeat, repeat X, repeat Y, and no repeat. Repeat means that it will get repeated, which is the default one. No repeat means it will not repeat, which we have just seen. Repeat X means horizontal. So you must have learned Cartesian coordinates in which X direction is nothing but the horizontal thing, right? So now let's reload the page and you can see horizontally my page or my image is getting repeated, right? There's no scroll bar on the horizontal side because the text is not that long. That is why there is no third image coming, okay? But once you write a long paragraph, the third image can also come, okay? Now the next one is repeat Y. Repeat Y means vertically. So if I reload my page, the image will come vertically, right? If you write only repeat, then it will come horizontally, vertically, both the ways. Okay, I hope you understood this. Now what we are going to do, now we are going to go for the next one, which is background attachment fixed. Okay, so what we are going to do here is we are going to write background attachment is fixed and we are going to reload the page. Now you can see here, basically nothing happened, right? But if you look at the code, it was written here no repeat, right? So we have written here repeat. What we have to do, first of all, we will comment this and we will write here no repeat. Okay, and then we will check our web page. So our image will come with no repeating, right? Now we are going to uncomment this particular section, which is background attachment fixed. And what is the meaning of background attachment fixed is nothing but this image is now fixed here. Okay, so if you now see, when I'm scrolling down, my text is scrolling down, right? And my background image is fixed now. It is not moving. I'm again going to show you. Suppose this I'm commenting. Okay, and right now if I reload my page, if I scroll down, my image is going above. That means my image is not fixed on the top left corner. It is movable. It can move once I scroll, right? But when I make this as uncomment and I save this, I'm actually making my background image fixed in this top left corner. So when I scroll, my text is scrolling, but my image is still there. Cool, right? So this is a very good feature which you can use in your web applications or your websites, right? So you have to just write background attachment fixed. Let's see what is next. And it's written here background position center. Now this is self-explanatory. That means your background image will come in the center, something like this. And because I've written fixed, so it is fixed. It is in the center itself. I can scroll the text, but the image is in the center only. Okay, the next one. The next one is very, very beneficial for you guys, because background size cover, what it will do, it will basically make your image cover the whole screen. So once I reload, the image is covering my whole screen, right? My whole screen is getting covered, and when I'm scrolling, my text is getting scrolled, but my image is still the same, right? So this is what is the use of background properties of CSS. Let's revise once. So we have used our background URL where we can give the image. Background repeat will decide whether your image should get repeated or not. If not, then it will be just placed in one corner. And if yes, then in which direction, X direction, Y direction, or in both. Background attachment will make your image fixed at one particular place. Background position will make it center, left, right, wherever you want to bring it. And background size will actually, using the cover, will actually make your image cover the whole screen width. So these are the properties, or these are the CSS properties which you can use when you are working with your background image. Now let's move to our slide and let's see what do we have in the next topic. Now we are going to talk about the CSS text and the font styles. Understanding CSS text and font styles is really, really fun. Now let's begin with the first one, which is the text, and let's see in a text what all CSS properties we can use. So beginning with text color. So a text color can be given to a text, which is nothing but we use the command color and then we give red or whatever color you want to give in an RGB format, in a hexadecimal format, or an HSL, whatever you want to use, you can use. This we have done quite a few times, so there should be no difficulty in understanding what is this color property, which is used to set the color of the text. Next is the text alignment. That means the text can be aligned in which particular corner of the page. That means whether it can be aligned to the left hand side, to the right hand side, to the center, or it can be justified. Now, what is the meaning of justified? Let's understand. Now, if you have worked with the Word document or MS Word, then you must be knowing that in that there is an alignment property in which the text can be aligned to the left hand side, the text can be aligned to the right hand side, the text can be aligned to the center, and the text can be aligned as a justified. Justified means that all the lines of the text will be equally proportioned. Okay, so all the lines will be equally proportioned. None of the letters or none of the words will be coming out of the box. Okay, this is what is justified. Okay, it works purely fine with some paragraphs. So if you have a paragraph which you're working with, if you declare a text to be justified, you'll be able to see the difference. Okay, in a single line you won't be able to see the difference of justifications. Let's move to the next one, which is text decoration. Now, you must be understanding that when you are using a color, you can give n number of colors here, right? When you talk about alignment, you have 4 values: left, right, center, and justify. When you talk about text decoration, we can actually decorate our text. How we can decorate our text? We can decorate by giving 4 things. We can give underline, we can give overline, and we can give line through. So basically 3 things. Okay. Now what is this underline, overline, and line through? We will check it out when we'll go to our Sublime and do a practical code there. Okay. Let's first read what description is it saying. It is saying the text decoration property is used to set or remove decorations from text. The value text decoration none is often used to remove underlines from links. Right? So text decoration, if you are giving none, so I was actually correct. You have 4, which is 1 is none. Okay. So when you are putting none, that means you don't want any text decoration in your text. Okay. When you put underline, 1 underline will come. When you put overline, 1 overline will come. Something like this. And line through means it will just cut your text. We will see these all things in our Sublime, so don't worry about that. Now let's move to the next one, which is text transformation. That means you can transform your text to something else. What is that? Either you can make it uppercase, lowercase, or you can also use capitalize. Okay, so you can make your particular text as capitalized. Now, before moving into the font styles, let's go to Sublime and let's do all these 4 kind of text CSS properties in our coding. So let's not create a new file, but let's work in this particular same file itself. I'm going to remove some of the paragraphs from here because we don't need these many. Okay, and in these particular 4 paragraphs, let's do some text properties. Let's give some CSS text properties here. So we don't want any background image, so basically we will remove this whole thing, and let's first see how my web page is looking. So this is how it is looking. This types of CSS will close it for now. This is how my web page is looking for now. Okay, now what we want to do, we want to give the CSS here, right? So we'll use the type selector. Because we are writing P, that means we are putting the all CSS whatever we will write in our all the 4 paragraphs, right? Let's start with the color. So a color can be any color. So we are writing red and all the paragraphs will have the red color. Let me maximize this so that you can clearly see what is happening. Okay. The next one is what? The next one is text align. What I'm going to do here, I'm going to give center. Okay. And before loading the page, let me move back to 100%, because if I'll be zooming in, then you won't understand where is it getting shifted and all. Once I load my page, my all the things are coming in the center, my all paragraphs. What if I write here right or left? Obviously, it will go to that particular direction. Okay. Now, what we will do, we will see how we can actually use the justify thing. Okay. So I'm going to copy this one particular paragraph and I'm going to make it a little bit bigger so that we can see how this can be visible. So I'm writing the same line again and again to make it look like a paragraph. And let's see right now what is happening in my screen. Why is it on everything on the right hand side? Because my everything here is also on the right hand side declared. If you look here, it is set right, correct? Let me make it left, which is the default thing. Okay, so this is the paragraph. Now, if you can observe here, the paragraph which you can see, here some letters are not there. The space is coming here, right? After content also you can see some spaces coming here in the corner, correct? Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to write here justify. When I write justify, let's see what happens. Can you see? Now in the corner, I don't have any spaces left. Now my whole paragraph is looking very concised and very structured, right? There's no extra spaces which is left on the corners. That is what is the meaning of justify. Okay. Now suppose if I write here center, what happens? The whole paragraph will come in the center. You can see the lines are also coming in the center. So I hope you understood what is the meaning or what is the difference between center and justify. Now let's move to the next text property, which is nothing but text decoration. In this we'll be writing underline. Let's make it left because I don't want it to be in the center right now. Otherwise you will get confused. So text decoration is underline, and what I'm going to do, I am going to reload the page. You can see here my paragraphs are now underlined. All my paragraphs are underlined. You will remember that I told you why all my paragraphs are getting underlined, because I've written P here. If you want to only make one of the paragraph underline, you can use the ID, right? So you can use the ID. Let's suppose I'm mentioning here demo. Only for this demo ID, I want my particular these CSS properties to be embedded. So I can go to my browser and only to this paragraph, my paragraph is becoming an underline and it is in the left hand side and it is red in color. Okay, let's write here overline. Let's see what happens. So overline will actually make my line come above the paragraph, right? Next is nothing but line through. So line dash through. Remember this, always that you should use line dash through, not line through. Otherwise it will not work. Line through is nothing but when you want to cut or delete anything from your paragraph. The same thing works with the delete tag, right? DEL. When you use DEL tag, the same thing happens. So this is quite the same thing. So we have seen all these things. Let's also write the fourth one, which is nothing but your none. So once you write none, what happens? You will not get any text decoration. It will be a simple paragraph with a red color. Also on the left hand side, because I've given the alignment. Okay, now next what? Let's write here the next one, which is your text transform. So from here I can select text transform and I can write here uppercase. Once you write uppercase, reload your page and you can see the whole paragraph has been converted into an uppercase. I can also make it lowercase again by writing lowercase. So all your paragraph will become lowercase. Also, you can use one more which I have already told you, which is capitalize. What is the meaning of capitalize? That means every word first letter will be capital. So every word, each word first word is capital, right? So these are the text properties which you can actually use. And also if you want to look for more text properties, you can just write text and you can see you will get a lot of commands here. Text decoration, text align, text overflow, rendering, indent, shadow. If you want to give a text shadow, to the text, you can use this. So these are all the text properties of the CSS which you can use in your web application. Okay. Now let's quickly move into the concept of font styles and let's see what do we have there. Now talking about font styles in CSS, we have so many properties to work with when you talk about the font styling. Okay, let's see one by one what are these font styles and let's understand how we can actually write these in our HTML code in the CSS part. Okay, so CSS font property is used to control the look of the text. Okay, and font style property is mostly used to specify italic text. Now let's do one by one. What are these? CSS font color. This property is used to change the color of the text. This is that normal color command. Okay, so this will also come in the font color kind of thing. And then we have the font family, which is nothing but if you are using MS Word, you must be knowing that in doc files or when you're using Word document files, there are font families given such as Arial, then Verdana, then you have Calibri, right? And then you have cursive. These are some of the font families which we can use. We have serif also, right? So these are the font families which we can use in our particular HTML document, or we can also put it in our web application. I will show you how to do this, and all of these things one by one we will be seeing in our HTML application. Font size is nothing but how you can increase or decrease your font size. We have used the font size many times in this particular tutorial. So you must be now knowing about what is this font size and what it does. It increase or decrease the size of the font. Font style. Font style is basically making your font bold or italic or oblique. Now you can use the B tag or I tag to make it bold or italic, but yes, those are the tags, HTML tags. When specifically you want to do it within CSS, you have to use font styling. Then font variant. This is also a very good and very effective CSS property, which is for small caps. Now, what is this small caps effect? I will show you once in the example itself. Then you will better understand what is this small caps effect. Now, what is CSS font weight? So font weight is mostly to make your font bolder, lighter, and those things. So yes, font style and font weight is kind of a similar thing, but we'll see what is the difference. Okay, now let's see one by one. Let's do it practically one by one, and let's see how these things can be written in a CSS code. Starting with font family, when you talk about font family, we have two things. One is serif and one is sans serif. Let's read what is written in the serif. Serif fonts include small lines at the end of character. You must have seen when you write an I, this is how the I is written. Okay, there is a line in the end of each character, right? So this is how the I is written, and this is what is called as serif. Okay, the next one is you can see some examples is also given for serif, which is Times New Roman and Georgia. These are the examples of Times of serif. Talking about sans serif, if you see, so sans serif does not include the small lines at the end of characters. That means if we write I, it is normally written. Okay, By default, we are using serif. Okay. If you don't want to use those lines at the end of the character, you can use sans serif. Example of such sans serif fonts are Arial and Verdana, etc. So let's go back to our HTML code and let's see how these particular font families we can use in our Sublime. So going back to our Sublime, we were running with this code where we were understanding the text properties, right? So let's write here the ID equal to demo 1, because now I want to use the other paragraph. So here I'm going to give hash demo 1. I hope this types of selector concept is very clear with you and you're understanding what I'm doing here. Now here what I'm going to write, here I'm going to write the font family because that is what I want to show you here. Okay, before running this part, let's see what is coming in my web page. You can see here, this is how it is looking. Okay, this is how the paragraph is looking. If you look at this black one, not the red one, because the red one is the demo ID paragraph. This is the demo one which we are working with. So if you see here, all the lines, all the letters is having a line at the end. If you look closely, all the letters is having a line at the end, right? The same way how I have shown you. So which font style it is? It is serif, right? Which I told you that it is by default. Now let me write sans serif. Once I write sans serif, if I reload my page, you can see it is now looking very normal, right? This is what is your Arial text. This is what is how Verdana looks like, correct? So there is no particularly any lines at the end of the characters, right? But look at this one, there's a line, right? So this is serif and this is sans serif. Okay, let me show you some more font family. So if you write C, you can see cursive is coming here. Let's see what this does. So if you can see, this is what cursive looks like. I know what we know, cursive is very different thing, but here for HTML, cursive is a different thing. Okay, so here cursive looks like this. Okay, let's see what other things we have. So if you write A, if you write B, if you write anything else, you can actually get some or the other font family. Let's see what Fantasy is giving me. Can you see? So the whole font style is changing, right? Not only this, you can actually go to any other website and you can download some font styles and you can use those font styles in your web page. Okay, right now I'm not including those font styles because it is much more tedious task. So what you can do for now is you can research about all the particular font families what CSS has provided. Okay, let's search for more. So you can write like this, just try to find out. You can see unset, right? So let's see what this does, right? This is also a different kind of text. So this is how, okay, 1 second. Yeah, this is how this particular font family works. Now let's move to the next one, which is the font style. Now in font style, we saw that font style can be bold, italic and oblique, right? Let's see. Font style property is mostly used to specify italic text. Mostly. If you are using font style, we always mention here italic. If you want to make your sentences italic, we use this. So normally the normal text will be shown, and if you are using the property in font style normal, so it will show you the normal text. Italic will make it italic and oblique will make it leaning. Oblique is very similar to italic but less supported. That means in all the browsers it will not work. Okay, so oblique is mostly like an italic itself. That is why it is mentioning that font style is used mostly to make your sentences italic. Let's do that. So in this particular thing itself, we will write font style. Let's find out. Yeah. Now here you can see italic is there, initial, inherit is there, and oblique is also there. Let's first try out italic. Let's see what happens when you reload the page. This becomes a normal italic, right? You can see it is becoming an italic. Now let's try out oblique. Let's see if it is working in my browser. So if I write oblique and I refresh my page, this is working and it is looking like an italic, right? Now let's see what else do we have. We have bold. See, now for font style, if we give bold, you can see the bold is not happening here, right? The bold is not coming here. And also if you have noticed, when I was writing bold, this is not even giving me the option. So it is only having two things. One is italic and one is oblique. That's it. Okay. Let me write here italic for now. And let's move to the next one. Let's see what is it. The next one is font size. I don't think I have to explain anything here, but yes, I need to explain one thing which is very important. You can see here, whatever pixels you give, right? Pixels are always written as a px format, right? We have something else which is em. Okay. Now, when you write em, then what is the difference? If you write one px and if you write one em, what is the difference? So, one em is basically equal to pixel by 16. Okay. That much small, right? Now you can use em also, but I will prefer and I will tell you that please stick with one of the measurement. Don't use randomly percentage and then em, then px. Don't use all of them. Okay. If you are very okay with px, I am very okay with px, so I always use px. So go ahead and use the px thing. Okay. But just for a formula sake, this is how the formula comes. Okay. Now let's write this particular code and let's see in a code how it works. Okay. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove this paragraph from here, and these all paragraphs also I will remove from here. Okay. And I'm going to write a very basic code here. Let's say I'm writing here h1 and I'm writing here this is heading. Okay, this I'm doing it for you because you will be understanding it in a very better way. Now here I'm going to give a class and I'm going to give here normal. Okay, now in this I'm going to give here this is a paragraph in a normal style. The next one, what I'm going to do, the next one I'm going to write it as a italic. And the next one I'm going to write it as an oblique. But those are class, okay? I'm not writing the actual CSS here. These are just the class names. Okay, oblique. This is a paragraph in italic. This is a paragraph in oblique. Right? Now, these all three things are done. The body is also closed. Now let's go to my CSS, and here what I'm going to do, here I'm going to write p.normal. Why I'm writing p.normal? Because my class is there, which is normal. So I'm going to write here font style normal. And then what else? We have p.italic. So let's write that p.italic. And here I'm going to give the font style as, where is my font style? Italic. The next one we have what? We have p.oblique. So let's write that, and in the font style let's mention oblique. Done. Now let's talk about the font size. Okay, before that let's see the web page. So I'm getting three things. One is one h1, which is this heading. This is a paragraph in normal style, this is a paragraph in italic, and this is a paragraph in oblique style. Now let's do some coding for your font size. So I'm going to write here h1 and I'm going to write here font size. In the font size, I'm going to mention here 32px. Okay, so h1 is already so much bold, and now what I have done, I have given font size 32px. Let's see what happens to it. 1 second, am I giving it to h1? Right, font size 32px. Okay, I think this is the height. Let's increase that. I think that is the normal height. Let's increase it. And now let's see. Yeah, so this is increasing, right? Let it be 32. It was looking fine. 50 is really very big. 32 is fine. Okay, now what else? So either you write h1 font size equal to 32px, or what was the formula for that em part? It was nothing but 1 em equal to pixel by 16. That means in my example, I have given 32 pixel, right? So 32 by 16 will give me how much? 2. Correct? So what I can write here is, I can write here 2 em. Right? When I write 2 em, things should not change. And you can see nothing is changing because 2 em is equal to 32 pixel, right? And that is what we have done here. Now let's move to the next part and let's see what do we have here. So we have CSS font variant, which is nothing but your small caps and all. Okay, so let's try it out. Let's write. So it is only having two values. One is normal, one is small caps. Let's try both of them. One paragraph in small caps and one in normal. Let's do that. Let's see what it does and how this small caps looks like, right? This small caps is something new. So let's see what it does. What we are going to do is in this particular, which one should we give? In this one, in the normal one. Okay, in the normal paragraph, we are going to give here the font. Okay, I forgot what was it. Font variant. So let's write here font variant, small caps. Let's see what happens to this normal paragraph. Where is my normal paragraph? This one. Let's see what happens. If you can see here, the whole paragraph is now changed to capital letter, but it is not actually the capital letters. It is looking like a small capital letters, right? Right? If you talk about the capital letters look like this when we use decoration, no, transform, right? And we use uppercase. So you can see the difference. The down one is the capital letter and this one is the small caps. How cool is it, right? So this is what is your small caps. And obviously when you are writing font variant normal, so there will be nothing it will be doing. It will be a normal text. Okay. Let me show you that also. If I reload my page, it's a normal one. Only the oblique style is coming. Right. Now let's move to the next and let's see what is there. Font weight. Font weight, we have three things: bold, bolder, and lighter. Let's see what is this bold, bolder, and lighter. And if you read this, it is written, CSS font weight property defines the weight of the font. Specify that how bold a font is. Possible values of font weight may be normal, bold, bolder, lighter, or you can give the number from 100 to 900. This is on PX. Okay.
Now let's see what is PHP. So PHP is an open source scripting language that is used to provide secure web fronts. In simple words, we can say that it provides people to make web pages, right? Also, it is used to execute it on the server as a back-end language. Yeah. So PHP is used as a back-end language. So let's take an example of Google Chrome. We never know the logic of Google Chrome of the backend. How is it working, right? Because if somebody knows the logic of Google Chrome, then other company will copy the logic and then they will create their own search engine, right? So that's what. So PHP will be executed, but nobody knows, right, which language you are using at backend. So PHP is the language that is used for the backend. Now, next point, it is free to download to use. So it's an open source language. You can download it from internet. And also PHP can be applied in HTML syntax, right? So if you want to make a website, you can use PHP in a backend. So this is a basic idea about PHP. Now moving next, let's see the syntax of PHP. So the syntax of PHP is here is a less than symbol, and then you will write question mark, and then you will write PHP, and inside that you will write the statements, whatever you want to write, and then we'll write once again question mark, and then we'll write here greater symbol. So this is the basic syntax of PHP. Now let's see some applications of PHP. As I told you that PHP is used to develop web pages, right? Along with that, PHP is also used to create GUI applications. PHP is also used in graphic design as well as image processing. Next, it is also used in graphical representation, such as it is used in charts, it is used in graphs, as well as for scattering dot plots also you can use PHP. Now we will be seeing the installation of PHP. So for PHP installation, I will be installing XAMPP as well as Visual Studio, right? I will be going on my Google Chrome, and here I will click on XAMPP. Just type there XAMPP, and here you will see the first link, XAMPP installer and download for Apache friends. I will click on this, and here you can see that I'm having XAMPP for Windows, right? So I will click on this. So what is XAMPP here? So you can see that XAMPP is the most popular PHP development environment, right? Now, as I told you that I have to install Visual Studio also, so I will click on Visual Studio Code. And here you can see that this is the first link of Visual Studio Code. Let it open it. And now if I scroll down, then I can see that I am having Visual Studio Code for Windows and then Mac and then Linux also. So I will be installing for Windows. So I'm clicking on this. And here you can see that it's installing for me, right? So yeah, let it install. Now here you can see that my XAMPP as well as my Visual Studio Code has been installed. Now I will go on the folder downloads. So I will go on the downloads option. So here you can see that in downloads, I'm having XAMPP and Visual Studio, right? So I will click on XAMPP, and it's asking me the permission. I will give yes. And then you can see that here is asking continue with installation. I will say yes. And then I will click on OK. I will click on next. Then just go on next. So yeah, now it's asking me select a folder. So you can see that it's in my C drive. So I will just copy this. And then I will click on next. Language will be English. So now you can see that it's telling setup is ready to begin. Install XAMPP on your computer. I will click on next, and then it's taking time to install. Let's wait to install this XAMPP. So you can see that now is asking for the finish. So I will click on finish. Then you can see that here I am getting Apache and MySQL. So just click on here start and just click on MySQL start. Now this Apache and MySQL is running. Now what I will do, I will go on Google Chrome, and here if I'm typing localhost, so on localhost you can see that I'm getting this page, right? So I'll just click on PHP MyAdmin, and you can see that we are at PHP MyAdmin. Now what I will do here, I will install Visual Studio. So once again I will go on downloads, and then here I will install Visual Studio. So just click on I accept the agreement, and then click on next, install. So it will install here, and just click on finish to complete the Visual Studio Code setup. I am already having Visual Studio, so I will just skip this. And now after this, what I will do, just go on this PC, and where was your folder? Your folder was a local disk C XAMPP, right? And after going into this folder, just see where is htdocs, right? So just see htdocs folder. So htdocs folder, you will see all these files. Now create here one folder. I'll create a new folder here, Great Learning. And inside this, I will click on the right button of my mouse, and here you can see the option open with code. This is Visual Studio Code. So I will click this, and you can see that I am getting Great Learning here, right? So now what I will do, I will just close this, and I will click on this button. So it's asking me to create a new file. I will click on it, and then I will write here one dot, and since I will be working in PHP, so I'll write here PHP. So this is my PHP file, right? Now what I will do, so now let's write the basic syntax of PHP. So before writing the basic syntax of PHP, let's see that if it's opening or not. So I will just go on Google Chrome, and here I will write localhost, and here you can see that it's showing great learning. So if I'm executing it, it's showing 1.php, right? So in 1.php, if I'm opening, so here you can see that I'm not seeing anything in. The reason is because I didn't started coding yet. So now what I will do, I will write a basic code in PHP. So let me write the syntax of PHP, and inside this I will write simple echo. So we will study about echo later, but as of now you just know that echo is used to display the output on the screen, right? So inside this echo I will write welcome to great learning, and I will put semicolon, and then I will save it with Control S. And if I am going to my website, and if I am here refreshing it, you can see that I am getting welcome to great learning. So this is my website, and here you can see that I am using PHP in backend. So this is the basic idea about the PHP installation. So now let's see what is comments in PHP. So here comments are the description of information or details of source code in a program, right? And also it is ignored by compiler and will not execute. Now you might have a question when we can use comments. So let's take an example of any code. Let's suppose that if we are writing a code in PHP and inside that we are using some functions or method, and if we want to give the brief description about that function or method, then we can write it into the comment, right? So suppose that if you are writing any program and after 2 to 3 years if you want to recall that program, so comment will be helpful at that time, right? Because you will give the information about that code. So as we know, the syntax of PHP is less than, then question mark, then we'll write PHP, and if we want to close, then I will write here question mark, and then it will be a greater than symbol, right? And inside that I will write some functions, right? So inside that, let's suppose that if I'm writing echo function, so as of now you just understand that echo function is used to display the output on the screen, right? So inside this echo function I will write hello world, okay? And then what I will do, I will use comment. So I will write echo function is used to print, or you can say that echo function is used to display the output on screen. So what will happen here, when I will execute this program, then this comment will not be executed. So that's why I have written here it is ignored by the compiler and will not execute, right? Now let's move to multi-line comments. So in multi-line comments I can write here slash and then asterisk, and if I want to close, then I can write asterisk and then slash, and inside that I can write a piece of information in multiple lines, right? Now let's see the coding example of this comment. So first I will write the syntax of PHP. So I will write less than and then question mark, and then I will write PHP, and inside this let me close. So I will close this, and inside this PHP I will write echo, and I will write here welcome to great learning. And after that what I will do, I will use comments. I will write here comments. So for comment symbol will be double slash. This is a single line comment. So I will write here echo function is used to display the output on screen, right? Now let me execute this. So I will press Ctrl S, and now here if I am refreshing it, you can see that I am getting welcome to great learning, right? So this was all about single line comment, right? Let me write here C, right? Echo. So now moving to multi-line comments, as I told you that I can write a piece of information in multiple lines, right? So let me write it. So what's the syntax of multi-line comments? I will write here slash, and then I will write here asterisk, and then after that I will close this with, right? So here you can see that this is the syntax for multi-line comments. Now as I told you that whatever is written inside a comment, it will be ignored by the compiler. So let me execute this, but before that let me write some more points. So I will write here, let's suppose I'm writing here Gaurav, and then I'm writing great learning. So you can see that I'm writing a piece of information in different lines, right? and let's take any random thing. I will write CGD anything, and I will press Ctrl S to save it. And now if I'm going and if I'm executing here, you can see that I'm again getting the welcome to great learning, right? So this was all about single line and multi-line comments. So moving next, we are having variables. So what are variables? So variables are used to store values, right? And if you want to declare a variable in PHP, then you have to use the dollar symbol, right? So let's suppose if I want to create a variable, so I will write first dollar and then I will write var variable, and I can assign the value as 1, and even you can assign any value, right? Next, we are having variable name is case sensitive in PHP. So what do you mean by case sensitive? That means uppercase letters and lowercase letters are treated to be different. Let's take an example. Suppose this is a variable. So I'm writing here $var, and this is a variable $var. So here you can see this is an uppercase letter V, this is a lowercase letter V. So here you can see that this is a capital letter of V, this is a small case letter, right? So it will be treated as different, right? It can't be same. So this is the meaning of case sensitive. Next, we can see that PHP automatically connects with a data type to a variable while giving the value. The best thing about that PHP is that if you are declaring any variable, let's suppose that I'm writing dollar and I'm writing here var, then you don't have to define its data type. If you are writing here 1, then PHP will automatically associate with the data type. It will get to know that it's integer data type. Similarly, if you are writing 1.1 and you are writing here, you are creating variable, then it will get to know it's a float data type. And if you are writing, let's suppose here C, then it will get to know it's a character data type. So this is the best thing about PHP. You don't have to declare its data type. It will automatically get to know. Now, moving next, let's see some example of PHP, right? So as I told you that echo function is used to display the output on the screen, right? Now let's see the coding example of it. So for creating a variable, let me first write the syntax of PHP. So I've written the syntax of PHP, and then after that, what I will do, I'll create a variable. So for creating a variable, I will write dollar and let me write variable. And inside this, I will give, let's say the value 1. And if I want to print out this variable, let me write here semicolon. And for printing, I will use echo. And then I will write here variable name, that is $var, right? And let me close. So now you can see this is my variable, and if I want to print out this variable, so let me go on to the website. And on execution, you can see that I'm getting the variable value as 1, right? You can also use here, as I told you that in PHP, you don't have to declare a data type. So I can use a string variable also. So I can write here dollar variable, and here let me give the variable name as variable 1. I will give here as a variable 2, and here I will write a string value. Let's suppose Gaurav I will write here, and then after that I will write $var variable 3, and here I can assign 1.1. This is a float value. Now if I want to print out, so let me copy this statement, and here I will give variable 1, variable 2, and then variable 3. And now if I'm executing it, Control S I will write, and you can see if I'm getting, then you can see that I'm getting 1 Gaurav 1.1, but I'm getting all this in the same line, right? But I want these values to be printed or to be displayed on the different line. So for that I will be using a BR tag, that is an HTML tag, right? So what I will do here, I will write here dot, and then I will write here BR, and I will put inside a inverted comma, right? So this is the BR tag, that is the HTML that I will use, so that okay. So this is the BR tag that I will be using so that I can get the values in different lines. So on if I'm going to this and then if I'm executing, you can see that I'm getting the values in different line. So this is the basic idea about variable. Now after knowing what variable is, we are having variable scope that is primarily of three types. The first one is local variable, global variable, and static variable. So now let's understand what is local variable, right? So local variable is a variable that is declared inside the function, or you can say in the method, and it can't be accessed outside the function, right? Now let's see an example. So this is a simple syntax of PHP, right? So if you want to create a function in PHP, then you can create by writing function and then function name, right? So here I am creating my function, so I have written function, and here I have given the function name marks. So inside this function I have created my local variable and I have assigned the integer data type value to it, right? 96. Now here what's the point? As I was telling you about the local variable, so the point is here I have created the function and inside this I have created my local variable, right? So I can't access it from the outside the function, right? So if I'm writing outside the function, this function is closed here, right? And if I'm writing outside the function echo, and then if I'm writing echo and then I'm writing dollar marks, then you will get an error. It will not print, right? So if you want to call a function, then how can you call a function? Because we know that we can't directly print function, right? A function has to be revoked or it has to be called, right? I will discuss more about the function later on, but as of now, you just know that if you want to print function, then you have to call it, right? So I'm calling the function marks, right, with the function name. So this is the name of the function. If I'm calling it, it will check, oh, my marks value is 96, and inside this function I am having the echo method or echo function, and it will print local variable inside the function is 96, right? But I can't directly write outside the function echo and then I can write the marks. It will not print. Let me give you an idea by showing you the practical example. So now let's see the example. First I will create the syntax of PHP, and then after that I will create a function. So for creating a function, I will write function. This is the syntax and the function name. So let's suppose that function name is, you can see that student I will take here, and inside this student function I will create a variable that is local variable, because local variable is created inside a function or method, you can say. So I will write here $marks and I will assign the value. So I'm taking here integer value, so I will write here, let's suppose 87, and then after that I will write here echo, and then I will write inside this echo the marks of a student is, and then I will write here dot. So dot is used for concatenation, right? So here I will write $marks, right? Now you might have a question that if you want to print this function, right, then how you can print this function? You can't directly print this function, you have to call it the function, right? So this is my function, right? Now as I told you that function can't be directly printed, you have to call it function. Let me show you. So this is the function that I have created, right? Now as I told you that if you want the statement inside a function to be printed out, you have to call the function, right? See, let me check it. Right now I'm not calling this function, right? And if I'm pressing Ctrl S and if I'm going and then seeing, you can see that nothing has been printed, right? So to print this out inside the function, I have to call this function. So I will write here student. And now, so if you want to call a function, then just write a function name, right? So now I will call this function and you can see that I'm getting the marks of a student is 87, right? But I was telling about the local variable, right? I was telling that local variable can't be accessed outside the function, right? So my function has been closed here, right? Now if I'm writing here echo and then I'm writing here dollar and then marks, so can I access my local variable? Let me check. And if you can see that I'm getting an error, right? Because as I told you that local variable can't be accessed outside the function. So this was the concept about local variable. So the next variable we are having as global variable. So what is global variable? Global variable is generally declared outside the function and it can be accessed throughout the program, right? Now, global variable can be accessed inside the function using global keyword. As I told you that global variable can be accessed throughout the program, but if you want to access inside the function, then you have to use the global keyword. Let's see. So this is my syntax of PHP, and inside this, you can see that global variable is declared outside the function, and I've given the name as ADT at tech, and here I have written a string value, welcome to great learning. Then I have created my function, and inside this function, you can see that I've written my global variable with a global keyword. So here I've written global, and then I've written the name of my global variable, that is EDT. And do not forget to write $ before that. And then I'm writing here echo, and then I'm writing variable which is inside the function, and then I'm writing here dot to concatenate, and then after that I'm calling this function, right? Now, as I told you that this is a global variable, that means it can be accessed throughout the program, right? So I can write outside the function also echo, and I can write variable which is outside the function, and once again I am doing the concatenation. Now let's see the example in practical coding of global variable. So now, okay, so let me here write my global variable. So I will write here $, and then I will write, let's say at tech, I will write as a variable name, and I will write here great learning. So this is my global variable because I have declared outside the function, and this is my function. So inside this function, if I want to declare global variable, then I have to write global, and then I will write here at tech. Now what I will do here, let me remove this. I will write the tech company name is, the tech company name is, and then I will write here. Now I will write $ADT. So this is my function, right? If I want to call this function, then I have to write the function name. So I've written here student, right? As I told you that this is a global variable, that means it can be accessed throughout the program. So what I will do here, I will write echo, and I will write here the tech company name outside the function, and then once again I will write dot for concatenation, and then I will write here $ and the name of the company at tech, right? And the name is at tech, right? So we have to write here at tech. Now if I'm executing it, on execution, you can see that the tech company name is great learning. The tech company name outside the function is great learning. But you can see that I am getting the output in the same line. So for getting the value in different line, we can use the HTML BR tag. So now what I will do, I will use BR tag. So let me write here BR tag. So if now I'm executing, then you can see that I'm getting the edtech company name is great learning, the edtech company name outside the function great learning. So this was the idea about global variable. So the last variable that we are having is static variable. So what is static variable? So if I'm writing here, let's say variable name. So if I want to declare a variable in PHP, I will write first $, and then I will write variable. So to declare a static variable, I will write here static. So this is my static variable. Okay. So a static keyword is used before the variable to declare a static variable, right? Now next is, it is declared in a local function, right? So it will be declared inside a local function. So here you can see that this is my PHP syntax. Inside this, I have created my function, and inside this function, I have created a static variable. So a static variable is declared inside a local function. Now here you can see that inside this function, I am doing the increment, right? And after that, I'm writing echo, and inside echo, I'm writing static variable marks is, and then I'm concatenating it, right? And after that, I'm using BR HTML tag, and I'm closing this function. Now you can see that if you want to call any function, then you have to write the function name for calling it. So here, if you're calling this function, you can see that static value was 87, right? Now there will be increment, then I will be getting 88, right? So as we know that echo is used to display the output on screen, so I will getting the static variable marks is 88, right? Now this function will end. Always remember, static variable will not lose its value when the function is ended. So here you can see that first time I am calling, I am getting 88. Now once again I am recalling this function. So now my static variable is 88, right? Now if I am calling it, then there will be increment and my new value will be 89, and there will be a print of 89 value. Again, once again I am calling through my function name. Again there will be increment here and my new value will be 90. So this is the concept of static variable. Now let's see in the practical example. Now let's execute then the concept of static variable. So this is the function student, and inside this, let me write here, I will declare here static variable. So I will write here static, and then I will write here marks, and let me assign as 87. And after that, what I will do the increment, right? And then I will writing the marks of the student. I'll write here the marks of the student is, and then I will write here marks. So this is my function, right? Now if I want to call this function, what I will do here, I will write here the function name itself. So let me write echo br inside this function, because I will call this function several times, so I want all the values to be printed on the next line, right? Now let me execute this. So here on executing, you can see that the marks of the student is 88, right? Because there has been an increment. So this is the first time I'm calling this function. Now if I'm calling again, once again, then you can see that I am getting the marks of the student is 89. So why I am getting this? Because static variable will not lose its value when the function exits, right? Once again, if I'm calling it student, and then you can see that, so the new marks value will be 90, right? The marks of the student is 90. So this was my static variable. So this was the concept of static variable. Whereas if we have taken the local variable, and if we are calling the local variable, so the value will not be incremented again and again. My value will be 88. Even though if I call it the several times, then also my value will be 88. But in case of static variable, there will be the increment 88, 89 and 90. So next we are having echo and print function. So what is echo function? So as I told you the formal definition of echo, it is used to display the output on screen, right? But remember, echo doesn't have any return value, right? So if you want to write an echo function, then you can write echo, and then you can write echo. So you can write this echo with parenthesis, and you can also write echo without parenthesis, right? So it can be used with or without parenthesis. Now moving ahead, let's see the example. Well, we have already seen the example of echo, right? So here you can see this is a syntax of PHP. Inside that I have created a variable information, and this is a string variable. Welcome to Great Learning I have written here, and then I'm writing echo function, and inside that I'm printing information is welcome to Great Learning, right? This $information, this is my variable, so it will print welcome to Great Learning. So this is the basic idea about echo. Now coming to the print function. So just like echo, it is also used to display the output on the screen, but in print it returns the value as 1, that is integer value, right? And it can be also used with or without parenthesis. So you can write print function like this also, and you can also write print function in this way too, right? Always remember that in print multiple arguments cannot be passed, whereas in echo you can pass multiple arguments. So now this is an example of print function. You can write the basic syntax of PHP, and inside that you can write print great learning. So let me show you the example. First I will write print statement. So I will write here the basic syntax of PHP, and then after that I will write here print, and then I will write welcome to great learning. And then I will close this. And now if I'm executing it, now it's showing welcome to great learning. So you can see that print function is also used to display the output on the screen, right? And echo I have already showed you, but once again I will show you echo if I'm writing and then executing. Then you can see that I will be getting the same output, welcome to great learning. So this was the basic idea about echo and print. Next, we are having data types. So let's see what are different data types present in PHP. So in PHP, we are basically three types of data types: scalar data types, special types of data types are there, and then compound data types. So in scalar data types, we are having predefined data types, which we have already seen earlier. So in this, we are having integer, float, string, and boolean. As we know that integer consists of integer value, that is 1, 2, and so on, right? Now coming to the float, it contains decimal value, that means 1.235 for example. Now coming to the string is a sequence of characters, right? So I can write Gaurav, and you have to put the string into double quotes. Now next we are having boolean. So boolean will give us true or false, right? So now as I told you that in PHP you don't have to declare data type, right? So if you are creating any variable, so I will write dollar and then I will write variable, and if I am giving here 1, then it will automatically associate, yeah, that this is a integer data type. If I'm writing here 1.532, then it will get to know, yeah, this is a float data type. Similarly for string, if I'm writing dollar variable is equal to Gaurav, then it will get to know there's a string data type, right? So the next data type we are having compound data type, right? So this is a user defined data type, as you will see about the array. So what do you mean by array? So array store multiple values in a single variable, right? Now object we will see in ops concept, right? Object oriented programming. And then we are having the special types also, that is resource and null, right? Now coming to the null, it is a special data type. That means there is no value assigned, right? And then we are having also resource in special types. So these are the basic idea about different data types present in PHP. Now let's see the practical example. So now let's see the implementation of different data types. So I will write here dollar. Let's say I will write here integer, and inside this I can give 1, 2, 3. Now after that I will create a string variable, and inside this I will give Gaurav. Now after that I will create a float variable, so I will write float, and then I will give the value 9.0789. And now let me execute this. So if I want to execute, then I can have two methods. The first one is echo and the another one is print. Both function will display the output on the screen. So I am using here echo, and then I'll write here echo $int, the name of the integer variable, and then I will write echo br, and let me copy and paste this. And here I will change the variable name as a string, and here I will change with float. And now I will execute this. So let me execute. Before executing, I will put one more quotes here. Now go and then br, right? So now if I'm executing this, so on execution, you can see that I'm getting the value of 123 Gaurav and this float value. Now there is one more function that I will be using is variable dump. So variable dump will give me the data type with its value. Now let me execute with the variable dump. So what I will do here, I will write here echo, and then I will write variable dump, and inside this I will write the variable of integer, let's suppose, right? And if I'm executing it, then you can see that I'm getting the data type, that is int, and then I'm getting the value 123, right? Similarly, I can do it for string also, right? So what I will do here, let me copy this so that I can get the string value on next line, and again I will copy this and paste this, and inside that I will write my string variable. So I'll write here string, and now if I'm executing it, you can see I am getting string 6 and then Gaurav, right? So this is giving me data type, that is string data type, and Gaurav along with the length. If you count the length of this string, I am having 1 2 3 4 5 6, right? Let's suppose that if I'm writing here Gaurav Singh, and if I'm executing, then you can see that I'm getting the length as 11, right? So this was the basic idea about different types of data types. Moving next, let's see what is control statements. So in control statements, first we are having if statement, right? So if statement will execute whenever the condition is true, right? And what happens if the condition is false? So if the condition is false, statement will be skipped, right? So let's see in syntax an example. So if I'm creating here, let's say variable $age, and I am giving the age as 25, right? So here in if condition, if I am giving $age is greater than 18, and then inside this I'm writing echo, and then I'm writing person is eligible for vaccination, right? So if I'm writing this, so you will see that this statement will execute, right? Because the age is 25, right? And 25 is greater than 18. What happens instead of 25, if I am writing here age, let's say 17. So now if we see this statement, 17 is greater than 18, no. So this statement will not execute and it will skip it. So this is about if statement. So the next statement we are having if and else. So if the condition is true, then the part will be executed. If the condition is false, else will be executed, right? Let's take the same example. If I'm writing here $age, this is my variable, and if I am writing here 25, and in the first condition inside this if I am writing $age is, let's suppose that is greater than 27, right? So here if I am giving this $age is greater than 27, so my age is 25. So is 25 greater than 27? No. So if statement will be skipped, and now it will jump to the else statement. So whatever the inside this else statement is there, it will be executed. So you can see that condition is true, if part will be executed. If condition is false, else will be executed. So this is about if and else statements. Now moving next, we are having if else if statement, right? So now when we will use if, else if or else, so let's see the condition. So as you can see that it is used to set out a new condition when first condition is false. Suppose if I'm writing here if, so as we know that the if statement will execute when the statement is true, right? Now coming to the else if, so else if statement will execute if this condition is false and this condition 2 is true, then it will execute, right? And if both conditions are false, then it will jump to the else statement and it will execute, right? So here it is written as execute if both the above condition are false, right? So we got a little bit idea about conditional statement. Let's see in the practical example to get more clarity over this. So now let's start with if and else statement. So I will create a variable $age, and inside this I will give the value as, let's suppose, 27, and after this I will write here if age is greater than 18, and then inside this I will write echo, let's say person is eligible for vaccination, right? And I will give another condition, let's say else. In other cases I'll give echo not eligible. Now let me save it, and now if I'm executing, you can see that age is 27, right? So it will see 27 is greater than 18. So inside this if statement, it will print person is eligible for vaccination. So on executing, you can see that we are getting person is eligible for vaccination, right? Now what I will do here, instead of 27, if I am writing here 15, then you will see now this if condition is not satisfying because 15 is not greater than 18. So it will jump into the else statement and it will print not eligible. So let me save this, and if I am refreshing it, you can see that not eligible, right? So this was the idea about if and else. Now I was talking about else if statement also, right? So let me give one more condition. So if I'm giving condition here else if, and inside that if I'm giving suppose age is greater than 45, and then I'm writing echo, and then I will write person will get the vaccination on priority. So let me save this, and here you can see the age is 15, right? I will change age here, let's suppose 46, and now after saving, if I'm executing it, you can see that I'll get my output person is eligible for vaccination, right? Now here you can see that my age is 46, right? And here I've used the else if condition. Then also the statement inside the if condition is executed, right? You can see here person is eligible for vaccination. The reason is, so here you can see that inside if I'm writing if 46 is greater than 18, then it will print whatever is inside this if condition, right? And once it is printed, it will skip all the conditions below it. Now if I want to print it here, what I will do, if I'm writing here suppose if age is less than 18, person is not eligible for vaccination, and here I will give age is greater than or equal to 18, then I will give person will get the vaccination on priority. Okay, now this is my condition. Now if you see, or else in other cases it will give not eligible. Now let me save this, and if now I'm executing, you can see that person will get the vaccination on priority, right? So this was my condition. So this was all about if, else if, and then else statement. Moving next, we are having switch case statements. So switch case statements are multi-branch statements. Now let's understand how does the switch case works. So here I will write switch, and inside this switch I will pass a parameter. Let's say the parameter name is $x. Now inside this switch I will take the case. So here I am writing case 1, right? So if $x value is equal to 1, so whatever the statements are inside this case 1, it will be executed, right? And suppose if $x value is here 2, then it will not be execute, it will execute, right? X equal to 2. And once the execution has been done, then it will break. That means all the below statements will be skipped. Next, so let's suppose that neither I'm giving 1 nor 2. If I'm giving some other value, let's suppose I'm writing here $x is equal to 5, then I will create here default, and inside default whatever the statements are there, that will be executed. So this is the basic idea. Now let's see the practical example of this. So what I will do, first I will create a variable. So I will write here $x, let's suppose I will give here the value as 15, and after that I'm writing here switch, and inside this switch I will pass this variable $x. And now what I will do, I will take here case. So here I will take case 15, right? And inside this case what I will do, inside this case I will write here echo, and I will write the number is 15, and then after this I will write here break, and then I will write here case, let's suppose 14, and let me copy and paste the same thing here. So Control C, and then I will write here Control V. Now I will take one more case, default. So inside this default, I will write echo other value. Now what I will do, I will execute it. So let me save. And now if I'm executing it, so you can see that on execution, I'm getting the number is 15, right? Why? Because I have given the variable here 15. Now, if I'm changing the variable from 15 to 14, so here you will see the case 14, right? It's matching. So it will give the number as, let me write here, 14. Now after saving, if I'm executing it, then you will see the number is 14. Similarly for default also, if I'm giving some other value, let's suppose 23, then you will see I'm getting my output as other value. Let me execute here. So you can see that other value. So this was about switch case. Now let's see what is loop. So loop is a repetition of a sequence of instruction to reach a certain condition, right? So generally we are having two types of loop. First one is for loop and the another one is while loop, right? So let's see the syntax of for loop. How does for loop work in PHP? So here if I'm writing here for, and here this is the initialization part, right? So for loop is having three parts. The first part is the initialization, second one is the condition, and the third one is the increment or decrement. So let's create a variable. So here I will write a variable $a and I will assign it to the value 0, right? So this is my initialization part. Now I will write here condition. So let's say the condition that this variable is less than 10, right? And after that I can give the increment or decrement. Now I will give here the increment. So I will write here $a plus plus, right? Now inside this for loop, what I will do, I will write here a statement, right? So I will write here echo and then I will write here $a, right? So I will getting the value of a. So how does exactly for loop work? So here you can see that a is equal to 0. This is my first part of loop. Second, it will check the condition, right? Is 0 is less than 10? Yeah, this condition is satisfying. So it will print 0. So this will be my third part. So it will print 0, right? Now after that, once it will print 0, now it will go for update, right? So after updating, the value will be 1. Now once again it will check the condition, is 1 less than 10? Yeah, so once again it will print 1. Similarly, after printing 1, it will go for update. So the new value will be 2. Is 2 less than 10? Yes. Once again it will print 2. Similarly, it will go 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's suppose here if I am getting the value as 9, right? So after getting 9, it will go for the increment. So here the new value will be 10, right? So it will check once again condition, is 10 less than 10? Is this condition is true? No. So the loop will end. So this is the working of for loop. Now coming to the while loop. So it is having one control condition and will execute till condition is true. Now let's understand with example. So here if I am creating a variable and I will assign the value as 0 here. Now what I will do, I will put a condition. So I will write here while loop and here I will put the condition a is less than 5, and inside this I will write echo and I will write $a, right? And then I will do the increment, that is post increment here. So you can see that my value is 0. So inside while loop you can see that 0 is less than 5, right? Now this condition is satisfying. So what it will do, it will print 0 and then after that it will go for the increment. So my new value will be now 1, right? So now once again it will check 1 less than 5, right? Once again it will print 1, then there will be increment. My new value will be 2. Is 2 less than 5? Yes. Once again it will satisfy the condition, it will print 2. Now there will be again increment in my value, new value will be 3. 3 less than 5, I will get 3. Similarly I will get 4. Now once I am getting 4, after that you can see that there will be increment in the value and my value will be 5 here, right? So once again it will check the condition, is 5 less than 5? No, this condition will not satisfy. So I am getting the value as 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So this is the logic of while loop. Now let's see in the practical example. So let's start with a for loop. Let me comment it down. I will write here for loop. So for loop I will write a condition simple for, and inside that I will create a variable and I will assign it to the 0, and after that I will give the condition, and let me give the condition as 7. That's a is less than 7. Now I will give the increment. So I will write here $a plus plus, and inside this I will write echo, and then I will write simple $a. And after that, as you know, this is a loop, right? So there will be a continuation. So I don't want the value to be printed in the same line. So that's why I write once again echo, and inside that I will write br tag. So I will write here br. Now I will do the execution. So before execution, let me write here this. Now let me save it. And if I'm doing execution, then on execution, you can see that I'm getting the value, right? So this was all about for loop. Now let's see about while loop. How does exactly while loop work? So for while loop, what I will do, let me comment here while, and inside while loop, now I will create a variable, and now I will write while, and inside this I will put the condition. So I will put the condition is $a is less than 7, and inside this condition I will write echo, and then I will write $a, and after that I will write echo, br, and after this I will do the increment. So what's the condition for while loop? Until this condition is true, it will run, right? So let me save it and execute it. So on execution, you can see that I am getting my values from 0 to 6. So this was all about the basic idea about for and while loop. So the next topic that we are having is operators. So we are having different types of operators, starting from arithmetic operator. So let's see what is arithmetic operator. So arithmetic operator deals with the addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, and then modulus, and this is the exponential. So now let's see. This means in PHP it's a division, right? And division will give you the quotient. And then, so this is a modulus operator. So modulus operator will give you the remainder, right? Whereas division operator will give you the quotient. Now next we are having relation operator, right? So this is a less than, this is greater than, less than equal to operator, greater than equal to operator. This means equal to, and this means not equal to, right? Next we are having logical operators. So in logical operators we are having and, or, and not. So this is a representation, right? Next we are having bitwise operator. So bitwise operator, this symbol means we are having XOR. The name of the symbol is XOR. Then we are having and, or, and this means shift left, right? Whereas this symbol greater than or greater than represents shift right. Now we are having assignment operator. Assignment operator means assigning the value. If I'm writing here, this is a variable in PHP, and if I'm writing this, that means I'm assigning 5 value to this variable. So this is an assignment operator. Next, so now what do you mean by plus equal to? So let's take an example. If I'm writing x plus equal to y, that means x is equal to x plus y, right? Similarly, if I'm writing minus and equal to, that means if I'm writing x minus equal to y, that means x equal to x minus y. So in this way, this assignment operator work, right? Next we are having increment and decrement operators. So here I am having plus plus, that means increment, and minus minus, this is an decrement, right? Okay, so this was the overall concept of operators. So even if you are going for multiplication, if I'm writing here x and then asterisk is equal to y, that means I'm doing multiplication, that is x equal to x into y. Similarly for division as well as modulus. So now let's see the practical example of operators. So let's start with different types of operator. So the first operator that I will start with, arithmetic operator. So I will first comment it down. So I will write here arithmetic operator. So here in arithmetic operator, what I will do, first let me create a variable. So I will create a variable here. I will write $variable1, and I will give value as 5, and then I will write here $variable2, and then I will give the value as 2. Now I will perform addition. So I will write echo, And here what I will write, inside this I will write echo the addition is, and then I will write here dollar variable 1 plus dollar variable 2. Now what I will do, I will execute this, but before executing I will write here dot. So here dot is again my string operator is there, right? So dot will concatenate. So let me save it, and now if I am executing, then you can see that I am getting the addition is 7, right? So this was about the addition. Now let's see subtraction, multiplication, division and modulus, right? So what I will do, I will just here copy and paste. So I will use Ctrl C and Ctrl V, and here I will write, instead of addition I will write subtraction. Here I will write multiplication. Then similarly for division, and I will one more time I will copy and paste it, and then I will write modulus. Okay, so here instead of addition I will write subtraction, that is minus. Multiplication I will use asterisk, and for division I will use slash, and for modulus I will use the remainder operator, right? So I don't want the values to be in the same line, so what I will do here, I will write here echo, and then I will write br tag inside echo. And now let me copy and paste it. So I will paste it after each operator, and let me save it. And now if I'm executing, you can see that I'm getting the value, the addition is 7, the subtraction is 3. I was having two numbers, right? 5 minus 2 will be 3, multiplication will be 5 into 2 10, and division will give you the quotient, right? So 5 by 2 will be 2.5, and the modulus operator will give you the remainder. So if you're dividing 5 with 2, you'll get remainder as 1. So this was all about arithmetic operator. So now after arithmetic operator, we will see the next operator, that is assignment operator. So once again, I will comment it down, and I will write here assignment operator. So what I will do here, I can create one more variable. Let's say I'm writing here dollar variable, and here I can assign the value of this variable, right? Dollar variable 1. So what? So dollar variable 1 value is 5, right? So 5 will be assigned to this variable. So this is an assignment operator. Now let's perform some operations. So I will create one more variable, dollar variable 3, and here I will assign the value of dollar variable 2. So basically what I am doing, so here my variable will carry the value 5, that is integer value, and variable 3 will carry the value of variable 2, that is 2, right? So this is the assignment operator. Now after creating this two variable, what I will do, I will write here dollar variable, and then I will write here plus equal to 1, right? Now what will happen, this means variable is equal to variable plus 1, right? Now if I'm writing echo, let me write here echo, and here I will write dollar variable, and now if I'm executing it, you can see that I will be getting the value as 6, right? So why I'm getting the value as 6? Let's see what is exactly dollar variable. Dollar variable is equal to variable 1, right? And variable 1 value is 5. So 5 will assign to this variable, and here, so what do you mean by this thing? So this means that my dollar variable is equal to dollar variable plus 1. So 5 plus 1 will be 6. Now if I'm printing my variable, so I will get the value as 5 plus 1, 6, right? Similarly, I can perform several more operations. So I will write here dollar variable, and then I will write minus is equal to 1, and then I will write here echo, and then I will write here dollar variable. But before that, let me write here echo br so that I can get the value in next line. Okay, so after this I'll write this. Now let me save it, and if you see, I'm getting the value as 5, right? Similarly, you can perform for other operations also. Let me show you. Instead of this, if I'm writing Control C and then Control V, and here if I am giving multiplication, and then if I am printing, let me copy and paste this br, and after that I will write here. So here, what do you mean by this? This means $variable is equal to $variable into 1, right? And after execution, you can see that I will be getting the value as 5, and this is my output. So this was the basic idea about assignment operator. Now let's see some more operators. So now let's see increment and decrement operator. So let me comment it down. I will write here increment and decrement operator. So here I have created a variable whose name is variable 10, and inside that I have assigned the value as 14. Now what I will do the post increment. So I will write here $variable 10, and then I will write plus plus, and after that I will print the value of this variable. So I will write echo, and then I will write here $variable 10. So if I'm executing it now, so before execution, let me write here echo br. Let me save it. So if I'm doing the execution now, you can see the value I'm getting as 15, right? So this is the post increment. So my value was 14, right? And then after that I have done the increment. Now we'll see the example of decrement too, right? So what I will do now, I will do the decrement. So I will write here variable 10, and then I will do minus minus, and before that I will put dollar here. And if now I'm printing this, let me put here br. After I will save it. So let me do the execution. You can see that I am getting 14. So I have showed you about post increment and post decrement. So what do you mean by post increment? So in post increment, what it will do, first it will print the value, then after that there will be incrementation. Similarly for post decrement, first it will print the value, then there will be a decrement. I will show you the example. Here I have written that $variable 10 minus minus. So if I write here echo, right, and let me write here br also after this. Similarly, if I am writing here echo, and let me write here br2, and now if I am saving and executing it, you can see that these are the values that I am getting. I will tell you how. Let's see this. So here you can see that variable 10 value is assigned as 14, right? So as I told you that if you are doing the post increment, right? So first it will print the value, and then there will be increment. So here I am writing echo. So echo will display the output. So here I will be getting as 14. So if you see here, I am getting as 14, right? And after that there will be a increment in the variable. So if I'm printing then variable, then there will be increment, and then I will be getting 15. So you can see that I am getting 15 here. Now, so 15 I got it. Now what I am doing here post decrement. So here I got the value as 15. So first it will print 15, and then there will be decrement. So here I will be getting my output as 15, and then I will get my final output as 14. So if you see here, I am getting 15 and 14, right? So always remember post increment as well as post decrement. So first there will be the print of the same value, and then there will be increment as well as decrement, right? So this was the logic. Similarly for the pre-increment, there will be a prior increment in the value, right? So this was the basic idea about the operators. So next we are having the comparison operator that we will see in loop. So this was the basic idea about operators. So the next topic that we are having is strings, right? Now you might have a question. Yeah, we have already discussed about the string variable and we also know that what is the string, right? But I want to show you some functions that we can use in string to manipulate it. The first function that we are having is string length. So let's suppose that if you are having any string, let me create a string variable. So I'm writing here $string, and here inside double quotes I will write, let's say, Gaurav. So if you want to calculate the size of this string variable, then you can use string length function. So it will give me the size of an string, right? Now the next function we are having is string word count. So if I'm writing here, let's suppose that I'm making one more string variable, string 1, and here if I'm writing great learning, so you can see that I'm having great learning. So there are two words. So if I'm writing here string word count, so I will get 2 in my output. Next, string reverse. Yeah, in PHP we can do the reversal of a string, but in Java there is no such function is there where we can do directly reversal of a string, right? But in PHP it's possible. Now, so let's suppose that this is a great learning, right? If I want to do the reverse of this string, then I will write string reverse. So other than these three, there are some more functions that are used in string. We'll see each of them in practical example. So now let's see some functions in a string. So what I will do, first I will create a string. So I'll write string variable $string, and I will assign the value here great learning. So this is my great learning. Let me give space in between. So this is my string variable, right? Now after this, what I will do, I will put this inside a syntax of PHP, and then let me close it. So if I want to know the length of this string, so I told you the function is string length, right? And inside this I will put the parameter string. So and now, so if I want to display the output on the screen, then I will use echo function. So inside echo I will write this thing, right? Now if I'm executing it, so on execution you can see that I am getting length of a string as 14. Now, so this was about the length of the string. Now what if I want to know the number of words in a string, right? So here you can see that we are having 2 words in a string. So for calculating this, I will write once again echo, and then I will write string word count, and now inside this what I will do, I will write once again the string variable, and if I'm executing it, so on execution you can see that I am getting 142. So why I am getting here 142? Because I didn't use the br tag. So let me write there br HTML tag so that I can get the value in the next line, right? So here I will write echo. So now I will write here br. So let me execute this. So I will just save it, Control S, and now I will execute it. So now after execution you can see that I am getting the word count in a string, that is 2, right? Because great and learning are 2 words. Now let's see another function that we are having. So I will once again copy and paste this br thing, and now after that, as I told you that we can also do the reverse in a string in PHP, right? So what I will do here, so I will write here reverse function. So to write reverse function, I will write here string reverse, and now inside that I will put my variable, that is string, right? So I'll write $string here, and now if I'm executing once again, let me save this. So on execution you can see that I am getting the reverse of great learning, right? So yeah, so these are some functions that we can perform in strings. So the next topic we are having is functions. So what is function? Function is a block of code that runs on invoking or calling, right? So let's see the syntax of function. If you want to create a function, first I will write function, and then I will write function name. So let's suppose if I'm writing here at tech, so this is my function name, and inside this I can write my statements, and then I will close this function, right? So as I told you, function is a block of code that runs on calling or invoking. So then how to call a function? So if I want to call a function, then I will write outside the function edTech, that is nothing but function name. So I will write here function name to call the function, and function will be called. So if I'm writing here edTech, so it will jump and it will see edTech. So whatever the statements are inside the function, it will execute, right? And why do we need function and why do we use function? Because instead of writing similar code again and again, we can create function and then we can call it, right? Now let's see a practical example of function. So I will write here code PHP, and inside this I will write function, and I will give the name of the function as edTech, and inside this function I will write here echo, and then I will write simple welcome to great learning. Welcome to great learning. And then this is my function, right? So I've created my function. Now I will call this function. So here I will write simple edTech with the function name. Now let me save this and close this PHP. Now if I'm executing this, then you can see that I am getting welcome to great learning. So this is the basic idea about function. So next we are having function arguments. So information can be passed in function through arguments. So if you want to pass any information in function, then you can pass through it arguments, right? And also remember that call by value and call by reference is supported by PHP. Now let's see a demo of function arguments. Here, this is my syntax of PHP, and inside that I have created a function whose name is student, and inside this I am passing a variable, right, whose name is $name, and inside this I am writing echo hey and then $name, right? So as I told you that if you want to run a function, then you have to call it. So I will call the function with the function name, so student, and inside that I will put parameter as Tony. So instead of name, Tony will be there, and it will print and give me hey Tony. Similarly, once again I am calling with Admin and Gaurav. Similarly, my output will be coming as hey Admin and hey Gaurav. Now let me show you with the practical example. So now what I will do here, I will first create a function, and after creating function I will give the name of function as student, and inside this student I will give a variable, let's suppose name, and after that inside this function I will write echo, and I will say hey, or you can see I will say the name is, and then I will write here $name, and after that I will write br. So I will write here br, and then I will close it. Now after this, what I will do, as I told you that if I want to call a function, then I will write function name, and inside that I will write Tony. Let me copy and paste. And then I will change the name here admin, and here Gaurav, and let me save this, and if I'm executing it now, then you can see that I'm getting the name is Tony, the name is admin, and the name is Gaurav. So this is all about function arguments. Now we will see call by value and call by reference. So what do you mean by call by value? So in call by value, actual value is not changed even though there is any modification inside the function. So this is my function, and here I am changing this variable to GL, right? But my actual value is great learning, right? Even though there is any modification inside the function, then also my actual value will not change. So if I will print here, I will get my output as great learning, right? Let's see what is called by reference. So here actual value will be changed if there will be any modification inside the function, right? So for call by reference, here I will write ampersand, right? So you can see that here my actual value is great learning, right? But there is a modification I am doing here inside the function, and I am writing here GL, right? So when you will display the output here, so your output will be here as GL, right? Because actual value will be modified if there is any modification inside the function. Now let's see the practical example of call by value and call by reference. Now let's see first call by value. So for call by value, what I will do first, I will create a function, and let me give the function name as text. So I'll write edt, and inside this let me create a variable $a, and inside this function I will write here $a is equal to gl, right? Now what I will do, now I will create my actual variable. So I will write here $b is equal to great learning, and now after this what I will do here, I will call this function, and after that I will print. Let me save this, and if you are executing it, you will see my actual variable is great learning. So on execution I will be getting the value as great learning. So this is call by value, actual value will not modify it. Let me execute. So on execution you can see that is showing great learning. So in call by reference, actual value will be modified if there is any modification inside the function. So here you can see that inside this function we are having $agl, right? There is a modification, but for call by reference here I have to write ampersand, right? And let me save it. So on execution you can see that I am getting my value as gl, right? So changes inside the function will reflect the actual variable. So this was all about call by value and reference. So the next topic we are having is array. So what is array? So array is a collection of more than one value in a single variable, right? So each element in array has a distinct index. Now in general in PHP we are having three types of array. The first one is index array, second one is the associative array, and the third one is multidimensional array. So by default if nothing is mentioned, then it is considered to be an index array, right? So I am talking about as of now index array, right? So always remember that indexing will be start from 0, right? So you can see that in the formal definition, array is a collection of more than one value in a single variable. So here you can see that we are having multiple integer value here, and as I told you the indexing will start from 0. So this is at 0th position, this is the first position, this is the second one, third one, and similarly fourth one, right? And if you want to access any value, then you can access it through indexing. So coming to the third point, here it is written that any elements in an array can be accessed through indexing. Suppose that if you want to print 11, then you can write it through indexing. Now let's see the creation of an array. So here in PHP, the function that we will be using to create an array is an array function, right? So here this is the basic syntax of PHP, and this is the variable that I have created for array. And inside this variable, let's suppose that if I'm creating any variable a, then I will create an array function, and inside this array function I will store multiple values, right? Suppose that if I'm writing here great, here I'm writing learning. Okay, so this is my array. Now as I told you that if you want to know the learning value, then it can be fetched through indexing. So what I will do now, I will write here simple $a, that is my variable, and as I told you that indexing will be start from 0. So this is the 0th position, this is my first position, and if I'm writing here first position, and before that if I'm writing here echo, then you will see that I will be getting my output as learning. So in this way we can get the value through indexing. So the value can be fetched using indexing. So this was the basic idea about an index array. Now let's see an example. So let's see the example of index array. So let me create a variable here. So I'll write $a, and I will create an array function, and inside this array function what I will do, I will write here, let's suppose welcome to great learning. So here this is my array, and it's containing a string values, multiple string values. Now if I want to print suppose learning, so as I told you indexing will start with 0 position, right? So at learning my position will be 3, right? 0 1 2 3. So what I will do here, now I will write here echo, and simply I will write $a, and then I will write the indexing position, that is 3, and let me save it. And on execution, you can see that I am getting my output as learning. So this is a basic idea about indexed array. So after index array, now let's see associative array, right? So before moving to associative array, here we are having count function, right? So count function will give you the number of elements that are present in array. So here you can see that we are having 3 string values. So as I told you that count function gives the number of elements. So here the number of elements are 3. So if I'm writing echo count, and inside that if I'm writing variable, then it will give me my output as 3, right? So yeah, coming to the associative array, elements are associated with is equal to and greater symbol. So basically associative arrays are used to store the key and value pair, right? So here you can see that we are having 2 ways to define an array. The first way is I will create a variable and then I will write array function, and inside this function I will write key and its value. So Tony is the key here, 96 is the value, similarly admin and Gaurav. So this is the first way. Now moving to the second way, I will write the variable name, and inside that once again I will give the key and I will assign the value inside that key. So 96 is assigned. Similarly, once again I will write the variable name, another name, admin, and then value is assigned to this. Similarly for Gaurav also. So this was the basic idea about associative array. Now let's see the practical example. So now let me create the associative array. So I will write here $marks, this is my variable, and inside this variable I will give the name. Let's here take the name of Tony, and then I will assign the value here 97. Similarly I will write here this same variable, and inside this I will give the key as an admin, and then I will write 96. So let me write this variable again, and I will write now Gaurav. So let me assign here the marks as 89. Now after this, what I will do, after this I will write just echo, and then I will simply write $marks Tony. Let me copy this, and if I'm writing here and if I'm executing it, let me save it. So on execution you can see that I am getting the marks of Tony as 97, right? I can also write in another way. I can also write the marks of the Tony. I will write here the marks obtained by Tony is, and now I will concatenate it. So I will write here dot, and let me save it, and if I'm executing now, you can see that I'm getting the marks obtained by Tony is 97. So this was all about associative array. So next we are having multidimensional array. So multidimensional array is an array of arrays. Why I'm telling this? Let's see, this is a variable, and here inside an array I am creating an array. You can see that I am creating multiple array inside an array, right? So that's why I'm writing it's an array of arrays, right? And multidimensional array can also be represented in the form of matrix. How? Can you see? So this is 1, 2, 3. So let's say that this is the student ID, right? So the student ID, and this is the name of the student, and this is the marks scored by the student. So this can be represented in the form of matrix, right? So we can have 3 rows and 3 columns, right? 1, 2, 3. Then I will write here Tony, Gaurav, and admin 96, 92, 86. So these 3 are rows and these 3 are columns. So it can be represented in the form of matrix form, right? So this is the basic syntax of multidimensional array, right? Now let's take a practical example of it. So now what I will do, first I will create a variable. So I will write here $array, and inside this variable I will create array function, and inside this array function I will create array. So as we know that multidimensional is a array of n arrays. So I'll write here array, and inside this array I will write Ram, Shyam, and then Manish, and then let me give quotes here. And after that I will create one more array, and here also I will give, let's say, I will write here Gaurav, then I will write here Tony, and then I will write here Admin. If I want to display the information of this array, so what I will write, I will use here print R method, and inside that I will write my array name. Let me execute this now. I will save this. So on execution, you can see that information has been displayed. And also you can see the indexing position here in the output.
What is a JavaScript? It's basically a verb of the web page that defines all the actions to be performed. So all the actions that you perform on a web page is basically due to the fact that you are using JavaScript. It's an object-oriented programming language that uses just-in-time compiler. So what is JIT? It is nothing but the if you talk about JIT in a naive way, that it takes up the best part of compiler and the best part of interpreter, and it combines them to form a JIT compiler, right? If you want to go through this, yes, HTML is case insensitive, case insensitive, not a sensitive. Sensitive means that you are if you wrote something, let's suppose p tag, you wrote it in capitals, it won't work. That is what you mean by case sensitive, that it depends upon how you write your text, right? It depends if you're writing it in a lowercase or if you're writing it in an uppercase, right? It depends. Sure, we will work on that, Thakur. So we'll work on that as well. Maybe we will have a session in Hindi as well. Okay, don't worry. So yeah, so basically it is a case insensitive language, right? So now JavaScript is everywhere, and if you want to become a full stack developer, JavaScript is the language that you should know, because with JavaScript you can deal with the front end part, and with the JavaScript you can can you talk in Hindi? Not in this session, maybe in the next session. Okay, Ashu? So what is a JavaScript is that it deals with the front end part of it, also with the back end part of it, right? So if you talk about let's suppose you are dealing with JavaScript, what is the front end tool for JavaScript with which you can create effective or beautiful website? That is ReactJS. With JavaScript you can use that JavaScript at the back end as well. How? With the help of Node.js. This is the beauty of JavaScript. If you know JavaScript, you can easily become a full stack developer, right? Yeah, so this is JavaScript is everywhere, and all the web browsers are installed with it. So right, JavaScript application ranges from web development and mobile development. JavaScript is easy, simple, and very compatible with HTML and CSS. It's a must to have skill for any software engineering role, right? If you talk about, ReactJS is also a library, right? So this is a gist about JavaScript, right? If you observe carefully, there are two things that I want you guys to show. So basically, if I deal with, let's suppose I am saving this file and I'm saving it on desktop, right? So I will save this file, let's call it first.html, right? And I save this file, right? So now if I type just one HTML, the editor that I'm using is Sublime, okay? Yes, Angular is a framework, right? Now, don't ask me what is the difference between a framework and a library. Although I can guide you a little bit. Library is that the flow of your program flow is dependent on you. Okay. Okay. Echo. Just a minute, guys. I will just remove it. Okay. Is it good? Are we good now? Quickly in the chat section, write yes or no. Madhav, is it okay now? No. Okay. Okay, just a minute, guys. Is it okay now? Write a yes if it is echoing. If it is not, then don't write anything. Okay, just a minute guys. Is it okay now? Am I audible? Nisha says yes. So is there any, okay, Venkatesh says echo. Is there still echo? Can you guys quickly give me a confirmation if it is echoing or not? Zainab says no. Okay, we can adjust. Echo, echo, echo. Okay, I don't know what is happening. Just a minute guys. Let me just try once more. Okay, I think everything is sorted now. Okay guys, so now let's continue. Okay, so the thing is that if we talk about HTML, right? So HTML is these things, right? We have doc type, which defines the version of the HTML file that you're dealing with, right? And this is the HTML tag where all of your data comes in, right? This is the root element basically. In here you will have all the elements, right? If I remove all these things, you see there is nothing, but everything comes under this. Okay, now I will just right. So now these are the tags that we have. Head tag. In this we will define all the things that we don't want. We don't want those things to be rendered on our web page. Okay. So now these are the things that we which we write in head tag, which we don't want in our HTML page, or which we don't want in our websites, right? So this is it, head tag. Now if you talk about body tag, everything that you write will be rendered on your web page, right? This is a brief introduction about the skeleton of your HTML page. Okay, now if you talk about what is this JavaScript, where do we write this thing, right? So sir, how to load this thing? Okay, you mean HTML file? You just save it, and just wherever you have saved it, just double click on it and it will be on your browser. It will open up in your browser. So if we talk about this thing, where do you write your HTML file, the shortcut is that either you can go in your HTML file and create a script tag there, right? We have a script tag, and wherein you will write your source, that is the path of your JavaScript file, that is first.js. Let's suppose we have created this first.js, and you can start running it. Okay, and after that, you can open up a new file, and save this thing in what, first.js, right, on the same desktop that you're trying to save it, and you can link it, right? So if you want to run this thing, any command, let's suppose the simplest command is console.log, that is you're printing out on the screen. So you can write hello, right? So once you have written hello, and it will be rendered on your browser, right? So now if you run this thing, okay, where do you find this file? You will just go into your documents, right? You go into the desktop, and you just double click on your file, right? And it will give up you a blank page because we haven't written anything in our HTML file, right? But if you go on, right click on inspect and see the console, you will see hello, right? And another thing where you can write your JavaScript is just by declaring but just start writing it here, right, in the console, in the developer console. Let's suppose you want to print anything, you will write console.log, right? Console.log, and let's suppose you are printing hi, you can write it here, right? So this is where you write your JavaScript file, or externally, and as well as for external JS, that you can link it with the file in the source document, and then go ahead with this thing. Okay, this is our, okay, one second, this is our Sublime, and here we have first.js, and here we have our this HTML file. So now let's continue with our topics, that is so this is all about what you should know, the JavaScript as well as the HTML part of it. So HTML is smaller, it won't take you much time to go through it, but for JavaScript there is a 10-hour course which will in which I have explained each and everything, starting from beginner level to the advanced level. There are some advanced topics as well, It's a 10 and 30-minute course, right? You can go through it, and that will give you an edge. If you're trying to study Node.js, that will give you edge. Okay. Okay, so now this is all about JavaScript, right? So now let's continue. What is Node.js? Okay, so Node.js is nothing but a platform to run JavaScript on the server. Let's suppose, I told you how did I run my program, how did I do it. So basically I went into the console and I started debugging it here in the console, right? Or either I started it in the Node.js in the Sublime I opened it and I saved my file with first.js, right? Now yes, sure, Madhu. So now we have this JavaScript file in which we have just printed out some lines of code. Okay, so now you can either run it here. So if you observe carefully, the only point of this conversation right now we are having is that we can run our JavaScript files on browser. But what if you want to run it outside your browser? You want to run it on a server. So for that we need Node.js. So basically Node.js will act, which is written in, obviously it is written in JavaScript. The code that you write in Node.js is basically JavaScript, and the Node.js is written in C++, right? Just like our V8 engine, that is the browser in the Google Chrome. In Google Chrome we have a browser that is V8, that's called V8, and it is also written in C++. So these two files, these JavaScript and Node.js files, are compatible in JavaScript, right? So in short, the whole point is, let's keep it simple. The whole point is that Node.js is used to run JavaScript on the server side, that is outside of your browser. Okay. No, Abhishek, you write your code in JavaScript, but Node.js is written in what? In C++, just like our V8 engine, right? That is also written in C++. So Node.js is not a programming language, it's not a framework, right? Node.js can read, write and delete files on the server, right? We can read files, we can delete files from the server, right? We will see, this is something that is related to some advanced knowledge that we will cover later on in the, maybe in the next 2 sessions that we will be having. And we can also add, delete and modify data in the database. Okay, so it will also deal with database. So basically now this Node.js, you can run your you can solve, or you can run your programs on the server, or you can interact with the server. This is basically, this will provide you a runtime environment, just like we have JDK and JRE. What does JDK do? JDK provides us the runtime environment. Similarly, this Node.js will provide us the runtime environment wherein we can run our programs on the outside the browser, right, and on the server. Okay. So the features of Node.js, it is scalable, right? So what do you mean by scalable? If you talk about scalability, it means that when we change from one version to another version, or the number of inputs that we are having, right? Let's suppose there's a file and it can store only 10 it can store 10 digits in it. Okay, there's a file and it can store, let's suppose, 10 arrays in it. Like, what happens if there will be a point that we will be having 20 arrays and we want to store those 20 arrays in that file? So is it compatible to increase the size? Do we have to change some code here and there? Yes, but in Node.js it is scalable. That means even if the input size increases, it won't affect its efficiency, right? It will still run fast, right? It helps us it uses JavaScript. So if you want to learn Node.js, you need to have a good solid foundation on what? JavaScript. It's easy to learn, right? After this session you will think about this Node.js and see, okay, this is something that is mostly JavaScript. Okay, now it's easy to learn and it's faster as we are not dealing, as obviously it is written something that is written in JavaScript, right? So if you want it is faster than Node.js is faster as we are dealing with the servers, so everything will be quick, right? So this is the nutshell. You won't understand these features maybe after when you try to solve, right? So maybe when you try to program in this language, you will be you will be comfortable. When you will be comfortable with it, you will be having some idea that okay, this is very fast as compared to what JavaScript. Okay, so caching is also there. What do you mean by caching? Once we talk about modules, you will see that we don't need to rebuild them or recompile them. It will be executed even if we haven't compiled them. Once we have compiled them, it will be in the it will be in our cache memory, and after that when we are trying to reuse it, we don't have to recompile it. So caching, thus making it fast, right? So this is the caching will make it faster, other than maybe some other programming language as well. Okay, so these are all the features. So now how do you install Node.js? So basically this is the link that I have shared with you guys. So this is nodejs.org. You can click on it and install your program. Okay, once you have clicked, you will get something like this. When you click on this link, you will get something like this. So these are the two recommended. This is recommended for most of the user. It is stable as compared to this. Both of these will have same features, right? But this is a stable version, so it is recommended for most of the users. So download this, click on it and start downloading it. So once you will download it, now how you will check if your Node.js is installed or not? You just go into the command prompt, right, and just type node and then space v. That means you want to check if your node is installed and you want to check which version have you installed. So if you see that I have installed v14, that is version 15.0. okay, so this is the same thing that is written here, right? So this is the same thing, this is the same version that I have installed. Okay, so that means I have installed it successfully, right? So now what happens, this is the thing, right? Okay, now let's continue. So now this is the thing, right? So you click on it, you install it, then open command and give the version, and it will give you the version of the node in Node.js that you have installed. That's it. Okay, you have installed it. Now what is the next thing that you want is the editor that you will be, where you will be coding. So there are a few editors, right? There is a Visual Studio, Sublime Text, Atom is there, Code Mix is there, Brackets is there, right? So these are all the editors that we have. But the most I mean to say, not the best editor. It depends completely upon your habits, right? If you are comfortable in Sublime, you will obviously code in Sublime. There's no point of going for Atom. Okay, yeah, but the more powerful your editor is, the more functionalities you will have, like auto completion, or there's indentation, there are highlights. So it makes the it makes your code readable, and it is much more elegant to have some kind of theme, or if you are familiar with themes, you can change the themes as well. So it completely depends upon your habits, which editor you want to use. Okay, okay, can you guys quickly confirm in the chat section if everything is clear until this point, as we have some we had some issues earlier with the connection and all. So is it clear? Do you want me to repeat anything? So the features part, you won't get it right now, but yeah, it is scalable, it uses JavaScript, it is easy to learn, it's faster, it's fast, the compilation and all those things are faster as compared to any other libraries, right? Or the run, it's not a basically library as well, it's a runtime environment. It's just an environment that you wherein you will write your code. Okay, the caching you do with the help of caching, it becomes faster as well. Okay, great. So now this is all we have covered so far. So you have installed your Node.js successfully, and then the Node.js, the editor that I am going to use is Sublime Text. Okay, I'm comfortable with it and I'm familiar with it. That's the only reason I'm using Sublime. If you're familiar with Atom, maybe Visual Studio, maybe Brackets or Code Mix, you can use them as well. Okay, so great. Now let's see the Sublime. I will be using Sublime Text. Okay, so sorry, can you repeat once again all? So that is not possible, Anand. Maybe you can just revisit the lecture. Okay, so or you can continue. Earlier up to this point we haven't discussed anything substantial. It's just that we were clearing some good to know information and all the things that you should know before you start Node.js, learning Node.js, that why you are learning Node.js. So all those why and how to get started, all those things are covered until this point. Now how do you write your first program? So this is your first program, and just like Node.js, just like sir, caching again. What is caching? Sir, Priyanka says. So basically, Priyanka, the caching is that once you have compiled your program, it will be present in your cache memory. So now we have something Mundal. So caching is something that is in Node.js we have something called modules that we use, just like some external library or external file that you're using, right? So that file you have compiled it, right? That is the external file in Node.js are called modules, right? They are called modules. So once you have compiled that module and you want to run that, or you want that module's features, let's suppose there are some variables, there are some functions, you want to use it in a different program, but now you won't be in that new program or in that new file. If you want to access those let's suppose those functions, right? You don't have to compile that module, okay? That is compiled and that's done. So that is present in your cache. And now if you use something that is in the different file, you want to use some functions that are present on that file, which has already been compiled and present in your cache memory, right? So you don't need to compile them, so thus making it faster, okay? So this is the reason that it makes it faster, because some of the functions are already compiled and we don't need to recompile them, okay? So that's all, okay? So that is how caching will help you, okay? So now we will write our first program. First we will open our Sublime and write some file, okay? So let's suppose we have opened our Sublime, okay? Let's remove all these files. And we have here first.js, right? So let's compile this file, okay? So we have written hello. You see, now you might be thinking, okay, we are writing in JavaScript and you're saying that we are coding in Node.js. This is our first Node.js program. Yes, it is. So how you will deal with it? So you have your Node.js installed, right? You will open your command prompt, and now what you will do to run this file, you will write node space and then the name of the file, that is first.js. This JS is optional. You can write it. Okay, you can write it, or okay, getting it going. I don't know what is happening, guys. I'm so sorry for this inconvenience. So this is how you write it, okay? So basically you will write node and then you will write first.js, which is our external, which is our file, that is JavaScript file. This JS.js, this extension is optional. You can remove it or you can keep it, okay? So once you have pressed enter, your file is compiled and you have your output as hello. So this is how you run your programs, and this is your first hello world. Let's call it hello world, and this is your first hello world problem, okay? Hello world program. Now you open your command prompt and you compile it and run it, you will have hello world, okay? So this is your first program that is written in in your Node.js. So we you open your Sublime, you open your command prompt, you run the command node and then the file name, and the .js extension is optional. What is console.log? It is nothing but displaying a message on a console. That's it. For now we can keep it simple. That is our first program. We will deal and we will add some more interesting things about Node.js, okay? So now let's talk about this REPL. What is this? This is another environment that you have in your command prompt, okay? So this stands for read, evaluate, print and loop, okay? Once you will press node on your command prompt and then in the file name, if you don't press a file, let me show you guys this thing. So now this is the thing. So earlier what we wrote, right? We wrote node and then first, this was the file name. Let's suppose we removed this file name and we didn't press it, or we didn't wrote any file name. Then we pressed enter. So this is our REPL, that is REPL, read, evaluate, print and loop. What we can do here is this simple thing. So let's suppose you want to evaluate expressions. Let's suppose you have a, or you have 8 plus 10, right? You are evaluating it. You will get 8 plus 10, that is 18. You are evaluating an expression. You can create variables. How you will create variables? Just like we do in JavaScript. With the help of var keyword, you press a and then you enter some value in it, okay? Right? And you have your a variable, right? And you can define another variable. Let's call it b and press what? Again, let's suppose you entered 19 in it. And now what you want to do, you want to print the console.log and you want to print it. And you want to print a plus b, right? and then press enter, you will get 100. So this is how you create your variables, and this is how you do it. Now let's go back, and now, so if you have these things, right, we first R stands for read the input. We read the input and stored and passed it into some data structures that are present in the JavaScript. Then we stored it. Then we evaluated it. You saw this A and this variable A, right? The variable was the data structure that we were using. This variable A, that it is stored in some memory location, right? This A and B. Then we evaluated them. We added them together. A plus B, right? We added them together, and then we got the result. That is, you can either print it in with the console, or you can just press A plus B. It will also give you the same result, right? So let me show you guys quickly. So how you do it? A plus B, right? It will still give you the same. That is, evaluation is done, right? And then it will print the result. And then we have loops that you can create also in here. Okay, so we have seen the simple expression, we have seen the variables, and if you want to get the previous result, right? If you want to get the previous result of some variable, right? How do you write that thing? You will just create a variable and then call it sum. Let's suppose this is A plus B. You can just put it, and you can put an underscore and just print enter, right? So this sum, what does this sum contain? This contains the 100, right? This symbol, that is this underscore symbol, will contain the previous result. It can be anything. Right now we have A plus B, that is 100, was our previous result. So without initializing it to anything, right? We didn't initialize it to A plus B. We just initialized it to underscore. So we will get a previous result, that is 100. So this is present in sum. Now if you want to exit, or if you want to get out of this, just like our command prompt where we used to run our commands, right? So those commands, dir, copy, those commands, right? cmd, those command prompt commands, right? So just like that we have in here. And if you want to exit from this, you can just write Ctrl plus C, and once you wrote Ctrl and C twice, and you will be out of this command, okay, of this command prompt, right? REPL environment, okay. So now this is REPL. Now what are global objects? Just like in window, let me show you again. So just like our Node.js, right? Just like our JavaScript, just like our JavaScript, right? We had something that is we used to have some variables, right? This console, right? We had this these functions, right? These objects, right? Console.log, we can print it. These were inbuilt, right? These were window objects, right? If you don't have any idea what a window object is, go check our course, okay? So these were functions, right? Set interval, right? We can use this set interval. So these were all functions, right? That inbuilt functions. Similarly, we have something. These are all JavaScript functions, right? These are all window objects, right? So similarly, we have something that is there in Node.js as well, and those are called, just like we have those window objects. Here, those window objects are called what? Those are called global objects, right? So let me go back. So what are those global objects? So for the first object is console, and therein we have this method log. Okay. The second object is set timeout, wherein we can just, if you want to know how many seconds have been passed, okay, let's suppose you print set timeout and then the function. Okay. Let me just show you guys how this is written. Okay. Where is our subline? Okay, so this is our console.log. Okay, so if you want to know how set timeout works, so you just write set timeout, then you write the function. Okay, if you don't know how to write a function, I will show you just in a minute. Okay, then you press, let's suppose you have this console.log, and you want to know how many seconds have been passed. 30 seconds, 40 seconds, or 1 second, 2 seconds, right? 3 seconds, right? So you can just print the set out timeout message. Okay, so that is let's suppose after 1 second. We are present here after 1 second. This is after, sorry, after 1 second. So this message will be printed after, let's make it 3 seconds. So for 3 seconds we won't be able to get this this message after 3 seconds. So once the 3 seconds have been passed, right, we will get this message. Okay, so this is a timeout function, and then the next argument will be the number of seconds that you want to wait. That this is 300 milliseconds, that means 1 second. Okay, 3000. Okay, so we will save this, and once we will run this in our command prompt. How do you run your application? Node and then first.js. First is the name of the file. We press enter. So we don't have anything for 3 seconds. After 3 seconds we had this message. What? After 3 seconds. So this is what do you mean by set timeout. So after some time you will get this message. Similarly, we have many global objects. These are just the simpler ones, right? We have another function that is set interval, right, which sets the interval. That means it will keep on printing something, right? It is very important. You will be using in feature sessions. Okay, we'll be using these functions continuously. We have module, we have require, right? You will see it in this section only. Okay, the other functions as well. So how do you write set interval? Again, we will pass an anonymous function. That means, what do you mean by anonymous function? Which doesn't have any name. So you cannot use this console.log after 3 seconds function anywhere else, because this is anonymous function. You can create functions which are not anonymous and which you can reuse after a while, after this statement as well. Okay, but this I don't require it anywhere else, so this is an anonymous function. So what do you write in here? Let's suppose you are adding 2. Let me create a variable in here, right? And you are adding let's create a variable a, and let me put it, let's make a table of 2. Okay, so we have 2 in it, and then what you will do, you will print console.log, and then what we will do, we will initialize it a equal to a into 2. Okay. Okay, Rohit. So yeah, so we have this a equal to a into 2, and then we will be printing it. It will be printed after how many seconds that we haven't defined yet. So a into 2, that means 2, or let me put it here. Okay. So first we will get 2, then 4, then 8, right? So this is the thing. So and after how many seconds you want this interval to be repeated? After every 1 second, that is 1000 milliseconds. And then let's save this file, and now let's run this file. Okay, so we'll open up our command prompt and run this thing. After 3 seconds we have that after 3 seconds, that is, you see now what happened here. Once 2 seconds were passed, we were not getting that after 3 second message, right? After 3 seconds, because that outer loop is working. The outer that set interval is working every 1 second. So 2 seconds pass. This is how you do it. Now this will keep on running. So how would you get out of this while loop kind of a thing? So you just press again Control C. That's it. Okay, and you will be out. So these are some inbuilt functions or global objects that we have in our Node.js. We have many other global functions, like if you want to know the location of this file, where this file is located, right? You want to know the directory. Go back. You want to know where this the location of this file, the directory, the whole address of this file, right? The location. You can just write console.log __ dir name, right? This will give you the directory name where you are located. Let's save this file and let's run this file. These are all global objects. Okay. Once you run this file, you have hello world, then you have 2, 3, 4. Okay. This what happened here. Okay, now what is happening, that this set interval function will not let this console to be printed unless and until we will stop this thing. Okay, so let's try this thing here. So we load Control C, and that statement will never be printed. Okay, so now how to stop it? just let me show you, let me keep it simple. Let's open Sublime again and let's remove the set interval. We don't need this anymore, and let's save this file. Okay, and then what we have, okay, we will go in our command prompt again and we will just run this thing again, and we have after 3 seconds that message, and then we have that dir name, directory name. So you can also write it here, / dir name. Okay, okay, so this is how you do it. This is external file. Okay, maybe we can do this thing. We'll write node and let's write here / dir name. Okay, control C. You have to try, if you are in the command prompt, you just type 2 times the control C and you will be out of it. Okay, so yes, so now let's do one more thing. Let's try file name. Okay, let's try file name _ console.file name, the name of the file along with its location. Let's open up the command prompt. Have I saved this file? Let me save this file. Okay, these 2 commands are not currently working, so I don't know what is the issue. So, but you got the point, right? So, global objects, these are all the global objects that we have, and set interval. So, along with the set interval, we will be having some functions that are there, some global objects that are also there. What? Set interval. Then we have clear interval. All those functions, right? So, these are all global objects. Now, what is a function? The function is nothing but a code that you want to repeat multiple number of times, or the code that you want to execute generally that you will be performing frequently, right? That you will put in a function and then you will be calling it. So there are 2 ways how you can create a function, that is using a function keyword and using a function expression. So these are the 2. So this function creation will bring modularization in your code, that you will be creating modules, and we will see how you will create these modules and how reusability comes into picture, right? If you want to run something, you will just call that function. You want addition of some numbers, you want subtraction of those numbers, you just create a function and you just pass in 2 numbers, that's it. Okay, so now using a function keyword, how you will write, you will be using a keyword that is function, right? You will be using this keyword function along with the function name, that is happy is there. This is the function name, and you will be printing console.log, I am grateful, that's it. And once you will call it, how do you call it? With happy. Okay, so let's go and run this thing as well. So you open up your Sublime, and I don't know what is the problem that we are having with this thing. Okay, so now let's skip this thing for now. Okay, now let's create a function. We have a function, and this is the function, and the name of the function is, let's call it print. Okay, this will print something, and let me just print something in it, console.log, right? And let's call it happy. And to run this function, right, what we will do, we'll just call it with the help of this name that we have, that is print. Okay, that's it. Let's save this file and let's run this thing. Okay, the happy is there, and after 3 seconds we have that message as well. Okay, so this is how you run this program. Okay, so this is function. Now there is one more thing that is called function expression, wherein you can skip this name. You don't need there's no requirement of these things, and you will be storing your functions in some variable. Let's call it print in this case. Okay, and now this is the function that is present in this print. Okay, now if you want to call this function that is happy, again you will be writing this name. You cannot you will be not using this name, that is the function name will not be there. Okay, if you know ABC is there, this won't be effective, right? Even if you will call this by ABC, it will throw an error. Okay, let's try this out. Okay, now you want to call this function and the name of the function is ABC. Can this be run? Okay, let's see. You print it, then you see ABC is not defined, right? Now this ABC has not been defined. Even if you can put it there, but you cannot use it. Okay, so it's one and the same thing, right? And if you want to run this function, you just have to write what? Print, and you call this function. Okay, that's it. This is the name of the function, print. That's it. Okay, now when you will run this thing, it will be run and it will say hello world, happy. So these are function expressions. Now why we are dealing with this function and what is the need of this function? Now what we will be doing, we will create another file. Let's suppose we created another file and we name this file second. Okay, let's save this file first, and on the same folder let's call it second.js. okay, now this is an external file, and whatever is present in this file we will be using it in this file first.js. okay, so now this file is nothing but our module. This is what you mean by a module. Okay, this is modularization of your code. Now if you want to use something that is present in this file, what you will do, let's create something in this file. This will act as just like we have libraries in other programming languages. Similarly, we have this this modules in this Node.js. okay, these are very important. Again, we will be using two important global global objects. Those are modules and exports. Okay, so now let's create something in this second.js. Let's create a variable a, and let's name this. Let's call it ABC. Okay, or let's call it wiki. Let's name something. Right, and now once we have this thing, and now we want to use this variable, and we don't want this variable to be compiled. Okay, we don't want the second.js to be compiled. We just want to use this file in here. Okay, just like we want in such a manner that if we print console.log and we printed a here, the name of the file, what was the name of the variable? It is a, right? We want to use this. Can we use this thing? No, we cannot, just not like this. Okay, we need to export this thing, right? We need to export this thing. So how do you export this thing, and how do you use it here? With the help of two important features or two important objects. Those are, first is called, this is a function keyword, and this is the help of function expression, and then we have modules. Okay, so in this we will be having two important objects, that is module.export is one object which is empty right now. Okay, this is empty right now, and another thing that we want to use, if we want to use that different file, we need an object that is called require, that we require this file, that is second.js. We will store it in some variable and then we will use it. Okay, so now let me show you how to use these modules. Okay, you will be using it for creating, you might be thinking, okay, this is very naive and this is very simple, but you will be using this thing when we try to build some APIs. Okay, so now for now let's call it some variable in the first.js, and let's name it, we have a name in here, and now what we will be using, the object that is require. Okay, and require will take an argument in the form of string, and this dot and then forward slash means that you are in this current wherever this file is, in that same file please look for this file in that current folder, in that current directory. Okay, this forward slash and dot means this, and then which file you are trying to look for is second.js, right? This is a file, right? Is this JS is again optional, you can put it second or second.js, or you can put it second. Okay, so this is the name of the file, and this is the name of that file that we are going to put in this object that is required. Okay, now how will you use this? You will just print name here. Okay, now is this it? Can you be able, will you be able to use this wiki, that is this name, in that second in that first.js file? No, not right now. Okay, we need to add some more things, that is we need to export this. We will write module dot export and then equal to what? A. So please export this variable A Okay, we are exporting this variable a. Okay, and now this a will be exported to this position, where to this file wherever we have used this file second.js. Okay, and it will be stored in name, and then we can use this variable name and we will be able to fetch anything from this module. So this is what you mean by modules, and Node.js is built around these modules. We will see how we will use these module kind of structure for building our APIs as well. Okay, so now let's save this file, and let's save this file as well. And now let's see if we get wiki something like this. Okay, the name of this file. Okay, now let's open our command prompt. 1 second. Okay, we have a command prompt here, and now let's run this, and you see we have a name, this wiki. Did you compile your file, that your second.js file? No, that was never compiled. So this is how it is done, right? This is how these Node.js is faster than any other front end, right? Any other runtime environment, as it's providing you the runtime environment. With that, you can easily run different things. Okay, so now what happens if there is more than one item or more than one element that you're trying to fetch from some other module? Let's suppose there is some function. Let's call this function as print. Okay, and in this you are trying to print what? In this you are trying to print console.log, and you are trying to print this name. Okay, or you're trying to print anything, right? Let's suppose you're trying to print hello. Okay, so now how would you do this thing? Are you going to do the same thing? Export module.export, right? Module.export. Let's copy this thing, and module.export and this time you are going to send print, the method, the name of the method print. You are going to send print. No, this will be something redundant, right? Or let's not. You can use a function, or you can use another variable as well. So what I told you earlier, this is an object. Okay, this is an object. Right now this is empty object as of now this is an empty object. Now if you want to send more than one item, you can create this thing, that is exports.a. You want to create this thing and return. This is the property that you're adding. Okay, and this is another property that you're adding in this object, is that print. Okay, function. Okay, now once we have exported it, and now we can use it in our this file with the help of this second.js, and we won't call it this time we won't call it this time a or name. We'll be calling it some different name, that is object, because it will be containing both the items. Okay, so now what we will do, if you want to access this name, right, what you will do, you will write obj object dot name, the property, or dot a that we accessed, or let's copy this thing again. And now what you will be doing, this object dot, and the other name is that print. Okay, that print function you want to call, and now let's run this function. Okay, you see wiki hello and undefined. Why do you get hello and this undefined message? Just like JavaScript. In JavaScript, if you're not returning anything, it will give you an undefined message, right? Let me show you what happens in JavaScript. This is something that is completely relevant, and it is almost similar to JavaScript. Okay, so if you see, if I wrote something here var a in JavaScript, if I wrote var a and then I press enter, you see this undefined message. Just like JavaScript, in this command prompt we will be getting this undefined message as well. But how you can rectify this? If you don't want any undefined message, you just have to return anything. Okay, in your function. Let me go in here, and let me just go into second.js, and let me just return anything, right? So let's suppose we return hello. I returned some string. Okay, and now what happened, this will return this string, and it will go in here, and then what we will be having in here, in place of this we will be having what? Hello. And so that will be printed, and this time around we won't be getting this undefined message. Okay, So I haven't saved this thing. Wait a second. Let me save this thing. Let me run this thing. You see, this time around, we don't have this undefined message. Okay.
So let's look at the 5 categories of SQL commands. So as you see, we go from DDL to DML to DQL, DCL, and TCL. And I'll walk you through what those mean in each step, and I'll give you a practical exploration of these commands in MySQL Workbench. So let's just move on to DDL, so we can kind of see what those particular commands are. So DDL is a data definition language. This defines the schema of the data or the database structure, and it's describing, creating, and modifying any of our existing database structures. So what are the commands that are in DDL? They are create, which actually creates a new object in the database or database. Drop, which removes the database. Alter, truncate, and this allows us to remove specific content within the actual memory or the data or the table. Comment, which allows us to add something to the data dictionary. And lastly, rename. So let us kind of go over to the MySQL Workbench and kind of see how these function in action. So I'm in MySQL Workbench, and if you can see on the screen here, we have I've opened up MySQL Workbench. There is a connection for you to do the local connection, where you can click into the local connection. And then you're going to have to put in the password that you specified for your connection and when you loaded it up. So I pass that in. I'm going to load in some queries for my DDL. So I'm going to go over to Query and File. And I'm going to go to Open Script. And I'm just going to open my DDL commands so you can get a better look at them. So if we wanted to create a database, you see we're using the create command, and then the database name here, and then we're ending that command with a semicolon, and that ends the actual code. So I can highlight this actual command. I can run over to this particular option, and I'll be able to execute the code. So I execute that, and you can see in our line here, and I'm going to drag this up so you can see it a little bit better. You can also change the way this is seen. For example, now it is on the bottom part of your screen. If I click this, we can change some of the way that is structured. I like it at the bottom, so I'm going to keep it there. I'm just going to pull it up a little bit more. And you can see what has happened is we created a database in MySQL. And mine already exists, so you can see what happens is I already created mine, but as we saw in the commands that we have, we can drop that database here. So let's use the next command, which is use, and I'm going to run that. And now you can see if I can use 0 rows are affected, which means we haven't changed anything. Now I can drop that database with the drop command here. So if I drop that, 1 row is affected. And if I go back up to use, you can see that the error code is going to show us that it no longer exists because we dropped it. So let's go to creating that database again with the create MySQL demo. So we're creating another database, slightly different spelling there. We can say 1 rows are affected, which means we created a database with 1 row. We can use the SQL so we can see it, and we run it. And now we can see 0 rows are affected, so we know it executed properly. We can create another table within that database. So we created our database, and now we want to create a table. So you can see create table command there, and I run that, and you can see table must have 1 visible column. So that's when we add the column here. So we expand the command to bring in the student ID as an integer, the student name as a character, and the course name as a variable character. So I can highlight that whole command, which starts with the command and ends with the semicolon, and I run that. And now you can see 0 rows are affected, and you can see we created a table, student ID, student int, varchar with the information that we wanted. Now we can alter that table. So I'm going to highlight this, alter table. And you can see what we're doing as an alteration to that table is we're adding a email. So let's add email. And you can see that that has been added. We can rename the table to student with the alter command. So alter table command, pass in the table, and then rename to as our function to say rename to students. I run that, and you can see now we have 0 rows affected because we're not adding anything to the rows, but we know it executed. We can truncate the student table here. So truncate. And we can see 0 rows affected. And now we can drop that table. So that is your commands that we can use to create a database, very easy for DDL. So let's deal with the data manipulation language, which is going to be dealing with commands that allow us to manipulate any existing data that was in that database or table. So we're looking at things like insert. It allows us to insert data into a table. Update, which allows us to modify data within a table. And delete, which allows us to remove data from a table. Next, let's look at data query language. And this is primarily what you're going to be using to retrieve data from a database. So this helps query data from the schema or database. So the select command is used there to retrieve stored data. And then we have the DCL, or the data control language. And this is usually dealing with the rights and the privileges of people who have access to that database. So we have the rights and permissions. We have grant, which provides a user the privileges to the database. And then we have revoke, withdraws the user access to the provided user. Then we have TCL. TCL is transaction control language. And this commits statements that help permanently saving data to a database. So this allows us to commit a transaction, roll back a transaction if there's any error, save, which allows us to save pointers or information in a systematic rollback, and set a transaction, which allows us to specify transaction characteristics. Filters. Now, filters are super important. And you'll see how filters work when we're in our MySQL workbench. So filters are connected to a select command, and they act as a clause to that command. So we call it a where clause. We use where. So we're selecting a column from a table where a condition is set. And then we can combine operators with our where filter. So that's going to allow us to say select student name from the student table where course name equals accounting or history. So we can use those operators and or not to see how that data is filtered through in MySQL Workbench. And we'll take a look at some of those commands. We can also use combined filter clauses. For example, we want to select a column from a table where values are in a group or between a range. It could be a date range or a number range. We also can use pattern matching with our where clause. For example, like. Like allows us to look at a pattern. For example, I want to select a student name from the student table where the student name like, and then maybe it's only looking at the first letter, like H for Harry. If you are not familiar with the concept of null values exist to say there's an empty cell or empty value within a table. For example, so suppose if we have student names and student IDs and student phone numbers, student name and ID is something that is going to be regularly required. However, a student may not have a phone number. So in place of that empty phone number, we have a null value, which means there's an empty cell. And this helps to avoid issues in the table by having that null value, which is like a specialized value that helps to keep a placeholder instead of throwing out missing data errors. So now we're back over into MySQL Workbench, and we're going to look at using some DML or data manipulation language to alter a table. And we also are going to look at selecting data with the data query language commands that we looked at previously. So the first thing we want to do is, access the database that we want. And if we remember, if I go back to the DML, we were using the MySQL database. But we had dropped the table. So what we're going to do is go back and re-add that table back into everything. So if I just go over to everything I want to add, we want to use the MySQL database. We want to create the student table. We want to add everything from here so we can add that back. So I'm back into MySQL Workbench, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to rerun that table where we created the MyStudent table using the DDL commands, which were create. And I just want to create that simple table again, but make sure you're using the correct database, which is MySQL demo, and we use the use command for that. I'm going to go all the way down to create the table, and I'm going to run that again. And you can see we run that table. Now I'm going to switch over to our new script. And first, let's look at how we actually visualize or pull data from a table. And that's with that DQL language, which is the select command. So I'm going to select, and then I'm going to use a wildcard, which is the star, from the student table, just so we can take a look at what's in that table. So I'm going to highlight this select star, which is our wildcard, from the student table, and I run that. And you can see there's nothing in our table. Now we're going to use the DQL language commands, which allow us to insert data. And as you can see here, we have 3 insert commands. So I'm going to run the first one where I'm inserting values into those rows. And if you can see that parentheses, it is following the column count. So 1 is going to be our student ID. Harry is going to be the name, and the course name is going to be C001. So I'm going to run that first command. You can see that it ran, and then we can select from that table again. And now we can see that Harry is the first row of data that we have. So I'm going to run the other two rows by highlighting them. And then I'm going to select from that table again. So now you can see we have 3 values within that. So what we can do is we understand how we can insert. Now we can delete also, but before you delete anything, you need to make sure you're very specific about what you want to delete. So if we try to delete something that doesn't exist, so for example, we have this table with the course names C001, C002, but let's change this value here. So we have C001, C002. We can continue to use the data manipulation language to update student records. So before we jump into any other commands, let's move over a little bit to the filtering. So if we want to filter, we use a where clause. So now I'm pulling all the tables, but if I just say select everything where student name equals Harry, and I put that in parentheses because we know that's a string, and I put my semicolon to end the query, I run this, so if I want to select a clause where we say select from everything from where, we want to select from the student table where student name underscore name equals Harry. So we can see that we have all our data here, but we can use a clause. For example, we can select from the student name where. So here's all our data. So we can select from that table and filter it down using a where clause. So we're selecting from the student table where the student name equals Harry. And we can see there's only one student with the name Harry, so we should only bring back one row of data. So I am going to highlight that and run it. And then you can see that we only bring that one back. So now we can see that we can also delete, but we need to specify which rows we want, what we want to delete in a similar fashion. But let's use update first so we can see how that works. Because we can also delete the whole student table, which also truncates everything. But let's not use the delete command just yet. Let's update our student table, and let me run this again where we see everything, where I select command. And if we go to update, what we want to update the student table. And we want to set the course name to 003 for who, where we add our filter, student ID 2, which is John. So if I run this, and then I select the whole table, we can now see that CC001 has been changed to CC03. So let's continue to explore using a filter. So now you can see I'm using our MySQL database. I'm selecting from the table here. So I'm going to run these two commands. And now I can see all my data again. But here is a filter with two conditions. I want to select from the student table where the student ID equals 1 or equals 2. So if we run that, we should get 2 rows of data. Now, if we change that operator to and, we will not get anything back. And let's find out why. So we don't have a particular column or row that has both conditions, student name 1 and student name 2. We have or, because we can see that's rows with or, but we don't have both. So let me show you what happens. You're not going to get anything back because both conditions are not met. Now, what we can do is say, look at our table and say, okay, we want student name 1 and we want student ID 1 and we want student name to equal Harry. So we can change that. And we can see that, yes, we have a student name, a student ID 1, and we have a student name Harry. So that both conditions can be met. So if I run this, we will get a result. Now what I can do, and I'm just going to copy this line and make a new one so we can see it. I'm going to copy that and say, bring me back everything that has a student ID greater than 1 and show you what the result will be. So now we will get any student names greater than 1. Next, what we can do is we can use pattern matching. So we can also say, create another condition here. So we can say, bring me back a student name like, so like is our pattern matching. And then I'm going to say J as the first letter in the alphabet. And then I'm going to use a percent sign to say anything that matches that pattern. So if I bring this back, and it looks like we have an error where student name like, because you can see this little dot, select everything from student title where student name, and all I need to do is ensure that this semicolon is there to ensure that our code will run. So I'm going to run this, and you can see we bring back everything that's like J. So we have John and J. So we can say, and student name is like, and we can further filter that down by saying the course name equals C002. And now we can have both conditions met. The pattern matches J, and we have the select here for 002. So we should only be bringing back this. And now you see we bring back A3. And remember, you don't need to always use the wildcard. You can specify a column. So I say, just bring me back the student name instead of the wildcard. Student name. You will only bring back Jane because she meets both conditions. So you're not required just to bring back the wildcard. You can specify a particular column. Let's continue our exploration into using the where clause to filter, select statements, and bring back data based on conditions that we specify in that clause. So we're going to be using the student table to examine this. So you can see from the student table, we've selected the statement. We've used the wildcard, which means we're bringing back everything from the student table. And what we're doing is we're bringing back the table here. So you can see we have the student ID, student name, course name. And now what we can do is use that same select statement to filter the data based on a condition. For example, we have a where statement with the previous select statement, and we want to bring back records where the student ID equals 3 and course name is C002. So both conditions need to be met. So if I run that, we should get some data back, because if we look at student ID 3 and C002, that condition exists for that record. So let's run that. And we can see we get Jane, which has a student ID of 3 and the course 002. Let's look at the next condition. So first, let's run that table again so we can just evaluate. So the next condition says, hey, bring back student ID 3. We can see student ID 3 and course name C005. We do not have a 005 in our table. So if we run this, we get no records back because both conditions cannot be met because this doesn't exist. So it is false. So the next condition, let's look at our table again, run that select statement. And if we look at the next statement, which is we want a condition where the student ID is 1 and C001. So we're able to ensure that we can get a result. And then the next statement, it says select from student ID table where ID equals 13 and C005. So both conditions are false, which makes the select statement kind of true. But let's run our first one. Here, which is we want to be able to bring back a student table that is ID 3 and the course name 005. So since we don't have 005, we can change the statement to make it true. So if we change either one of these, so for example, let's bring back student ID 2 and C003. So if we run this statement, we will get an output, John. However, if we run this statement, both are false. And if we run that, we get no records back. The last one tells us to look for a student name. So let's run this. And we want to be able to select from the student table. And then we want to select where, but now we're using where not. The student name is Hattie. So let's go back up to our student table and run this. And we go back down. And we want to be able to bring back where not. So that means the condition is not there. So this should display all our tables. So this displays all our table records because we have where not. If we included where, it would not be a valid where statement. Let's continue to use operators. Now we've been using where, but we know there can be an additional operator with where. So we're going to use the in operator. For example, select everything from the student table where the course name is in 001 and 003. So if we run this, let's see what happens. So let's take a look at our student table. And we can use the in operator. where we want to be able to bring back a student table where the course name is in this particular tuple or list. We want C001 and C003. So we should be able to bring back course names that are in these two. So I am going to highlight this and run it. And you can see we get C001 and C003 using the in operator with the where statement. So you're going to select your column from a table where the column you're interested in has these values in it. Next, we want to be able to bring back a student table where student IDs are from 1 to 5. So if we go back and look at our whole table again, we know that this will bring back everything. So if I highlight this, it's between 1 and 5. All student IDs are between 1 and 5 if I run that. So we didn't get a result because there is an error here. So we need to correct the spelling. We need student ID and now if we run this, we can see that we get back all the records because they start from 1 to 3. Now we can change this to a 2. And if we run it, let's see what we get back. We are only going to get between 1 and 2 for student records. So those are the in operators that we can use with our particular where statement. So let's talk about different aggregation functions that we use on columns to bring back an aggregation that we are looking for. For example, we may want to bring back the count or the sum or the max. These are all things we can do with aggregation functions within a select statement. So let's take a look at those. So we have a table here, which is the data of customers. And if we run that, you can see that output down below. And we have the column customer ID, first name, the middle name, the last name, city, age, mobile number, occupation, and date of birth. Now we may want to know what is the minimum age of the customer in our customer database. So we would be dealing with this particular column. And the syntax would be, we're using the select statement, we're using minimum, and then we're encapsulating that over the column. And the column would be age. And if we run that, you can see the minimum age is 18. Now, we can also change that aggregation to max, which we have here. And I'll just show you this. So I'm selecting max age from the data of customer database table. And it's 90. Now, you might want to, and let me just run this again, 18. You might want to know who that customer is. And that's what we start using where clauses with our select statement. So we want to select the first name from the data of customer table where the age is 18. And now we will find out the name or the first name of that particular customer. So we highlight that. And we run it, and we can see his name is here. We can also find out who was the person with the maximum age. So we can say where the maximum age is 90. So we select the first name column from the data of customer table where the age equals 90. And that is Shankar. We can also use the count aggregation function to count the number of rows in the total table. And that's why we're using this symbol, which is wildcard. So we don't need to specify a particular column. We're counting the particular rows with the count function. So we can run that. And we can see we have 10 records in that table. We can count the number of age, and we can alias that column. For example, if we count the age, and then we want to say, hey, we want to know to bring that back as total customer column from the data of customer table. And so we will get this result, the total customers, alias, and the number of customers. Now you can see that we were able to get 10 because there were 10 ages within that column. So let me just run this for you again. And we know we have 10 records and age, and we can see that there is 10 here. Let's go to the next part where we want to select the age as total customers from Delhi. Now, we need to specify where that city is in our data set. So we see we have Delhi here, and we want to find where the city is Delhi from the table data of customers. So we're using where as our filter clause. So we're going to select the count of age. We're going to name it, use the alias. So we're using as customer from Delhi from the data of customer table where the city is Delhi. So we can look at our data here and we can see there are 4 instances of Delhi. So we should be able to count that and bring back 4. So I'm going to highlight that. And we are able to get 4 with our alias. We can use another aggregation across our numerical columns, which is average. So we're just selecting the average function, passing in the column that we're interested in using. In this case, we're using an alias. So we're renaming that column as average age from data of customer table. So let's run that. And you can see we are given 46.4, and we have some trailing decimals. And we can also use another function called round to deal with that. We can select the sum of the ages, which is another aggregation. We alias is that sum of age from the data of customer table. And now we get 464. We can get the count of first name and the city from data of customer table. Now, we may want to get the count of the first name by the city from the data of customer table. Now, at that point, we're dealing with group bys. So we're going to dive into that. So the syntax for group by is you using select. We're using an aggregation. And then we are grouping by a particular dimension in the table. So let me just show you the whole table. Again, so I'm selecting that. So we can see we have these dimensions. And dimensions, you can think about things we can group by or way we are separating the data or the records. So we want to group by city. So we can see there are different types of cities. And then we have a numerical column that we can pass on an aggregation. So let's look at our example here. So we're going to count all of the first names. And then we're going to group them by city. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 cities. So we want to be able to count the number of records or first names in each city. So we should be able to bring back, we know from our previous count statement, there were 4 in Delhi. They look like there are 4 in Mumbai. one in Calcutta, and one in Chennai. So if we run this, we are going to bring back the count. We are going to bring back the count of the first name, the city column from the data of customer table, and we're going to group by the city. And now you can see we have 4, 4, 1. This is a group by statement. Let's go back up and look at our data table here. And we get all of these. So you might even want to select the average age from our 1, 2, 3, 4 cities. And if we go back down, we can write a select statement. For example, select. We want the average age. We also want to be able to bring back the city. And then we want to be from the data of customer table, but we want to group by the city column. And if we run this, you can see we get the average age per city, which Chennai has the highest average, but that might be only one record there. And we have the average for the others. And you might be asking yourself, hey, can we bring back different aggregations? Yes, you can. So we can also bring back the count of the first names. First name. And that will bring back the count of the first name and the average age by city. And we run this. And now we get two aggregations within one table. We get the count and the average age. We can also alias these columns to give us an alias that makes a little bit more sense. For example, let's kind of change how we have formatted this. So we're going to just break this down a little bit. And so we can see it a little bit better with our aliases. So we're going to call this column as average age. And then we're going to call this let's call this as name records. And then we're going to get this from the city. And just make a little space here. So now if we run this, we have the average age, the name records, and city. And you don't need to always have the aggregation first. We could move that down. I'm going to copy this and actually we're going to copy the name. Let's copy the city first, because it might be better to read it this way. And we know we separate each one of these with a comma. So we have comma, 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 and then we select. And now you can see Delhi is first, average age, and the name of the records. And you can keep doing this to increase the table aggregations, which would be very informative. So now that we have a product from our group by, we may want to filter the table even further. At this point, we're not able to use our trusty where clause. We need to use a different function that we're going to be using, and that is going to be having. So as you see, we created our table with multiple aggregations, but we may want to further group things down. For example, if we just want to count, let's count the first name by city here. So we count the first name by city by using that previous select statement with our aggregation and grouping it by city. But we want to maybe only bring back the records that are more than 2. And you can see from this select statement, we selected the count of the first names. We selected the city column from the data of customer table, and we grouped by city. Now we can further filter that count, that aggregation, the count of the first name. So we need to pass in the count of first name again is greater than 2. So if we run this, you can see now we only bring back those 2 records. Now we can also select the count of name from the data of customer where the count equals 2. And I want you to think about when we talked about whether things are true, what we would get. So I'm going to run that. And you can see we bring back no records, because if we look at our total table, we can see there's nothing that equals 2. So this statement is incorrect. So we don't bring back records. But if we wanted to change that to 1, with our having count of 1, we can bring back 2 records, which is Kolkata and Chennai. We can continue to count the first name and city greater than 2, having count, and less than 2. So we can also use the greater than and less than operator to bring back information. And this is less than. We can also use the operator not, and not is symbolized with the exclamation mark and equal. So we want to bring back records that are not 4. So we should have the 2 records that are not 4. So that is a great way to group your data. It is super important, and filter that using a having clause to help us filter that table even more. So let's dive into looking at a new table, which we're going to be looking at an employee table. And in this, we're going to look at using different operators with a filter and looking at pattern matching. So let's jump in. We have the employee table here. You can see we have employee ID, first name, last name, email, phone number, the hire date, the job ID, salary, commission percentage, the manager, the department, ID. So we've selected this table, and now we want to be able to use a different layer of filter. So we've been using the where filter quite a bit, and you can see we have a select statement here, and we're bringing in the first name, last name, salary, and department ID in our main section of our select statement. And we know that's coming from the employees table. We're using where, and we want to put a condition on the salary column. And this is when we start using between and not between. So for example, I'm just going to change this a bit, change this to between 10,000 and 15,000. So we want to bring back all the first name, last name, salary, and department IDs where the salary is between 10,000 and 15,000. So I run this, and you can see it brings back our records for 10,000 to 15,000. Now we can change that operator by adding not in front of it and bringing in all the salaries not in this range. So this condition is met. Now, let's look at another one. We looked a little bit at the in function. So we want to bring back the first name, the last name, the department ID from employees where the department ID is in 30 or 100. And we want to order by department ID. So we know we're selecting from that employees table. We're going to look for 30 or 100 for apartment IDs. And then we're going to order by department ID. So let's just select this and run it. And what you can see, we get 30 or 100, and we get the first name and last name. And then we have order. So we can order by ascending by adding ASC, or we can order descending, DESC, at the end of our order by. So remember, that's order by the column and then the keyword that we're looking for. Now let's use those two operators together, where we're using a between or a not between and a in operator. So we're selecting the first name, last name, salary, and department from employees, where the salary is not between 10,000 and 15,000. So you need to use between and then we chain another condition with and. The department ID is 30 and or 100. So we run that, and there are our conditions all met. And we know they're met because we are able to return back the records that we're looking for. Now, we can start getting into other types of functions. And one of the functions that we can use is the date time function, which is year. So we can select all the employees, where the year, and then what we pass into that function is the hire date. And the hire date we know is a date. And now we can set a condition saying equals, and then 1987. So if I run that, then we will bring back all the records that have the year 1987. So that's quite interesting. We can also use a month here. So let's just copy this. And we can change this to month. And let me just show you what it brings back. So what we're going to do is let's do this so you can see this step by step. So let's select using the month function year. Sorry, let's use the month in the hire date. Hire underscore date from employees. And I'll show you what you get back. And then let's end that with a semicolon, and let's run that. And you can see here what you're going to get in return, 6, 7, and 8. Now, what we can do is say, okay, let's give us the count of all the records from the employees table, where the month, then we pass in the hire date. And we know we have that numerical value that we put in. So let's say equals 6. And let's run that. And we can see we have 14 records. So we can also say just bring back all the tables. All the records instead of the count. And then we can run that. And if we go and check, we can see the month is all in June. So now let's get into pattern matching. So pattern matching is quite important when you are starting to do some text analysis on your data within a table, within a database. So we use pattern matching to initiate that with the word like. That's the keyword. And then we are able to pass in the percentage sign to indicate the pattern that we're looking for. For example, we want to bring back the first name from the employees table, where the first name, like, and then let's take a look at this. That means it's going to have a B in the middle. So let me give you an easier example first. So let's just copy this. And let's make some space. We're going to paste this. And let's look at the names. So we have first name. Maybe we want to bring back all the first names that have an A in it somewhere. So we can change that B to A, and then we can add a semicolon behind that to terminate the particular select command. So if I run this, we're going to select the first name from the employees table where the first name has an A within 2 characters. And that within is indicated by that percent sign. So I run this, and you can see what we brought back is everybody has an A somewhere in their name. So what if you wanted to bring back everybody that had an A beginning with their name? At that point, we wouldn't need the first one. We would just run this, and we bring back everybody with an A as the first part of their name. So in this second example, we're selecting the first name from an employees table where the first name has a B and a C within it. Then we're using the and in the column like again. So you remember that you need to ensure that you don't just chain like and like. You need to like in the column. So let's see what we get. So Bruce has a C and a B in his first name. So now we talked a little bit about using the in within those parameters, but of course we can use not in. So I want you to imagine what this is going to bring back. This is going to bring back all the records where the job ID is these 2 conditions and these 3 conditions. So if I run that, you can see we are able to get everything back. But why don't we just add another layer of complexity to this? So we know that we've been practicing our pattern matching. So let's use and last name underscore is like, and let's say they are like, they have a B. So we initiate that with our particular quotations, and we want to say B starts their name. So we run this, and now we get back all of these conditions are met, where we have a B that starts the first name, the particular job ID, which is within this particular tuple or these 2 options, and the salary is not in 4,500, 10,000, or 1,500. So you can see we have set 3 conditions here that we can further filter down our data to provide what we need. So let's talk about the summary of what we have covered so far. We covered what is a database. We looked at many examples of a database. We looked at database management systems. We understood what is a database management system. We looked at the history of a database management system. We looked at commonly used database management software. And we looked at the advantage of using a DBS. Also, we looked at relational database management systems, and we were able to contrast that with the data management system. And we also looked into relational database systems versus a database management system. We looked at some of the keys, concepts in relational database management systems like key types. We also looked at normalizations and normalization types. And lastly, we looked at implementing the relational database management system using MySQL. We understood what SQL was and how to use that. We implemented MySQL. We looked at some of the key commands in MySQL. We looked at filters, operators, and null values. I hope you learned a lot in this course. Please don't hesitate to ask any questions, and good luck on your adventure into database systems with MySQL. Hi, welcome to MySQL tutorial. So let's dive into the agenda and see what we're going to cover in this course. So in this course, we're going to cover alias in SQL, joins in SQL, group by, having, order by, subqueries, and SQL with Python. So let's cover aliases in SQL. So what's an alias? An alias is a concept that is used in SQL that gives a temporary name to a specific table. So this can be done to make SQL queries a little bit easier to write, and also a little bit better in terms of interpreting if you have other people who have your SQL query. And we'll get into that. It's also very helpful for joins. So let's talk about joins in SQL. So what are joins? Joins is a concept where we're allowed to combine tables based on relations or keys. And this is kind of the primary concept behind relational database management software, where you're able to model the data. So we have separate tables that we can pull together based on a particular column that allows us to join those two together. To give you an example of that, we may have a column with the student ID that gives us the student ID in a specific primary key, and that table may be connected to the student name, the student information, such as their social security number or their college plan, and there may be a foreign key that exists in another table, let's say a course table that has all the student IDs there and all the courses connected to that specific student ID. We combine those two with a join, and that will be joining on the student ID column that exists in both tables. So that is the condition that we would be building it on. So what are the types of joins? So the types of joins are, we have an inner join, a left join, a right join, full join, and self join. And you will be using these quite a lot if you are dealing with databases. And I think the two most popular ones that you're going to see are inner join and a left join. So if you can see from this diagram here, we can look at all the different types of joins. So as you know, in SQL, we use a select command to pull data from a particular table. So pulling this data from a table allows us to bring back the columns using a select command. So we may want to use two select commands to bring tables together. Or we may want to join data and then select from that table. So let's look at the different joins. As you can see from the SQL joins, we are covering inner joins, left joins, we have right joins, and you can see the syntax that is added there. We are actually using the word join in our syntax. So we'll get more into that later, but I just want to be able to show you all the different types of joins you can and kind of just hit on the syntax right now, but we'll get into that a little deeper. Inner joins. So inner joins help select matching records in both tables. So you're only bringing back things that exist in both tables. So if there's a student ID in one table and there's a student ID in another table, we will only bring the student IDs that exist in both tables for an inner join. And I'll walk you through a demo of that. So let's talk about self-joining. In a self-join, you will actually join an existing table to itself. And you might be asking the question is, why would we want to do this? And the reason we want to do this is to produce a different output that is in the existing table. And let me give you an example of this. Imagine we have an employees table. We have the employee ID, we have the employee name, and then we have an ID, a supervisor ID. However, we don't have a supervisor name because the supervisor name is the employee name. So what we would do is join that table on itself so we could identify who is a supervisor and then have the employee name next to the supervisor name. And the employee could have multiple supervisors. So we want to make sure that the name is properly aligned. So let's jump into looking at an inner join. So before we kind of dive into an inner join, let's kind of make sure we have a firm grasp on the SQL select command language. So as you see here, I have a select, the star, which we call that a wildcard, which we can bring all the columns back from that table. And the name of our customer is data of customer table. So if I run this statement by highlighting and executing it, you can see we have the table there. We have the customer ID, the first name, middle name, last name, city, age, mobile number, occupation, and date of birth. So we can also look at an aggregation by counting how many records are in that particular table. And we can use count star, and that will be counting everything in the data of customer table. So I'm going to run that. And you can see we have 10 records. So we understand that the select will give us both the count by using the aggregation and the wildcard to bring back all the rows in the table. Now we have the option to select a column. So I'm just going to select the first name from data of customer. And I'm going to end that with a semicolon. If I run that, we should only get the first name back. And those are the first names. So now we're going to go one step further, and we're going to do a join. When you're doing a join, you need to specify the type of join you are using. So the first thing we're going to do is select the first table we want. So we know we selected the first name from the previous select function, but we want to bring the first name and account number back. So we can also format this where it is a little bit better. So we can use the select statement like this, and we can just put a indentation where we don't, and break that up so we can see what's going on. So we're going to use the select statement. We're going to select the first name and the account number from where? The data of customer table. Then we're going to inner join account on the data customer ID, and it's going to equal the customer ID in the account table. So the first thing we should do is take a look at the account table to understand how that table is structured. So similar to what we did here, we can just take this particular select statement and we can do from account. And this will bring back all of the particular account. So we run that account table, and then we can see we have the account number, customer ID, the bid ID, opening balance, date, a type, and a status. So we know that this particular column exists in both tables, the customer ID. So we can now fuse or merge or join those two tables on the customer ID column. So we can go back down to a join, and we can now explore what we're doing. We're selecting the first name and account number from the data of customer table. We're using the keyword here, inner join, and we're inner joining the account table on what columns? On what columns? On the data of customer table, customer ID column. The account table in customer ID column. So now remember, we had 10 records here in our data customer table. So if I run that, we have 10 records. And let's see how many we have in the account table. So we can just change this table to account. And we run this. And we have 10 also. So let's see what happens when we interjoin to see what happens. So we're going to bring back both tables joined on the customer ID column. We run that. And now you can see we have the first name and the account number. And as you can see, there are first names that are repeated, but they are attached to different account numbers. Now, we can take the same select statement here and modify it similar to what we did above. So we can not bring back, the first name and account number. We can bring back the first name, and we can also bring back the count. So let's bring back select, and we're going to do count star. And we can highlight this and run it. And we also brought back 10 rows. So that is your inner join that we can use to make sure that we bring back the rows that match the left column and the rows that match the right column. So that would be our matching rows for your inner join. So let's continue our exploration into joins. Now we're going to look at one of the most useful joins that are out there, which is a left join. And this is where you're trying to ensure that your table on the left is connected to the table that you're bringing in. And the table on the left is your primary table. So we want to only bring back the records from that merge that exist in that left table. So let's take a look in MySQL Workbench and see how a left join works. So what I've done here is I've just used a select statement to look at the accounts, and I'll just run that again for you. And we can see that we have the account number, customer ID, the bid number, opening balance, AOD, A type, and A status. And these are our existing columns. So we know we can count the number of customer IDs and count the number of account numbers by using that aggregation function count. So just going to run that for you. And we can see we have 10 customer IDs. Now, account numbers, we can do the same thing by selecting count and then account number in the count parentheses in the function from account. So we run that and we have 10 account numbers. So next, what we're going to do is initialize a left join. So we're going to start with that initial statement, which is select star from account. So we're selecting everything from account, and account is going to act as our left table. We're going to left join that to the customer table. Now we need to specify on which columns are we joining. We're joining on the account table dot customer ID. So the account table, the dot, and the customer ID. So the account table in the customer ID column. And we're going to equal that to our customer table and our customer ID column. So if I run that, we should get back a left join. And you can see what has happened is we have our left table here, which would be all 10 records because that's what existed in the left join in the left table. And then we brought back all the columns in the account table that match the records that exist in our left account table. So we have the count table and the customer table joined in one. So you can see on the left here is the account table, and on the right here is the customer table. Let's look at another type of join, which is a right join. So when you're thinking about the right join, we're doing a similar join. However, instead of using that left table as our primary table to ensure that the records from that table are 100% pulled, we are going to make the right table our primary table. And we want to make sure when we do our merge that the right table takes precedence and that the records that we bring back will only primarily exist in that right table and match what's coming in on the left. So let's take a look. So now we have the account table in the customer table. We are going to select from the customer table and right join on the account table. And we're going to use the on keyword to say the match on the account customer ID and the customer ID in the customer table. And so if you are wanting to see what we will get if we run this, we just highlight it and we run that, bringing back all the customer information, and that is matching in our particular customer table. So the primary table is going to be here when you do your join. If we go back up to the left join, you can see that account table was primary. So this select statement exists as your primary table when you select. Sometimes we can union a table. And if you can see this table here, if you can see this query here, it looks a little bit complex, but it actually isn't. Let's see what we're doing. We're taking the results from our first select, which is left join, and our right join, and we're unioning those tables. So what do you think would be the result? So we know that we are getting the same columns back from the tables, and then one of the requirements for a union is that we have all the same columns. So you can see that from our left join, from our left join, here is the product. So I'm going to run that again. So you can see we have all of these columns. And then from our right join, we are going to have the same number of columns in the same columns. So when we union this, let's look for the result. So again, from the select in the left, you're going to see the left table represented first. So it's going to start with account number and customer ID because this is the left table, which is the account table. And from the right table here, it's going to start with the customer column. So I'm going to run that again, and you will see the customer name. But we still will have the information such as account number on the right since we're doing the right join. So if we union these two products, let's see what the structure of the table will be. So I'm going to highlight this, which is our first join. And I'm going to highlight this, which is our right join. And we are going to union those or stack those on top of each other. In order to do that, we need to have the same column. But let's see what the order of the columns is. So you are starting with the account number. And then we're moving back over to the right join. Now, we should have double the amount of rows because each one of those rows brought back information. So if we go back up to our join here, which is our left join, we can see that there are null values there. And that means those null values exist when you are having no records that match the records in the table. So now we're going to talk about the concept of grouping data. And this is super, super important because as an analyst or data scientist, you will be grouping or aggregating data so that we can understand its group dynamic. So a group by statement helps to group rows which have similar properties or dimensions or features. So, for example, most of the time, group by function is used with an aggregation. So if we're grouping something, we also need to be able to know how to count or aggregate it. Do we count it? Do we look at the average? Do we sum it up if it's a numeric measure? Or do we look at min or max? So let's look at group bys also. So the having clause in SQL is very important because once we have done our aggregations, maybe with a group by, we can no longer filter in the traditional way with a where clause. At that point, we need to use having, and having will allow us to filter within that group aggregation. Order by. Order by is also a very important concept in SQL. So a lot of times when you have completed your SQL query, you might want to order that by a certain order. You might want to order that by ascending or descending. You might want to order that by something else, another keyword that we may use. Now, ascending usually allows us to sort the data in an ascending fashion, and then descending also requires a keyword after the order by, and then we specify which column we also want that to be ordered by. So let's look at that in practice. So traditionally, we know that we query our data using a select command, and we use a single query to pull back the data that we want, and we add clauses or aggregations to further modify that single query. Now we're going to get into going into subqueries and the importance of subqueries once you get into a little bit more complicated queries, because they are also needed. So a subquery, we will get into the details now. So here's a graphic that asks how to handle 2 or more queries at a time. Do I need to write 2 separate queries? So you might want to bring back 2 separate sets of data, which may only require you to write 2 queries, but those 2 sets of data may be affiliated and may need to be intertwined or have some connection. And at that point, we start looking at subqueries. So a subquery is a SQL command in which is nothing but a select query that contains another query. So we're selecting from that initial query that you made. So how many parts are in a subquery? You have an inner and outer part of your query. So you are going to kind of understand the difference between an inner and outer query. If you can kind of imagine the inner part is going to be the thing that runs first, and then the outer query runs second. So first, the inner query is executed. Then what happens is we get a result from that inner query. After we get that result, the output of the inner query is added to the outer query. The outer query will get executed as the final result. So just remember that. So there are different types of subqueries. You have 2 types of subqueries, and we classify them as nested or correlated subqueries. So a nested subquery executes first, and it's usually the inner select query and then returns the values which executes the outer select query. So that was the inner and the outer. For a correlated subquery, this acts a little differently. A correlated subquery reads every row in the table and compares the values in each row against the related data. So it's a little bit more intricate. And you remember that subqueries can be used in different parts of your select statement. For example, in your clauses, such as where and in. Finally, you might be asking yourself, is there some advantage of using a join or a subquery? And often we can kind of get similar results depending on the data that we're trying to bring back. We could either use a join or we could use a subquery in some cases. So let's look at the comparison between these two types of actions in SQL. So we know a subquery is an inner query or a nested query. We've covered that. And it's also can be combined in a where clause, because we talked about it can be used in a where clause. A join is nothing but a query which brings back combined records from two tables or more. So handling complex queries. Subquery breaks the complex query into isolated parts in order to make a complex query into a series of logical steps. While a join, if we're talking about handling complex query, fetching data using a join concept traditionally is going to be faster because you're bringing back that whole table that you're looking for instead of waiting for the queries to actually fire. In terms of code maintenance, joins are not easy to read like subqueries. Sometimes it can be a little bit complicated because you got to remember with join, often we need to combine those with aliases to make sure we are following kind of the right procedures. And then when we talk about code maintenance for a subquery, it's easy to understand, and code maintenance is also at an ease. So what's the result? The result, when we're talking about the result, subqueries help to allow to use the results of another query in the outer query. And then when we have a join, all the different types of joins that we have, different types of joins. So it is often difficult to understand which one will give us the proper result. So we need to make sure we understand some of the theory we talked about at joins to make sure that we're able to return the result that we're looking for. So when we talk about optimizing, join is a good optimizer by the server, while subquery is easier to work with, but optimization is not as good. So let's dive into talking about subqueries. And subqueries are very important, and they take you to another level in your SQL understanding. And remember that we're looking at inner queries and outer queries. And as we know, usually that inner query is going to run first, and the product of that is then being affected by that outer query. So we'll dive into that. So first, we're using the data of customer table here. So we're going to just look at that table. And we see there are 10 records. We can also just eliminate the count and just look at all the records to get a better understanding of that table. We have worked with this table before, but it's always good to just familiarize yourself with the columns. So we have customer ID, first name, middle name, last name, city, age, mobile number, occupation, and the date of birth. So we can select everything from that particular table, similar to what we've done for the first part of this query. So now we are seeing that we have a where clause here, and the column that is affected is the customer ID, which is the first column here. And then it's in, and then we see we have something that we haven't seen before, which is this select statement. And I'm just going to format this a little bit better so we can see it all together. So let's go here and let's say we want to select everything from the customer table where, and now we can see that a little bit better. And let's make sure it's all aligned. So then we have another select statement. And let's just run this statement. So we are trying to understand what the condition is going to allow us to do. And the condition here is we want to select all the customer IDs from the data of customer table where the age is greater than 45. So we know this query is going to run first. And if I highlight it and run it, you can see all the customer IDs that are available there. So we will only return the records from the outer query that matches the records from the inner query here. So let's run that all together and take a look. And now you can see that we have those only records there, and we're bringing back all of the tables that match this particular condition which we created with a select statement. And that is a subquery. And we can write a subquery in the where function, the where clause, like we've done here. Let's take another look. We want to select from data customer table where the first name, city name, and age from customer table, where the customer ID is in the select. So this is just going to bring back everything because there's no condition set on this particular one. So we know we have 10 records. So let's see what this brings us. That brings us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now, we can be very interesting, and we could say, okay, let's add a condition here. And we talk about pattern matching. So how about let's bring back a new one here. We're going to copy this, and we're going to alter this query before we look at any more, just so you get an idea. So what if you would select the first name, city name, age from the data customer table, where the customer ID is where, and then we want to set our column, first name is like, and then we can set our pattern matching. We can say R. And let's run that inner query to see what we get. So if we run the inner query, we need to add the date of customer. I forgot the table, date of customer, data of customer. So let's run that inner query first and see what our results are. So we can see we get 2 customer IDs. So that means when we select that we're using that in statement, it's saying that these customer IDs need to match the customer IDs from our outer query. So we should only have 2 records, but we'll be bringing back first name, city, and age now. And you can see we have first name, city, and age from that. Let's go to the next example. So we're selecting the first name, the city, and age from the data of customer table, where the customer ID is in another subquery. But let's take a look at this subquery. It is not the same table. It's an account table. So if we select all the customer IDs from the account table, if we run that inner query, that needs to run first before the outer query. Here are all the ones. So the resulting output of this will need to match that. It's similar to a join. And we talked a little bit about the difference between subqueries and joins. And we can see from this that this would be a join because we need to make sure that all of the accounts match the accounts here. That would be a left join. So I run that, and now we're able to bring back the first name, city, and age from a separate table where the accounts equal the customer IDs in the account table. Let's look at that again in another subquery. So when we write these subqueries, we can also use aggregation. So often asked, it says where the age is the max from the data of customer table. So we can see the max age is 90. And we're selecting from the same table, but we're using a subquery. So we're running that. And we get the age 90, which would be the most. So let's go back and look at the account table. We're going to write a query here where we're going to select everything from the account table. So this is everything from the account table. And we see we have all savings, but we do have a terminated account here. And we have a customer ID. So let's only bring back the customer IDs cust ID from the account table where the A status equals terminated. So that's our query. We run that and now we have customer IDs. We can set this as our inner query. So let's write that from scratch. So we know this is going to be our where, right? So let's say we want to select everything from the data of customer table where customer ID is in this particular subquery. So let's run that. And now we see we get those two records and all the information. Similar to what we would do at a join. And of course, we can add more layers to this. We can also add another layer to this. Where we say, okay, this is our table. What we want so this is our subqueries.
Source code management with Git. So guys, we'll be learning about source code management or version control system using the tool Git. Now, this is a very integral part of DevOps as it is a part of continuous development phase, which is again a part of DevOps. So let's go ahead and look at the different topics we'll be covering under this topic. So we have what is version control. We'll understand what version control itself is. Then we'll see the need for a version control system. What are the different version control systems available? Then Git overview. We'll talk about why Git, what Git is. Then we'll get started with GitHub. Then we'll learn how to install Git on multiple systems and configure them. Then we'll basically learn the Git basic commands, then Git branches, merging, and Git workflow. So these are the different topics we'll be covering when we are talking about source code management with Git. So let's get started. What is version control? So when you think of the word version control, what comes to your mind? Well, as the name suggests, it's version control. You control the different versions of a thing. Now, when talking about this with software development, right, it is important because you have to version control your software. Now, in software development, you write source code. This source code is then used to create a software. Now, you will definitely have multiple versions of a software. To have those multiple versions of software, you'll have to have multiple versions of the source code. And that is where version controls comes in. Now, these days when software is developed, it is not developed with the mindset that there will only be one piece of code that will be deployed, and that's it. You will definitely be writing multiple lines of code and multiple versions of that code, because you will definitely try to improve upon your previous code, and to improve upon it, you will write new versions. Now, these days, smaller snippets of code are deployed in regular successions with regular feedbacks. So what this means is that you write small pieces of code, you push them, and you get a feedback, whether it's from your team or whether it's from the end user, and you improve upon that code by writing newer versions, and they are again smaller snippets. So this way you're writing many different versions of a code, improving every time you write a new piece of code. This leads to many different versions of the code. And that creates a need to organize the code and all of its different versions of it. This is where version control comes in. You have to control the different versions. So version control is basically a practice of managing and storing different versions of code. Now, if I were to give you guys an example, think about a college student or a school student who has to do his final year project. And he has finished his final year project. So he's doing his project in, analyzing how a particular website processes a certain thing. Now he's completed his work and he has made sure he's documented everything and, he's written down everything that is related to the code. Now he's on the deadline because, that's the last day and he's finished his work, but he feels like he can, do better things. He can improve upon his existing project because he feels like, he needs a better grade, and to get a better grade he needs to show his professor that he's done his best and he's done his best in every other part. So he sees that there is a need. He tries to identify if there are any problems with the already existing project, and he sees that yes, there is. He sees that he can optimize the processing part of his project even more. Now to do this, what he does is that he writes the code, the new code for optimizing the whole project over his old code. When he does this, he takes a lot of time. Maybe he takes like 4 or 5 hours or maybe 6 hours, and he sits down in one place and does all of the changes. Like he makes all of the changes. And once he's done making all of the changes, he tries to execute the code. But this is where a problem occurs. The code doesn't run properly. Why? Now he doesn't know why the code doesn't run properly. So what should he do? Should he panic because the next day is the deadline? He has to go and show to his professor what he's done. And he can't show anything because, he has a project that is not running. The mistake over here that he made was overwriting his previous code. If instead what he had done was, write the new code in a separate file and back up his older version of the project in another file, in another location. This way, both of them don't interact with each other and there are no conflicts or there is no overwriting. There is no miscommunication. If you suppose don't do well in your new version of the code, you can always go back to the old version. And that in his case, he couldn't do that because he had overwritten his older code. So you can see what would happen if he had introduced version control system and how important version control system is. So this is one of the examples where you understand the need for version control, because you can always make mistakes. And if you make mistakes and you don't have time to rectify those mistakes, then you're going to be in trouble. But if you, manage your versions of different code, you can always go back to the different versions, the older version, the working versions. So this is especially the case with larger companies that have multiple projects and multiple teams working on them. So, for example, there's a team that has a website it's a shopping website, and they have multiple projects on it. They have project A, they have project B, and they have project C. And there are different teams working on them. There's team A working on project A, team B working on project B, and team C working on project C. And project A is for their payment feature, project B is for their shopping feature, and project C is for their cart feature or their warehousing feature, the backend. where all the items come in and get stored, the warehousing feature. So all you can see that all these different teams work on different versions and different features of the website. So let's examine project A. So project A is basically your payment feature, right? So there are 3 versions to it. There's A1, A2, and A3. Now the A3 is the latest version of the code. Right now it's not being deployed. The team is still working on A3. A2 is the one that has been deployed. Now A2 has been deployed for a good amount of time. The users have used it for around 6 months and there have been no crashes. It's working perfectly fine. But you always have to make improvements on what you've done before. So the team identified the places where they couldn't make those changes and they came up with the idea of A3, the latest version, and they're working on it and they've actually done working on it. And now they're planning to deploy it. So what they do is they pull back A2 and they immediately push A3 as the latest version. But then they see that A3 starts crashing. They start crashing when the client enters a specific number or specific something. They haven't exactly identified the problem, but it crashes the whole website, and that affects the other teams also. So this is important. This is a great mistake. So in this situation, what they can do is they can make sure that the application or the website that is provided to the end user remains there. Like this shouldn't happen that there is no application for the users to use. So to do that, what they can do is they can pull back A3 and push back A2 again, because A2 was the latest stable version that these people were using and it was working fine for 6 months. There were no issues with it. So this way they make sure that their clients or customers have an end working product. While this is happening, while A2 has been pushed, they go ahead and debug A3. So they can go ahead and see what is a mistake made in A3. They can rectify it. And while they're doing it, there's no downtime for their final application. And this way, Project B and Project C can still, go on working without any integration issues. So this is again why, version control is important. It helps you organize all of your code. It allows for greater collaboration between different teams. You can manage different projects at the same time. So this is exactly why people go ahead for version control. All right, so now we know what version control is. Now let's see, why do we need it? We've already discussed some of the reasons. So just as we discussed right now, the purpose of version control systems is, as the name suggests, it controls the different versions of the code. Now, how does this go with DevOps? So the idea of a version control system, or a VCS, meshes very well with the DevOps ideology. What is the DevOps ideology? We studied a few principles, but the whole goal in the end was to make the whole software pipeline as efficient as possible. And the idea of VCS meshes very well with that ideology. It helps us to make the whole software development as efficient as possible, because we're using a version control system where we organize everything. That increases productivity as well as efficiency. And it also allows us for quick delivery of code and automatic job triggering. So when you want to push a specific code quickly, you can do so because you already have version control system. So you can create triggers. You can create triggers in build jobs where the whole process is automated. This way, there's no human intervention always required. You can automate even more. So this is very integral for DevOps. This allows for easy automation of the whole software development pipeline. That's why version control goes really well with DevOps. Now, there are a few benefits to version control systems also. So let's study them. So it gives you complete control. So that is one of the big benefits of version control systems. A good version control system, or a SCM tool, will allow you to completely control all the aspects of the code that you are going to write. Why? Because you will have complete access to every facet of that code. Who's writing that code? Where is he writing? Or when is he uploading the new feature onto the master branch? All those kind of details will be stored as logs, and you will have exact control of who has access to that code in the first place. You can control it, completely. No one who does not have authorization to access your code cannot access it. So that way you have a lot of control over your code, and you can create triggers. You can, create build jobs where you can put your repositories. That way also you have control. Then comes security. Now, implementing a proper source code management system creates a layer of security around the code and allows for only a need to know basis of accessing the code. This again relates back to the control benefit of a version control system, where you have a lot of control, where you know who is accessing the code, where you give authorized access to only a certain group of people, and where you have a list or a log of every change that is happening to the code, every commit that is being made. So this is why security is again a big benefit of version control system. To give you guys an example, if you had, let's talk about the previous example we took. Project A, Project B, and Project C were being handled by different teams. Now, the developers in Project A will not have access to the source code in Project B, right? Because that's not what they're supposed to be doing. So they don't have access to it unless, there is some cross, talk and they want to collaborate on a specific thing. So the team lead can give access to the developers in team A. So this is how it could work. Then it gives you the option of fast delivery. A good version control system also helps in fast building, testing, developing, and deployment of the software by being connecting to the deployment tool. So if you have any CI/CD tools, continuous integration / continuous deployment tools like Jenkins, you can easily, deliver your product. So all you have to do is, create a build job where you assign specific configurations where it tells Jenkins or the CI/CD tool that it needs to pull the code automatically without any human intervention and push that code into the deployment or the production environment. So that way the amount of downtime you have for a specific application is reduced greatly. And if you reduce the amount of downtime for an application greatly, the amount of money that gets wasted when the application is down reduces a lot. And this in turn increases the revenues for the organization or the company. Then the last benefit that I want to talk about is availability. Now, availability is kind of related to reliability also. All the code, all the source code that is created is stored in a cloud repository. Now, basically, you will write features in your own local repository or your local system, but you will be pushing it to the cloud. Once you pushed it to the cloud, it is available to everyone who has access to it. So anyone from anywhere can pull the code into the system at any time without any issues on the planet. But even if there's a pandemic going on, or even if there's a whole natural disaster going on, or the society is going to collapse, you can still access the code as long as the servers that host that code are still running, and you need to have internet access, obviously. So these are different benefits of a version control system. So what are the different version control systems available to us? So there are multiple tools for source code management or version control system or version control that are available to us for using. They're usually very similar with the exception of small, some features that cater to different requirements. So they normally are, your AWS CodeCommit, GitHub, and Git, and your Mercurial with Bitbucket, and then you even have other versions for your Azure repository or your Subversion. So you have a lot of different options. Now a lot of people definitely they go for Git or Mercurial because Git is actually, a lot of people just go for Git because Git is an amazing tool. We will talk about this a little later, but Git gives us a lot of different features. As you may have expertly deduced also, we are definitely going to be talking about Git and GitHub in this topic. All right, so let's talk about Git. Git overview. So what is Git? So, Git is basically a version control system. We discussed that. And we know Git is the VCS. So Git is an open source VCS. It's an open source version control system that allows the user to keep track of all the changes that have been made to the source code of the software. So you have developer 1 and developer 2. They are, independently responsible for creating feature 1 and feature 2. So once they write their feature 1s and feature 2, they go ahead and push it using the tool Git onto the GitHub. So the distinction between Git and GitHub here is that Git is the tool that helps you track all the changes, helps you do pushing and pulling, and GitHub is the dedicated storage repository which versions all of the code that is being stored. So this is how, this is what Git is. Git is an open source, version control system. Git's full form is Global Information Tracker. And, It was developed by a group of Linux kernel developers back in 2005 when they weren't satisfied with any of the free source code managers that were already available. Since they weren't very satisfied with what was available, they just came up with their own thing. That's how innovation happens. When there is a need, someone will create. There were paid softwares also, paid source code management systems also, but people, generally wanted to use free ones because of their own use, maybe personal use, or maybe, the requirements weren't fulfilling enough. Now, Git and GitHub slowly became the industry standard as people gravitate away from legacy version control systems towards open source tools like Git, as they provided the same features, but it was completely free. So it was completely free. That this became a very attractive offer to many different people, especially like startups and amateur developers, because not everyone has the resources to pay millions of dollars for a software, right? And when you don't have that accessibility to resources, you tend to go for cheaper options. And being free is an amazing offer over here. So Git has that, feature of it. Now, there are a lot of other features of Git. Let's discuss them. So those features are like, system compatibility. Now, Git has absolutely no problem running on any type of operating system, be it Windows, be it Linux, or be it Mac. Git is also great when it comes to inter-version control system compatibility, as it can work together, it can work with other tools repositories. For example, if you wanted to use Git with some other, repository, not GitHub, if you wanted to use it with Bitbucket, if you wanted to use Bitbucket and Git together, you could do that, really. And if you wanted to use Git and SVN together, Git has no problem pulling and pushing code to and from distributed repositories of SVN. Or any other repository than GitHub. So it's got great system compatibility, not just with operating systems, but also with other repositories. Then comes collaboration. Now, Git allows for heavy collaboration. A team of developers or different teams of developers can maintain a hierarchy and work on the same main code, but on different snippets of features simultaneously, and then merge all of their work when they're done to form the software that is to be deployed and be presented as the end product. Now, this allows for easy tracking of who's working on what part of the project and what changes they have made, which again, relates back to whatever details they have, whatever details have been or of changes have been made are stored as logs. Then comes speed. So speed is another feature of Git. Now, Git is very efficient at handling code and allows the user for easy forking and cloning of major repositories onto local system. So if you're working in a company and you're working in a specific developer team and you want to pull the whole code into your system so that you can start working on a new feature, then you can do so very easily and very efficiently. It is also much faster than all of its alternatives. So if all the other alternatives like Mercury and AWS CodeCommit, it is much faster than them. So that is again a big thing about Git. And then another feature is distributed system and reliability. Now, this facet of Git allows the multiple users to work on the same piece of code from anywhere in the world, as it is stored in a distributed repository accessible from the internet. This allows for companies to hire people without having to worry about their location, but rather their abilities. Not only that, people can start working from, their homes. Work from home becomes very easy, especially in situations where you have a large pandemic at hand, where people can't travel to the office due to security and safety reasons. Then you can, just rely on whatever is available on the cloud or the distributed repository. Just pull your code, work on it, and then push it back. So it removes any dependency on the location itself. You don't have any dependency on what your location is. That is a great improvement from before. This provides a sense of availability, as the code is always available to the developers. They needn't worry about the server maintenance or the upkeep of that server also. Unless you had your own dedicated server where you were storing all of your source code, you would access the cloud. And that is not maintained by your company. Or if it is, that is fine, but that's still not your job. If you're making use of any services that are provided by AWS or Azure or GCP, then they are maintaining those servers. So there is no upkeep for those servers. You just have to pay them and they will guarantee the availability to you. And then the last feature I'll talk about is security. Now, we've already discussed this when we talk about version control systems, how they will create a layer of security. With Git also, you have the same. It keeps a track of all the changes and all the commits that were made as logs. This allows for easy investigation if or whenever any issue occurs down the pipeline. So if any issue suppose occurs down the pipeline and you want to figure out why that issue occurred, then you would just go ahead and check out all the commits that have been made to your master branch. And if you see that there are some issues, you can easily click on them and make changes accordingly. Now, Git is overall one of the best source code management tools that anyone can use. You can be a software developer, you can be a data scientist, you can be a student or a professor or even an academic researcher or even hobbyist. Everyone can make use of it because it's so easy to learn and it's so easy to use that anyone can make use of it. Even if you're not using it for software development, you can even use it for just storing your files. It's just amazing. All right, so now we've understood a lot of things about Git and version control systems. Let's understand how the code flows within the Git system itself. From so far what we have learned, you can probably deduce that you will write the code on your system and that code will be pushed onto the distributed repository or the cloud, which is exactly what is happening in Git. But there are a few steps that we didn't mention. Now let's start talking about those steps. So the first step is, assigning a working directory. So first, a working directory is assigned. So this working directory is basically the location where all of the working code will be stored. And this is where the user will be working from. So suppose in your system, you create a folder called project folder and you start working from that project folder. Then that project folder, like you store all of your code like index.html, index.js in that project folder. Then that project folder is your working directory and you have assigned it. So like there's no official step, but you are assigning it as a working directory. Then comes the next step in this life cycle, that is initialization. Now this is a step that you will be doing using Git. So once you are you have assigned the working directory, the next step is to initialize that working directory. So to initialize, once you initialize that directory, you basically tell Git that this directory or that folder called project is now to be regarded as a local repository, which can later be pushed onto the distributed cloud whenever there is a need. So it's basically telling Git that this folder is the folder that I want to work with. And please keep a track of all the files that are staged and unstaged. This is when Git basically starts tracking all the files in the directory. So then comes the next step, that is staging. So once the initialization has been completed, the work on the code can begin. All the changes that, like addition or deletions are made. So once you've made those changes to your code, right, you already might have some code like index.html. You make those changes in that code and then you go ahead and stage that code. So you'll basically be working on the code between initialization and staging. So staging is basically telling Git that what are all the changes made to a specific file. So you can stage a specific file and then Git will basically automatically identify what were the changes made to this file compared to the previous version. This is when Git starts checking for all the changes that have been made. So this is staging. So once you've staged, you go to the next step. So in the local storage, right, you're going to be committing. So once the work on the code is done, once you stage the files are then committed. So committing basically means that you're saving the changes that you've made. So suppose in that index.html file, you made a change where you added some header tag and some paragraph tags, and you want to save those changes onto your local system. Now you can just Control S it, but to inform Git about the saving that is done, you need to commit them. So once you commit them using Git's command, that save will be changed as a specific commit in the local storage. Now that you've done all the work, it's in the local storage. The next step is to push it to GitHub or the local or the distributed cloud. So then the code is pushed from the local storage to the cloud or the distributed repository. With Git, it's GitHub where the code is stored. So this is the life cycle of code within Git. So it goes from working directory where you assign one working directory and you start creating all the files inside that working directory. Then you initialize that folder / directory and then you start working on that code. Do whatever you want, make all the changes. And then once you're done making all the changes, stage whatever file you want. If you have 3 files in the system and you only want to push 2 of those files out of those 3, then you stage only those 2 files. And once you stage those 2 files, all the changes are tracked by Git. And once you've done staging, you can go ahead and commit that code code. So once you commit that code, all the changes are saved on the local system. They are stored in, like those track of those changes are stored in a commit, and basically then you go ahead and push the code to the GitHub. Now the code can be later be pulled on to make newer changes, and this whole cycle will be, it'll start repeating again. So this is the life cycle. Now let's get started with GitHub. When we talk about Git, it is important to also mention GitHub, as GitHub also plays a major part in this source code management. Now the job for source code management is usually divided in this way. You have Git. So Git is the tool that tracks all the changes. It pulls and pushes the code, solves any merge conflicts, or does any merging or rebasing. And GitHub is the one that is responsible for storing all of the code. It's the distributed repository which stores all the code. Now to effectively use Git, we need to know how to use GitHub also. So let's start by creating an account on GitHub. Head to github.com and there fill out the form in the sign up like so. So let's start doing it. So committing basically means that you're saving the changes that you've made. So suppose in that index.html file, you made a change where you added some header tag and some paragraph tags, and you want to save those changes onto your local system. Now you can just control S it, but to inform Git about the saving that is done, you need to commit them. So once you commit them using git's command, that save will be changed as a specific commit in the local storage. Now that you've done all the work, it's in the local storage. The next step is to push it to GitHub or the local or the distributed cloud. So then the code is pushed from the local storage to the cloud or the distributed repository. With Git, it's GitHub where the code is stored. So this is the life cycle of code within Git. So it goes from working directory where you assign one working directory and you start creating all the files inside that working directory. Then you initialize that folder / directory, and then you start working on that code. Do whatever you want, make all the changes, and then once you're done making all the changes, stage whatever file you want. If you have 3 files in the system and you only want to push 2 of those files out of those 3, then you stage only those 2 files. And once you stage those 2 files, all the changes are tracked by Git, and once you've done staging, you can go ahead and commit that code. So once you commit that code, all the changes are saved on the local system. They are stored in, like those track of those changes are stored in a commit, and basically then you go ahead and push the code to the GitHub. Now the code can be later be pulled on to make newer changes, and this whole cycle will be, it'll start repeating again. So this is the life cycle.
Hey guys, let's take a break. Go ahead, pause the video, grab something to eat, drink some water. We have a lot more to cover. And also guys, don't forget to like and subscribe, as this helps us to reach out to even more people like you. Now let us continue with our video.
Now let's get started with GitHub. When we talk about Git, it is important to also mention GitHub, as GitHub also plays a major part in this source code management. Now the job for source code management is usually divided in this way. You have Git. So Git is the tool that tracks all the changes. It pulls and pushes the code, solves any merge conflicts, or does any merging or rebasing. And GitHub is the one that is responsible for storing all of the code. It's the distributed repository which stores all the code. Now to effectively use Git, we need to know how to use GitHub also. So let's start by creating an account on GitHub. Head to github.com and there fill out the form in the sign up like so. So let's start doing it. So I will open up my browser. So head to your browser, just type in github.com. And when you do type in github.com, if you already have an account, it will, directly, redirect to your account. Like I already have my account over here. So this is my home page. But if you don't have an account, this is the page you will get. Let me just open up incognito mode and type in github.com. And when I do this, I will get another page. In this page, it will ask me for signing up for GitHub, and this is what you guys should see also if you don't have a GitHub account. So just go ahead and enter any username. So I'm gonna put Jane 4556, and I'm gonna type in some 4556 at gmail.com. Please go ahead and enter your email address over here and your username. Email is invalid, already taken. So let me add another 6, and it's valid. Okay. So, and I'm gonna give it some random password. Yeah, so I've given it some random password. Make sure it's a little bit strong. Yeah, and then you can go ahead and click on sign up for GitHub. So when you do sign up, it will ask you to verify your account. So make sure that you're not a bot, So to do that, it's not loading it yet, but it probably will ask you to move an image of an animal in the straight location, like in a vertical manner. So it should be in the right orientation. It will ask you for that, and you have to solve basically a small puzzle, and then you can verify your account, and we get it verified from your Gmail also. All right, so once you've finished all your joining in formalities, you can click on join a free plan. Okay, it's not doing that because I've not entered a right password or anything, right email address. So when you do join in, this is what you should see. You will see this as your home page, and you can see this is my page, and I can see my profile, my repositories, my projects, my stars, my gist. So if I want to search for someone else's repository or some other person, I can do that over here, right? So right now you can click on your profile, and then you can check your profile out. If you want to change any details in your profile, you can go ahead and do that. You can see this is my repository. I have 2 repositories right now, 3 repositories right now. I can create a new project if I want, or a new repository if I want. So let me just go back to the home page and show you guys how to create your own repository. So if you guys remember, I said that you can create your own repository, and you have 2 types of repositories: your local one, the one which you store over here, and your remote one that you store in your cloud. So this is going to be the cloud or slash distributed repository where you're going to store all your code. So to do that, just go to left hand side over here. There's a button to click on new over here. Once you click on new, it will give you a lot of options, right? So it's going to ask you who's the owner. You can change the owner if you have multiple accounts. If you want, you can give it a name. So let me give this a name. I will give this a name, my demo website. Let me just normalize this. Yeah, and let me spell website correctly. Yeah, my demo website. So this is the name of my repository. I can go ahead and give this a description. This repo will store all the source code that will run my website. This is my description. You can make it public, or you can go ahead and make it private. I'll leave it public so you guys can go ahead and check this repository out. Then once you've done that, you can initialize a README. So READMEs are basically explain what your project is about or what your repository is about. So if you're creating a specific package, you can create a README, initialize it, and add whatever you want. But we don't need to do that right now. So I'm just gonna go ahead and click on create repository, and this will create a new repository for us. So once we do create a new repository, the most important thing you have to take in consideration over here is the URL. This is the one URL that you will be using. So if I copy paste this URL into my browser, I should get access to this repository. And I do get access to it. So this is an important one. Copy and keep it, or just remember whatever your name is, github.com/username/repository name. And you can see there are a lot of details over here to take in. One of the details is it helps you create a new repository command line in your local local system, push an existing repository, or import code from another repository. You can check out issues, pull requests, actions, projects, wiki for security, insights, and settings. So there are a lot of options over here. You can see GitHub is full of different features. You can create webhooks. You can perform a security analysis, check integrations, and etc. etc. And this is where your code will be stored. All right, so we've created our own repository. We have created our own account and our repository. So this is what we will need for now. So let's move on to the next thing. Now we will install and configure Git, because we want to work with Git. So Git is a two-man source code management is a two-man job. It's with Git and GitHub. So let's go ahead and install Git. Now you can install Git on any of the various different operating systems. Like I mentioned before, it's independent. It works independent of the operating systems. You can work with Linux, GitHub on Linux, GitHub on Windows, GitHub on Mac. So I'll explain how to download GitHub on Linux and Windows. All right, so I will go through these process more briefly. comprehensively. All right, so let's go ahead and do it for Windows first. Then we will do it for Linux. So let me go back to my browser over here. We'll close these. All right, so open a new browser, new tab, and type in Git download. So when you type in Git download, you should click on the first link. It will be gitscm.com. Just click on that, and it will give you various options. It will give you options for downloading it for Linux, downloading it for Windows, and downloading it for Mac. So the one we will choose is downloading it for Windows. So let it just load. All right, so we're going to go ahead and click on Windows over here. You can directly click on download 2.2.8 for Windows. Now, once you click on Windows, it will automatically start downloading it. So you can see Git 2.28.0 64-bit is downloading. If you have a 32-bit system, go ahead and click on 32-bit for Windows setup. Just wait for this to get downloaded. All right, so once the .exe file is downloaded, you can go ahead and click on it. If it does not automatically download, you can go ahead and click here to download manually. So once the executable is downloaded, go ahead and start it up. I'm going to click it over here. Let's start opening Git installation wizard. Now in the installation wizard, it will ask us a lot of things. I want you to leave most of them default. All right. So when you have the installation setup up here in front of you, just keep on clicking on next. Make sure you have it in the right directory. You can change it if you want, but I would recommend, just keep on clicking on next. Leave everything default because you're new to Git. If you're not, you can go ahead and change them. If you want to change the editor, you can change it to Sublime, Atom, or whatever you're comfortable with, Visual Studio. We'll leave it as Vim here. I'm gonna keep on clicking on next because these are advanced configurations, and usually the default one is fine. I'm gonna click on next. I'm gonna click on next, and I'm gonna wait for it to download. Install. As you can see, it's starting to install Git for me. So we'll just wait for it to install. So once your Git installation has completed, you can just click on launch Git Bash, or I'll show you guys how to launch it manually. So just click on next again. Once you're done installing Git, you can right click anywhere. I'll show you guys. Just right click anywhere on the screen or any folder, and you guys will see two extra options over here. So Git GUI here and Git Bash over here. So Git GUI here is basically Git graphical user interface, and Git Bash is basically a terminal. It's the Bash terminal that if you're acquainted with the Bash terminal, you can go ahead and use the Bash terminal. If you're acquainted with the GUI, you can go ahead and use the GUI, whatever you're comfortable with. So this is the GUI. All right, so you can see it tells you all the unstaged changes, whatever is missing. Stage changes will commit. All right, so this is good, but the terminal is better. It makes you look cool also. If you have any friends who don't know anything about computers, you can show them you're like a hacker if you use the terminal. And the terminal is a lot easier for me also because all the commands that we use for Git, they're easily doable using the terminal. And if you're working with an integrated development environment where you're writing the code in an integrated development environment, you can basically make use of any Git plugins. So if you're working with IntelliJ or any other integrated development environments, they all have their own plugins for Git. And Visual Studio Code has Git embedded in it, so you can definitely use it like that. So guys, this is how you would go ahead and install it. Git in Windows. Now let's go ahead and do this for Ubuntu or Linux. Since I'm going to be using Ubuntu because it's one of the most used Linux distros out there, so let me go ahead and open that up. So I'll be using an AWS instance over here. As you can see, I've already launched one instance, Ubuntu instance. Let me just rename this to Git. All right. So I explained to you guys how to basically launch instances when we're talking about Docker. Since we'll be talking using these more intensely. Right now, I just want to show you guys how to install Git on a Linux system. So while this is loading, let me open up my PuTTY tool. This is my SSH tool. It will allow me to connect to that instance. I just need the IP address. Let's finish it loading. All right, so let's go ahead and copy the IP address over here. I'll paste this. All right, so let me go ahead and paste this over here and we will open it up. All right, so let me log in. Okay, so we are now logged in. Right, so we are logged into Ubuntu instance. So there are two ways to install Git on Ubuntu. You can go ahead and use one of the Ubuntu repositories itself, or you can use, download Git directly. Now, downloading Git directly is a little longer procedure. It will give you the latest version of Git, but mostly Ubuntu repositories are also updated with the latest version, mostly, right? So there'll be like, maybe one version late or something. That's it. So to install Git, what we're going to do first is we're going to go ahead and update this instance. So to do that, I'm going to use the command sudo apt update. This will update my Ubuntu repository in this particular instance. And once that completed, I can go ahead and install Git. So the command to do that is sudo apt install Git. Now, the thing with the instance that I launched with AWS here, that Git is already installed. So if you have an Ubuntu system that you're using, instead of using an AWS instance, you wouldn't have Git installed already. So you can go ahead and type in this command. Or if you're using the AWS instance, it will already be installed. So you don't really need this command. But I want to show you guys nonetheless. So if I press enter, it will start installing it, but it's already there. So if you want to do it in CentOS or RHEL, the command for that is sudo yum install Git. So this is the command for CentOS and RHEL. So if you're working with that. Alright, so now that we have Git installed, we can go ahead and use the first Git command. The first Git command is basically Git --version. So it will give us the version of Git that is being used. There. So we have Git version 2.17.1. Alright, so let's go ahead and do the same over here. Let's check it in the bash. Let me increase the font size so it's more clear to you guys. Alright, so this is the different version for Windows and this is the version for Ubuntu. Right, so now that we've installed Git, let's go ahead and configure Git. So to configure Git, what I try to say is, I'm basically going to be entering the username and the password, the username and the email address. So let me show you guys how to do that. So here, what you will first do is, you will type in git config -- global. This global tag basically tells that these settings should be there in the whole system. Then I'm going to type in user dot name. And you can type in whatever your username is. Since mine is Remy code, I'm gonna enter this and then git config global user dot email, and you can enter your email here. Now let me just show you guys what email are you going to enter. I mean, you can enter your email address, like if your email address is jane5446@gmail.com, go ahead and enter it. So right, so then you can go ahead and press enter. And to check whether your settings have been saved or not, you can type in git config list. This flag lists all the configurations that have been made. So just check for a username, user.name and user.email. So this has been configured. Now if you wanted to change them, all you have to do is type in these commands again and change the value. So to exit this, just type in Q and you will exit. Same thing over here. You can go ahead and type sudo git config -- global user.name and then the name of the user. So my name is here again, Remy. So code and enter. And I'm going to do the same thing again for my email address. Dot email. And I'm going to enter my email address. That is Jane 4556 at gmail.com. right? Now, if I wanted to see the list of configurations, I would use the same command, but just with sudo git config and the list flag, and you can see the list of configurations for Git over here. All right. There is another way to do this. You can use the Vim editor. Go over here /git config. You can see the configurations in your git config file. You can come out :q. We'll use the same command in Windows also. You can use the same command v git config. All right. So let me just exit out of here. All right. So those were the basic configurations for Git. So now that we're done with that, we can move ahead to the next topic. That is basic Git commands. So let's go ahead and learn all of the different basic Git commands. All right. For all the Git basic commands, we'll be using the Windows version because it will give you guys a much better idea of how to work with Git. And I know a lot of you are inclined towards using Windows, so let's go ahead and use that. All right. So our first step here is going to be opening up our Windows system. So guys, here what we want to do is we want to use all the different commands. We have to understand what are the different commands that will help us achieve the Git lifecycle. So if you guys remember, we had to first create a working directory, assign a working directory, then initialize that working directory, then stage all the files, and then commit them, and then push them to GitHub. So that's exactly what we're going to be doing here today. So first, we will create a folder or a working directory. To do that, we will use the mkdir command. So I will type in over here mkdir, and I'm going to type in the name of the file/directory I want to create. So the directory I want to create is called project. Now you can use the same command for Linux also. If you're working with Ubuntu, you can use exact same commands because they're using the bash terminal. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and press enter over here, and this will create a file or folder called project. So to check that, I can type in ll over here and it will show me all the files, and this is the file I created. So I will head into that file using the cd command. So cd project, and I am now inside the file. So you can check the address or the location or the directory over here. All right, and this tells you what branch you are on. We will discuss branch later. Let me just clear the screen. All right, so the first step is completed. We have assigned a working directory. So we will be working inside of this directory. Any files that we create inside of this, they will be part of the working directory. All right, so our next step is to initialize this directory. So if I type in git init, this will initialize the directory. So if you remember what initializing did, it basically told Git that all the files are to be tracked in this particular folder. So if I create any file, suppose I create a file called, I use the command touch index.html. So now this file will be tracked. So it will tell us whether these files are staged or not. So if I type in git status over here, so it will tell us that these files are not tracked. So basically it will tell us that whether these files are staged or not. All right. So let me clear the screen again. And now we have an unstaged file that is index.html. So let's go ahead and enter some values into this index.html. So I will type in nano. You can use v also, but nano is a little bit easier. So I'm going to type in nano index.html. It will open the nano editor for us. All right. So inside of this, we will enter the code file. So I'm going to put some HTML code. All right. So then I'm going to give it a header. And then I'm going to end it. All right. So we have our sample HTML file over here with a lot of tags. So let me go ahead and save it. To save it, I'm going to type in Control O and then press enter. All right. So I've saved it. Now to exit this file, I'm going to type in press Control X. So this will exit my file. Now to check the contents of my index.html, I can again press nano, but I'll just use the cat command. So it will list everything inside of index.html. And you can see these are the contents of my index.html. All right, now that we've added some basic code to one of our files, we need to go to the next step. So we've worked on our file. Now our next step is to stage this file. To stage this file, we have to go ahead and use the git add command. So there are two ways to do it. I can type in git add and type a dot. So dot will basically stage all the files in this particular folder. But if I want to, basically only stage one file, then I have to mention that file's name. So I'm going to mention it index.html, right? Okay, so if I press enter, it will stage the file. So if I do a git status again, so remember git status is to check the status of the local repository. This is my local repository. All right, so let me press enter. All right, so no commits yet, but there is a new file called index.html, right? So our next step here is to basically commit this file. We have staged this file. Now we have to commit this changes made to index.html into the local repository. So we have to use the git commit command for that. So I'm going to type in git commit, and this is the syntax for it: git commit, write git commit, and then write -m. So this is for adding a message. You have to add a relevant message to whatever commits you're making. Do you remember what you did? So what did we do here? We added a HTML file. So I'm going to write here added index.html. All right, so I'm going to press enter, and it will tell us there's a commit made. Added this is the commit message. Added index.html, one file changed, 8 insertions happen. Okay, so see, you can see that it tracked all the changes that happen. Now if I do a git status again, it will tell us that on the branch master nothing to commit because the working tree is clean, because we've made all the commits. So there is only one file which has been committed. So our next step is to generally push this file onto our remote repository. Okay, so now we have committed our file. Our next step is to basically upload it. So we have a repository. Let me show you guys. So this is our repository again. So this is the link. So just go ahead and copy this link. Make sure this is the same repository you want to upload to. And once you've copied the link, you can go ahead back to your terminal. And inside of your terminal, you will add this repository as a origin location. So we will use the command git remote add origin, and we will paste the URL. So this will basically add this particular URL as a origin in our system for this particular directory. So let me go ahead and press enter. All right. Okay. So we have added our remote repository. Now we can go ahead and push the changes we have made onto this repository. So we can use the command git push origin master. It will push it, but it will need authorization. All right, so it's done pushing to this particular location from the master branch onto the repository. So if we go back to our repository over here and refresh, we should see the new code over here. So we have index.html appearing over here. All right, so there was one commit made to it. You can go ahead and click on that commit. You can see the commit history. There is only one commit made to this. We come back over here and we click on index.html. And once we click on index.html, we can see our code over here, right? Okay, now let's head back. We have uploaded our file onto the system, and you can see that it's onto our local remote repository, and you can see it's been added. And the commit is also over here. All right, so now let's do another thing. We have done this one. Now let's try to make more changes and upload the newer file, right? So what will happen in that? So I will go ahead and open my index.html again. And over here, I'm going to add a paragraph tag. I'm gonna close this tag. I'm gonna save this with Control O, Enter, Control X. I will verify if I've made the changes. Alright. Now I'm gonna go ahead and stage this file. Now let me show you how it does staging. So first we will create another file, hello.txt. If I do an ls, you can see there are two files, but I will stage only index.html. Alright. So if I do a git status, yeah, there is one untracked file, that is hello.txt. So any changes made here into this hello.txt will not be recorded. So once we have committed our index.html, we can go ahead and commit it. Git commit m message added p tag to index.html. A relevant message. Always add a relevant message. Then press enter. So you can see that one file was changed and 3 insertions were made. Okay. So if we do a git status again, it will tell us that one file has not been tracked, but our index.html has been staged and committed. So I will do git. You can see nothing added to commit. Alright, so git push origin master. Alright, so it pushed all of the changes I made onto the remote repository now. So if I reload the page again, I will see that there are now 2 commits. If I just look it up, you can see the latest commit always appearing on the right hand side. There are 2 commits. Added index.html, added p tag to index.html. Right, they have their own commit ID. You can go back. You can open index.html and you will see the changes that have been made. Okay, so this is how you would go ahead and version it. You can always go back to a previous commit if you want. We can go back to the older version if you wanted. Right, we have our older version. So this is why Git is useful. You can do a lot of things, especially go back to older commands. If I come back over here, I want to show you guys one more thing. It's the git clone command. To do that, I will come out of the project directory, our working directory. I will create a new directory, mkdir, call this temp, and I will head inside temp. Now once I head inside temp, I'm going to go ahead and use the git clone command. So this basically clones any person's repository onto your local system. So if I go back to code, I click on code over here, copy the URL. You can do this with anyone's code. You can go ahead and do this with my code also. Just go, it's public, so you can copy this, come back, use the git clone command, and then paste the URL, and then press enter. Okay, so if I do an ls now, I can see my demo website is created as a working directory. So let me just go inside here. And if I do an ls, I can see the index.html. Alright. Now I want to show you guys one more command. We will head back to our project directory. And over here we will use the command called git log. So git log basically gives you an idea of how many commits were made. So if you wanted to add one more commit, you can see all the previous commits. Added index.html, added p tag to index.html. If you wanted to add another commit, so let me just go ahead and quickly add one more thing to index.html. We'll state this. I will commit this. One insertion was made. If I do a git log again, you can see the new commit has been made. But you can also see that this origin master. So this means that this one has been pushed onto the remote repository, whereas this has not been. Let's quickly do that. Git push origin master. Alright, so now we are done. Now there is another command called git pull command. It is exactly like clone, but clone is generally used in the starting when you have a fresh new start. That's when you use git clone. And git pull is generally used and it's better to use when you are pulling from a main repository. Git pull is, if you are working with a team and you need to update whatever code you have. Suppose this is my master code index.html, but a lot of more people kept on adding to the index.html, not just me. So I want to pull these onto my system. So what will I do in that case? Instead of using git clone, I will go ahead and use git pull command. All you have to do is write git pull and copy the code and paste it. Press enter. All right, so it's already up to date. That means everything is already added. So if somebody added another file over here called hello.html separately, you can go ahead and use git pull and it will merge all of it in your local repository, right, with all the changes you have made. All right, so guys, those were the git basic command. Now let's move on to the next topic. We have git branches. So let's study git branches. So what are branches over here? Now you might have some idea of what branches are because I've told you about master branch, right? So branches basically allow easy management of different parts of a software. For example, let's say your team is working on delivering a website. Now this website will have different features, right? Each of these features will be counted as a branch within Git that will be worked on separately by different developers. Once they are done with their work on the corresponding branches, they will issue an PR, a pull request, and then the branch will be merged onto the master branch on the Git repository. So the master branch will be the one that goes into production. This sort of falls into the idea of changing a small part of that old code without affecting the the whole code at large. You can imagine branches as separate timelines. So let me show you guys with the diagram. So we have a master branch over here. We have made some commit and we decide to create a feature one branch. So we have created a feature one branch over here, and feature one branch will have its own commit as well as feature two. So you can see feature one was pulled from the master at one point and they made the changes and then they merged it back onto the master branch. And then similarly, feature two branch we have over here, feature two branch, pulled from the master branch, they made their own commits and then they merged it later on. So the latest version of master will include both feature one and feature two, whereas the earliest version will not. So this is how, branches work. They're basically like timelines where you can work on different timelines and then merge those different timelines together. Now, each branch has its own unique commit, right? So these commits are basically like checkpoints that are created whenever you use the git commit command to save the changes, like we studied. They are also created when you merge the branches. So when we learn about merging, I'll talk more about merge commit. So basically what that means is that, whenever you merge it back onto a master branch, there's a commit created. So these circles are basically commits. All right. So these are branches. Let's see a few common commands to, work with branches. Let me come back. Git branch is one of the very common commands. It basically tells you all the different branches in your system in the local repository. There's only one branch, that is master branch. So make sure, so to create a new branch, we will go ahead and use the command git branch, and I'm going to give this a name, feature one. Let me give it a proper name, git branch feature one. So if I do a git branch again, I should see two branches, but you can still see that I'm on the master branch and feature one branch I'm not there on. It's there in the system, but I'm not on it. All right, to go to the feature one branch, what we can do is you can use the command git checkout. So git checkout will basically help you to go to the other branches. So git checkout, switch to branch feature one. If I do a git branch again, you can see that I am switched to feature one as a branch. Now to delete a branch, right? So make sure you first come out of a branch. So let me check out master over here, and I will create another branch, feature two, and I will go ahead and delete feature one branch. To do that, I will use the command git branch -d. And when you use the -d command, just go ahead and type the name of the branch you want to delete, feature one. Deleted branch, feature one. So if I do a git branch again, I can see that feature one branch is not there anymore. Now this command won't work if you are deleting the branch you are currently in. Now you can rename a branch also. So let's go to feature two branch. and rename it. Git checkout. You can only rename branches if you are in those branches. So that's why I have to go to that branches, feature 2. And now I will rename it using the command git branch hyphen m and the new name. So the new name I'm going to give this is feature B. Alright, so if I do a git branch again, I can see feature 2 has changed to feature B. Alright. So if you suppose pulled a branch, right? So if you cloned a specific repository from somewhere, so suppose if you clone this repository and there are 2 branches, you won't see those branches because they're remote branches. They're not local branches like these because they're over here. So to see all of them, you have to use the command git branch hyphen a to list all the branches, right? So it will appear in red just like here. Okay. So there is a shortcut for one of the things that I want to tell you guys. So if you want to create a branch and switch into it directly, just use this command git checkout. Let me just switch me. And then type in hyphen B and then create the branch. So feature 1. So this will create feature 1 from me and it will switch to feature 1 for me also. You can see the branch changing over here also. If I do a git branch again, you can see all the different branches over here, right? Let me just go back to the master one. Just remember the master one is the most important one. Don't delete this one. Alright. So now let's go ahead and talk about the next topic, that is merging. So merging is important because you have different branches always. You're going to have multiple branches and you would want to learn the concept of merging. Git merge allows a user to merge different branches into one. It will create a new commit on merging. Here, the history of commits are not transferred. So that is important to remember. So let's take that example of our image again, the diagram. We have master branch, we have feature 1, and feature 1 you can see has different commits over here. And in this feature 1 branch, you can see that when it gets merged back onto the master branch, there is a commit merge commit created. So this is basically merging. Every time you merge a branch back onto the master branch or any other branch, there is a commit created on the receiving branch. So feature 1 branch is the committing branch, the joining branch, and master branch is the receiving branch. Similarly with feature 2, you can see when the feature 2 gets merged back onto master branch, a merge commit is created. So here you can see that any of the features, any of the commits that are made on feature 1 branch or feature 2 branch aren't transferred. Only a unified history of them is transferred to the master branch, not all of them. So, merging is good, but it's not really best if you have a project where there are way too many people working on it because, you might have way too many merges. Now, we'll talk about that more when we talk about rebasing. So let's go ahead and try merging some of the branches here. Alright guys, so to learn about merging, I have created a new directory over here. We're going to call this my project, and I have written a new file. It's called base.py. It's a Python file. So if we open it up, let me just show you the contents of it. We don't need to open it up. Right, so it's just main code. I'm just trying to simulate that this has the main code. Now what we want to discuss here is how the merging will happen and what kind of branches are we creating. So guys, we're going to create 2 branches. To create those 2 branches, let me first stage and commit this file. I will quickly do this. And edit. Alright, so we're done doing that. So let's say that there are 2 developers, developer A and developer B. So these developers are going to be working on this particular project, and their jobs respectively is to basically create features A and features B. So let's go ahead and create those branches for these developers. If I do a git branch right now, we can see all the 3 branches, the master branch which has the main code, then we have feature A branch on which developer A will work, and feature B branch on which the developer B will work. Right now we are on master branch. You can check, you can figure that out by seeing where the star is, or whatever is next to your directory. So this is what it tells us. Now let's go ahead and see how developer A will work. So right now, if we check out feature A, my bad, let me go ahead and, yeah. So we are in feature A, as you can see with this. Now, if I do an ls over here, you can see that base.py has been copied to it. Now the developer is going to basically create a new file. So let me nano it. Feature a.py. So he's basically going to write the code for feature A. He's going to go ahead and save this. And let's say that the developer B is also going to do the same. So we will head to feature B branch. And over here, we're going to go ahead and create. Let me show you that we only have the base file. Right. So we did not stage and commit this. Let's go ahead and stage and commit the file in feature A. Because if you don't do it, it will appear in all your other branches. So this is a warning for you all. So just go to feature A. Always do a git status if you're not sure before you changing your branches. So over here, what you can do is you can go ahead and type git add to stage the file and then git commit to save the file. All right. So we have committed the changes. Now, if we go ahead and check out feature B branch, we are not going to see the file. We're only going to see the base.py. And if I list the contents, there's nothing new in this. So let's say that the developer B is also going to write feature b.py. Let's go ahead and do that. Feature b.py. Let me open it up using the nano editor. And over here, we're going to write some code for feature B. Let me save this. Let me go ahead and stage this so that doesn't appear in other branches, and then we will commit this. All right. So now we have done doing that. If I do an ls, you guys can see the file. And if I head back to my master branch, you guys can see only base.py is over here because those developers were working on their, separate branches that were isolated. Nothing was being exchanged. And only reason it was exchanged because, we didn't commit it, right? So now we will go ahead and merge our feature A branch with a master branch. This is to signify that the developer A has finished working on all of his work and now he's going to merge whatever he's done onto the master branch. To do that, he will use the command git merge. So we will go ahead and write git merge and we will write the name of the branch that is going to be merged. That is feature A. So whenever you want to merge a certain branch, right? So two branches, go to the receiving branch. In this case, it's going to the master branch that is going to receive the merge and write the name of the sending branch or the branch that is being going to be merged. So we're going to write git merge feature A, press enter. All right. So here, if I do an ls now, we can see feature A has now been copied onto the master branch. But I want to show you guys something. If we write git log over here, we will see that there is no commit, there is no merge commit. So I've told you guys that every time you do a commit, every time you do a merge, a commit is formed. But right now there is no commit, no merge commit formed over here. Only the commit from the feature branch has been transferred over to the master branch. So this is basically called a forward. So forwards basically happen when there are no changes made in the earlier branch. If the history of master branch is it's similar to feature A, as in if no changes were made to master while feature A was being changed, then this fast forwarding can happen. So if in case we had added something else to base.py or if we added a new file altogether to master and then we had merged feature A to master, then we will get a merge commit. Only then a merge commit happens, right? So we can see that when we merge feature B onto master. So let me go ahead and do that. Git merge feature B, and I will press enter. Right. So now you can see that it's asking me for the message of the merge commit. So over here, this is going to be the message of the merge commit: merge branch feature B into master. And to save this, or if you want to write anything, go ahead and press insert and enter whatever you want. Since we don't want to enter anything, we will just backspace whatever extra we added. And we will go ahead and remove the insert by pressing Ctrl C, then pressing Shift colon and pressing WQ. So this will write this commit message and then exit. So you can see that a new commit has been created. And if we go ahead and do a git log, we will see a new commit over here. That is the merge commit. Merge branch feature B into master. Now this didn't happen when we did with, the same thing with feature A, because it was a fast forward. We didn't really need to do anything because master hadn't changed at all since feature A was being merged. But when we were merging feature B, there was a new change in the master. There was a new commit in master, and that's why we needed to do that's why a merge commit happened. So if you want to exit your git log, just press Q, and you will automatically exit. So guys, this is how your merging basically happens. Okay guys, now I want to talk about Git merge conflict. When do they happen and how can we resolve any Git merge conflict? So let me go back to the terminal over here. So I've created a new directory to explain this to you guys. It's called the temp directory, and we're gonna go ahead and create a file. Actually, I've already created a file over here called hello.py, and I've already staged and committed it over here. Git log, you can see the commit. Now we're going to go ahead and create two branches again. I'm going to name this feature, I'm going to just name this P1 and P2 for convenience sake. So these are feature 1 and feature 2 branches. And if I do a git branch, we can see the branches over here. Alright, so we have two branches. Let me go to feature 1 branch. And if I do ls, we can see the hello.py file over here also. So guys, we want to simulate a merge conflict. So when does a merge conflict happen? To understand that, let's assume that we have three branches over here, and feature 1 branch is being developed by developer 1 and feature 2 branch is being developed by developer 2. Their jobs are respectively to create feature 1 and feature 2. While they're doing it, some third developer or maybe the team lead adds a new hotfix to the master branch. So let's go ahead and add that. So in master, I'm going to create a new file over here. Actually, let me just edit the already existing hello.py file. We're going to add hotfix code over here. All right. Hotfix code has been added. So let me go ahead and commit this. All right. So we added the hotfix. Now we will go back to our feature 1 branch. And in feature 1, our developer is going to add the new code into the hello.py file. So he wants to add his own code. So he's going to write over here feature 1 itself. Let me go ahead and save this. And we will stage this. Then we will commit this. All right. So he's committed it. All right. So now what he wants to do is he realizes that the master branch has new code in it. So to run the code on his system, he has to basically merge the master branch onto his own system. To do this, he will go ahead and do a git merge in his branch, that is feature 1 branch. So once he does that, git merge master, all the basically contents of master will be joined into the feature one branch. So if you press enter, you can see that there is a merge conflict in hello.py. Now, the automatic merge failed because there are some conflicts within the same code. Because why? Because in our hello.py in feature 1 has different code than the one that is there in master. The master has the hotfix code, whereas our file does not have it. Now, generally, your merge conflicts appear because of sometimes developers may work on the same file, and once they do work on the same file, they might push it independently, and the other developer might not know about it. So he realizes that mistake, so he pulls the code, and then he will go ahead and get this message of the merge conflict. All right, so we can see that there's no commit found here because we haven't resolved the merge conflict. To resolve the merge conflict, we will go ahead and use the vim diff tool. To go ahead and access that, we will use the command git merge tool -d vim diff. So this will allow us to basically see what are the differences in our code and basically resolve it into a final file. Let me just press enter, and it will open up the editor for us. Alright, so here is the editor. We can see the two files over here. This is the feature one, this is the hello.py file in the feature one, and this is the hello.py file in your master branch. And this is what is going to be our main file. So we can go ahead and edit it over here. So you can see there's some extra things, we can remove them. What we will basically keep only those things that we desire. So we only desire feature 1 and the hotfix code to be in a file. So we will go ahead and delete all of these. So once you recognize your desired file, or made your desired file, all you should do is basically press shift : and then write wq. So it will write it and then quit this file. For all the other files, you can just go ahead and shift : and q. You don't need to save any other file here from here. All right. So once you do that, you can press ls, and you will see that the two files hello.py. You can go ahead and remove this file. Yeah. You can remove this original file. You can go ahead and keep this file itself. So if I cat the new hello.py file, I can see that the main code is over here, the feature 1 file is here, and the hotfix code is also here. But we still have to, basically create the commit. The commit has not been created, so we have to do that manually. So I will write here git commit -n merge master to feature 1 branch. Alright, so you can see that this is back to normal. If we go back to master, and if I do git log over here, you can see that there are no extra commits because there were no extra commits made in this. There were commits made in feature 1. Now let's see what happens when we do the same thing in a feature 2. But before that, the feature 1's new file has to be merged back into the master, because the feature 1 has to be merged back into the master because the developer 1 is done with his work, so he will merge it back to master. So we will type in git merge feature 1. So you can see the fast forwarding is happening because basically the commits are similar because these two files have the same base. So basically it just did a fast forward. All right. So if I cat my hello.py file over here, I can see that the feature 1 is there. All right. So now let's head to our feature 2 branch. In our feature 2 branch, if I do a cat of hello.py, you can see that only main code over here. So developer 2 will start working on this code. So let's assume we are developer 2 and we add the new code, feature code for feature. We'll save it. Then we will go ahead and stage it and commit it. Alright, now that we've done that, we will go ahead and merge the original branch. Now, instead of developer 2 writing the new code in the starting itself, he could have merged the original file and then started working on it. It's his wish, however he wants to do it. So we will go ahead and type in git merge and then master. So all the contents of master will be merged with feature 2's content. So let's press enter. We're getting again a conflict because the master branch has different content than your feature 2 branch, and they don't have a common base because there are more commits in master than in feature that feature does not recognize. So let's go ahead and use our merge tool, git merge tool -t vim diff to get our desired file. Alright, so we will go ahead and edit our file to get whatever we want. We'll remove this greater than and add these equal to kind, this master. So we have code for feature 2, feature 1, hotfix code, and the main code. So we can go ahead and save this. So shift : WQ and Q for the rest of them. No need to save them. Alright, you know the drill. Just check ls and we see the remove the original .original file rm-f hello. Alright, so we have hello.py. Let's just check it to make sure that it has all the content. Alright, so this is how you would go ahead and resolve any merge conflicts that you face. Now let's move to the next topic. It's called rebasing. So rebasing is very similar to merge. Now the git rebase basically allows a user to shift a set of commits and give them a new base. It is similar to git merge, but the difference here is that the history of commits of the branch is also carried over when it is joined with the current branch. So basically you have your master branch, and from the master branch you create a new feature branch, and in that feature branch you make a few commits. And once you make those few commits, you don't merge it back into the master branch, you basically rebase it. So what you do is you copy the commits over here, and once you copy them, you paste them onto the master branch. You extend the master branch and you paste them over here. So it's like, shifting the whole set of commits onto the master branch. So it's pretty cool. So it's not same to merge where a merge commit is created. You are just basically shifting the whole set of commits. But you're not shifting the same commits, you're creating new commits that have the basically the same history as the feature branch commit. So the reason that a rebasing may be used instead of merging is when you have a file or when you have a project where a lot of different team members are working, where you have a very busy project, where you have hundreds of developers, pushing and pulling and pushing and pulling the code from the master branch. So this creates a lot of unnecessary merge commits. So merge commits can basically clog up the pipeline when you want to investigate any issues. So in that case, a lot of people use rebasing. So it's a lot more cleaner. The history is, it's not unified into one commit. You have the history clearly put out in the master branch itself. So people can go back and look at the history without having to go into any of the smaller branches. So they can just view the master branch and be sure of whatever they wanted to look at. So that's why some people prefer rebasing, and it basically, it's a requirement based on particular situation. Alright, so now let's go ahead and learn how to rebase. So let me come back over here. Alright, so we have the temp directory again, but I have a different file over here. It's the main.py. Let's see the contents of it. It's just main code. Now I want to show you guys how rebasing works. So what I will basically do is I will first also show you the git logs to show you that there is only one commit right now that is called added main.py. That is the commit for the master branch. So we will go ahead and create a branch called feature. I've used feature way too many times to give you guys a better idea. Let's say the other branch's name is develop. Alright, so git branch develop. And then we will go ahead and check out the develop branch. Now, once we inside the branch, let's make sure that our main.py file is over here. And in the develop branch, we're going to add one more file. Now, let me go ahead and give this the name hello. Or let's guess this name kitty. Yeah, kitty.py. Inside of this, I'm gonna write kitty code. All right, so let me go ahead and save this. Then we will then we will stage it, and then we will go ahead and commit this. Now I'm gonna basically, to help you guys identify, I'm gonna give this hash over here so you guys can identify when we do the rebasing. And now I will write the code commit statement. Oh yeah, right. I'll just remove the end git commit added kitty dot py file. All right, so let's make one more change. I'm gonna go ahead and make one other change into kitty.py. I'm gonna add doggy code. Alright, so let me go ahead and save this. Then we will stage it, and then we will commit it. I'm gonna add the hash again so you guys can identify easily. Added doggy code to kitty.py file. Alright, so we made a lot of commits in our develop branch. Okay, so let's just use the git log command. Yeah, so we can see that there are, basically 3 commits. That is one from the master branch, and the other ones are your develop branch commit. Okay, so now let's go back to the master branch. Git checkout master. In our master branch, if we do a git log again, we see only one commit is over here. Now let's go ahead and rebase our master with our develop branch. So remember guys, what basically is happening is that, we have one master branch and the feature branch is getting merged onto a master branch. Only difference from normal merging is that all of the commits, both of the commits that were made in feature branch will be copied onto the master branch. So let's go ahead and use the command git rebase and the name of the branch. So that will be develop. So you can see that it's successfully rebased and updated. So if I clear this and if I do an ls, and remember this is in my master branch, I should see kitty.py. If I do a cat kitty.py, I can see all the kitty code and doggy code. Alright, so we have successfully merged it. Now if you look at git log, you will see the actual difference. You can see in our master branch itself, we have the extra 2 commits, and you can see the hash also. And that helps you identify that these are part of the develop branch and not the master branch. So this is what happens with your basically rebasing. So I hope you guys understood what rebasing is. Hope you guys have been enjoying this session. If you have any suggestions, we would love to know them. So please go ahead and put them in the comments below and we will reply to you as soon as possible. And now let us continue with this video. So the next concept is called Git Workflow. So guys, basically when you're working in an active software development company, a lot of you guys already might have some idea about it. You don't basically have a single or a very simple architecture like how we use to practice all of the git merge rebasing commands. You have a lot of different branches because you'll be working with a lot of different people, and there has to be a hierarchy maintained in a very organized manner. So Git is a powerful tool, and leveraging it effectively in software development is very important. This is where the approach of Git workflow comes in. Git needs to be designed. So you need to design a perfect workflow that suits the needs of your team as well as your organization, where you're able to deliver the perfect product with a complex architecture that basically complements that perfect architecture, that perfect product, right? So you can see over here, this is just an example where you have master, hotfix, release, develop, and feature. So all of these are different branches. So let's say that master branch is started out with version 0.1, and feature basically, is a branch created of the master branch. Actually, the develop branch is created of the master branch. So we have the develop branch. So this branch is where basically all of the features are merged onto. So if you have feature 1, feature 2, feature 3, all of them will be merged onto the develop branch. It contains all the functional code that will be responsible for running the software. And once all the features have been merged onto the develop branch, it can go to the release branch. So let's actually go through this one by one. So we have version 1, and it's made so a branch is basically created out of the master branch, that is the develop branch, and from the develop branch we make a commit, and then we create the feature branch. So feature branch will, this is basically representation of all the features that there might be in your software. This branch is the one that most developers will be working on, and any and all of the features of the software are coded in these branches. So the developers will pull from the master branch into their local systems, then create a pull request, and do their work, and then when their work is done, they it's reviewed by the senior member, and if it's approved, then the branches merge onto the develop branch, and then your develop branch basically contains all of the different features. And once all of the features have been merged onto the develop branch, then the develop branch is merged to the release branch. So this is the branch where all of the code is reviewed for extra bugs. Release preparation is done, and the documentation is completed in this basically branch, and then the release branch is merged onto the master branch. And once it's merged onto the master branch, you have your version 0.2, and the version 0.2 can go ahead for deployment. But the thing is, if there are any issues that were overlooked in your develop branch or release branch or feature branch, they can be fixed using a separate branch called the hotfix branch. So this branch, as the name suggests, is used to make quick fixes to the code. This branch allows for the workflow interruption. This allows for basically no workflow interruption, and you can resolve any bug without doing that. It is quick, and it serves the singular purpose of solving the bug. And then we have definitely our master branch, where basically the code is tagged with a version, and it's pushed for building purposes, testing purposes, and deployment according to a certain schedule that there might be, right? So this is how a Git workflow might work in an organization. This is a very generic one. All right, so let's go ahead and try and create our own Git workflow. It's going to be very similar to this. So let me just clear off the screen. So let me create a new folder for this. I will call this workflow. And then we will enter this folder. Alright, so once we enter this folder, I'm going to go ahead and initialize this folder. Right, and once I've initialized the folder, I'm going to create the first file, nano main.py. Inside this, I'm going to write all of the main code. Save this, stage this file, commit this file, added main.py file. Alright, so once we're done that, we can go ahead and create our other branches. So first branch I'm going to create is feature A branch. Then I'm going to go ahead and create feature B branch. So they're going to contain features A and features B respectively. Then I'm going to go ahead and create the develop branch. Alright, so we've created the develop branch. Then we will create the release branch. Alright, so we have created almost all the branches. I will create the hotfix branch in the last. So let me just show you guys quickly how it looks like. Git branch, and you can see all of the different branches over here. We have develop, feature A, feature B, and release and master. Right, so we have some code in master. Let's also go ahead and tag that code. And I will initialize this code again. Sorry, stage, commit the code. Alright, so we are done doing that. Now we will move on to feature branch A. To do the admin one. Alright, so we made one mistake. That was, basically we created all the branches. without having the final code. So the code has not been copied. So let me just redo this quickly. So it was a good thing we didn't create the last one. Huh? Let's work for us. Alright, so if I do a git branch again. Alright, so let me just create them again. I'm doing this because I had forgotten to basically update my main.py code. So let me just do that again. Git branch feature A. Then we will create feature B. Then we will create the develop branch. Then we will create the release branch. Alright, so we have created all the branches we want. We will also create the hotfix branch in the end. Alright, so let's go to our first branch, that is feature A branch. So the developer A will be working on feature A branch. He will be working on, that is main.py file. So this is the version 1. So his job is to basically add, extra features. So he will add feature A.py code for feature A. Let's stage it, commit the code. So once the developer is done making all the changes in feature A, he will go ahead and commit the code, added feature A. Alright, so he's done doing that. Now we will move on to feature B branch, and we will do the same thing over here. We will create feature B.py. So this will be worked on by developer B. The code for feature B. Let's save this. Then we will perform the same acts again, basically staging the file. Then we will commit the file, added feature B. Alright. So let me just change this commit. We keep on adding that n. I shouldn't be doing that. Right. So we have basically added our features, right? So our next step is to basically merge these features onto the develop branch. So the developers are done working on their code. Now their job is to basically merge these branches onto the develop branch so that this, it can be reviewed by the team leads or the senior developers. So to do that, we will head to our develop branch. And over here, we will use the git merge command. Let's just show you guys that there is no other code over here. Then git merge feature A, then feature B, right? Okay. So if I do an ls, we can see that feature A and feature B are over here, and our main.py code also here. So these basically this code will be reviewed, and if the code is deemed successful, then it will move on to the release branch, right? So basically we have a functional software. So this basically makes a functional software. Now this will move on to the release branch. So on the release branch, right, we will move to the release branch. And we will go ahead and merge our develop branch. You can see that the fast forwarding is happening. Alright, so we have all the things we need in our release branch, and all of our code is over here. Now, it will sit in the release branch until the scheduled date comes for, for pushing it to the, for building purposes, for testing purposes, and for production purposes. And all the documentation will happen, and all the rest of the extra bug checking will happen. So once all of that is done, right, so it will be merged back onto the master branch. So let's go ahead and do that. Git checkout master, and we will merge release branch. So let's suppose that this is the date it was scheduled for the basically pushing. So this is what we are doing. All right. So if we check our master branch, it has all of the new features now. Okay. So basically now the code can go ahead for, basically building purposes, testing purposes, and production, for the go to the production environment. So our job here is basically done. We have created a successful Git workflow. We are missing out one branch. So that, branch is usually used when there is a quick fix needed. So suppose, there was some issue in feature b.py that was overlooked by everyone. We will go ahead and create a hotfix branch for that. And let's check out the hotfix branch. And if I do an ls, you can see all of the features already here. Now in this, we can go ahead and change the so inside feature B, they wanted to change the code. So we will write over here, code was changed in hotfix. Right. So let's save this. Let's exit it. And we will go ahead and stage this and commit git commit message added hotfix to feature B and enter. Alright, so our work here is done in feature, that is our hotfix branch, and we will go back to the master branch and merge hotfix onto the master branch. Git merge hotfix, and there we are done with the whole workflow. So if I do ls over here, we can see our feature B again, and if I list the values, you can see the values are here now. Now guys, I want to show you guys how it might look, all the commits, how it looks. If I do a git log in master, you can see a lot of the things over here. Let me show it you in a graph form. So we can do that. Git log hyphen graph. You can see the graph over here. So this is what it looks like. We have one master branch and we have a lot of other branches coming back and committing and merging onto our master branch, right? If you wanted to see it in a little better way, we can go ahead and use another flag called online. Sorry, one line. Yeah, so this is how it looks like. I hope you guys understood how the workflow works.
So we'll be talking about few CI/CD implementations using AWS developer tools. Okay, so I can assure you that this is not AWS developer tools on our one course, but we'll be talking about how AWS developer tools can be leveraged to create a powerful and scalable developer environment that can help you to get the code changes from source to the production faster than ever. Okay, so here is our agenda. So we will be having an overview of AWS CI/CD services, 3 use cases leveraging AWS CI/CD services, and the template files used in code build, code deploy, and code pipeline. That is basically serverless application deployment. And how do you debug your build or deployment failures if there are any, and how do you roll back your deployment? We will talk a bit about generic pipeline and how do you gauge your DevOps. And finally, we will have a quick demo on creating a code pipeline. Okay, so with this agenda, we'll move ahead. First, we will see an introduction to AWS CI/CD services. So at the end of this theory of talking about AWS CI/CD services, I'll open for questions. If you have any questions, we'll take it up, and then we'll move ahead with discussing about 3 workflows and the lab session. Okay. So first, the software release process. all of your, from whatever the background you're coming from, either development, testing, DevOps, product management, whatever it is, you might have definitely heard and familiar with one software development methodology or the other, right? So whatsoever may be the software development methodology we follow, the ultimate goal is to take your code changes from source to production, which ideally encompasses 4 phases: source, build, test, and deploy. Okay, let's see where does AWS CI/CD services fits in the entire software release phase. The first one, source phase, is where the complete code management happens, comprising checking in your source code, peer review, version control, and the AWS CodeCommit is all around that. Okay. The second one, build phase, you will compile the code, you might run the unit test, and in case of container deployment, you might create the container images at the end of the build, and the AWS code build is designed for that. Next, what you see here is test. Here you will perform the integration test, UI load, stress test, or penetration test, whatever the kind of testing you have, and these integrations are with third-party tools. Sometimes, many times, the code build, AWS code build itself can be used to combine both build and test. And the third one is deploy. In deploy phase, the package generated in the build phase will be deployed to the target environment, be it your dev environment, QA, pre-production, or production environment. And from source to build and test, probably you might be installing it on your sandbox machine and testing. This entire process of repeating to validate your changes that gets into your source code is called continuous integration. And when we want to get the changes quickly to the production, that will be termed as continuous delivery. So here is the tools: software release phases versus AWS CI/CD services. AWS CodeCommit is mapped to source, code build is designed for building, and testing is by means of integrating with several third-party tools. The next one is code deploy. AWS code deploy is designed to facilitate deployment. And the AWS code pipeline is an end-to-end solution which comes handy to glue all these services. And code pipeline enables you to rapidly deliver features and updates with high quality through the automation of your build, test, and release process. So if you're wondering why am I using the term AWS CI/CD services instead of AWS developer tools, it's just because in this session we'll be talking more about AWS CodeCommit, code build, code deploy, and code pipeline. These 4 key services which are designed for continuous integration and continuous delivery, but we'll not be talking much about CodeStar, Cloud9, and X-Ray, which altogether forms the AWS developer tools suite. Okay, so now let's have the bird's eye view of AWS CI/CD services. The first one to start with is AWS CodeCommit. AWS CodeCommit provides a fully managed source control service, and this is where your code is stored and managed securely. Most of the companies these days use Git for their source control management. So this CodeCommit is powered by Git, and if you're familiar with Git already, well, you already know 90% of CodeCommit. Okay, so the key feature of CodeCommit though is it's backed by AWS technology. This means that your code can scale up and scale down based on their size, and there is no issue in that. So it's automatically handled all for you. So in CodeCommit, both data in transit and data at rest are encrypted using AWS managed keys. Most importantly here, there is no size limit on the repos and also no restrictions on the number of repos that can be created in your AWS account. And you can have post commit hooks to call out SNS or Lambda function that can be configured in your code commit repository. So all that you do with any traditional source control management software like create a commit, view a commit, compare two commits, or create or delete a tag, initiating a pull request for code reviews are all very much possible in AWS CodeCommit. And here are the key features, like the first one is visualizer. I really like the DAG-based commit visualizer to view the commits made to the repository. In this example, the screen print, whatever I've pasted here, shows only the commits to a specific branch. Or probably I am having only one branch in this repository, that is why one line. But in case of you are having multiple branches, like you have your master branch, you have your feature branch, or pre-production branch. So how the code flows between those 2 or 3 branches in your repository is all visually represented in this visualizer, and it is easy for you to see where what has gone wrong or whose commit would have caused the issue. It will be easier to narrow down with the visualizer. And we have a compare tool. You can check the changes between 2 commits or across branches. So the compare tool can be used to see the changes, and you can initiate the pull requests. Okay, and you can configure IAM policy to limit pushes or merges to a branch. Like you can have read-only user to a specific repo, and you can have a read-write user and users with admin permissions. So all that fine-grained permissions can be provided with IAM policies. Okay, so now that we have seen code commit and found a place to store our code, let's move on to the other logos in our workflow. The next one what we're going to talk about is AWS Code Build. AWS Code Build is a fully managed build service in the cloud that compiles your source code, runs your unit test, and produces artifacts that are ready to deploy. AWS Code Build eliminates the need to provision, manage, and scale your own build service. It scales automatically to meet peak build requests, and you pay only for the number of build minutes you consume. It basically provides pre-packaged build environments for most popular programming languages like .NET Core, Python, Ruby, Java, Golang, PHP, Node.js, all that. So the important thing to note here is you have the build environment for .NET Core, but not .NET Framework yet. That is the subtle thing you have to note. And the good thing here is you can also customize your own build environment by creating a Docker image, either uploading it to Amazon EC2 Container Registry or Docker Hub Registry. And the beauty here is you pay only by the time you use in terms of minutes for the compute resources you use. So even you have the code build project created, and if it is lying idle, you won't be charged. And it is default integrated with services like AWS Code Pipeline, or it can be integrated with Jenkins to trigger your build. In a nutshell, code build takes raw code, probably straight from the code commit or any other source control tool that you define. We will see what all it supports later. Run some tests and build options, and it creates a neatly wrapped deployment package for us. Okay. So the next one is AWS Code Deploy. AWS Code Deploy is a deployment service that automates code deployments to any instances, including Amazon EC2 instances or instances running on-premise or to the serverless Lambda functions. So it supports all these 3. And AWS Code Deploy makes it easier for you to rapidly release new features. It helps you avoid downtime during deployment and handles the complexity of updating your applications. That's basically, once the automated deployment is configured and tested, the complexity of updating the applications is completely off your shoulders. It's only the initial time needed to configure it, test it, and keep it aside. So with the suitable deployment type, you can completely avoid downtime. So there are two different deployment types here: in place deployment and blue-green deployment. So by choosing what deployment strategy would work for the type of application that you're trying to deploy, you can completely avoid downtime and also configure to roll back automatically in case there is a failure. Okay. And you can deploy a nearly unlimited variety of application contents such as code, your serverless applications, Lambda functions, web and configuration files, executable packages, multimedia files or your video files, scripts, and so on. So AWS CodeDeploy works with various systems for configuration management, source control, continuous integration, continuous delivery, and continuous deployment. So if we are really curious about what are the third-party tools that CodeDeploy supports now, you have a page called product integration page. Product integration page it should be. So under code pipeline documentation, if you go and see there, you will have the pre-built integrations for popular third-party services that are already certified by the partners. So that will give you an idea of what tools are supported. If what you're looking for is there, it's well and good. So why are we talking about this third-party service integrations? Basically is when you wanted to migrate from your data center to AWS, there is no hard and fast rule that you have to migrate all the services at one shot and move to AWS. That is next to impossible for everybody, right? We might want to do at our own pace. So having these third-party integrations facilitates that. That is, you can configure the CodeDeploy project there by having it integrated with remaining things, certain things which already you have pre-built and running for years on your data center until you move or wanted to move everything there. So the choice is purely yours and the flexibility is available here. So next we'll see the components of AWS CodeDeploy. So main components that we see is application, deployment group, revision instances, and the configuration files. Those are the main components, I would say. An application is basically a collection of software and configuration to be deployed to a group of instances. Typically, the instances in a group run the same software. For example, if you have a large distributed system, you might have web tier, app tier, database tier. So the web tier can be called as one deployment group where it will run the similar application on it. So that's what we would term as so the application that gets deployed to a specific deployment group is the same. And what is a revision here? A revision is a specific version of a deployable content, which could be a source code, post-build artifacts, web pages, your executables that you have created now, and the deployment scripts, along with the app spec file. That's a key thing here. We'll see what it is. The AWS CodeDeploy agent can access a revision either from a GitHub or Amazon S3 bucket. So we saw code build, it will build the artifact and upload it to S3. If you upload it to S3 here, the revision will be pulled from S3 using AWS CodeDeploy agent and install it. That's how it works. So there are two types of compute platform on which AWS CodeDeploy deploys an application. That is either EC2 instance or on-premise instance. That is one. The second one is AWS Lambda. So what is a deployment group here? A deployment group is for grouping EC2 instances or AWS Lambda functions in CodeDeploy deployment. In EC2 or on-premise deployment, a deployment group is a set of individual instances targeted for deployment. So here, deployment is an action of deploying new revision onto the instances. So we already saw the deployment type, I told, right? We have two types of deployment type. One is in-place deployment and blue-green deployment. For this purpose of all our discussions or the workflows that we are going to see today, we'll be using only in-place deployment. What is in-place deployment is you stop the services running on the existing instances, deploy application onto that instances and then bring up the service. That is what in-place deployment. You're not going to have another all new set of instances where you will test the deployment, all that. So you're going to do it on the very same instances what you'll be using it. We'll see that later in the workflow. Now, what is an abspec.yaml file? It's a configuration file which specifies the files to be copied and the scripts to be executed as part of the deployment. And this deploy config plays a vital role here. It has a set of deployment rules that defines the deployment success and failure conditions used by AWS code deploy during the deployment. For example, if your application needs at least 50% of the instances in a deployment group to be up and serving the traffic, you can specify that in your deployment configuration so that a deployment does not cause a downtime. If there is no deployment configuration is associated with either the deployment or with the deployment group, then by default, AWS Code Deploy will deploy to one instance at a time. We will see how you configure this later. So basically, in AWS Code Deploy, application and revision talks about what to deploy, and this portion talks about where to deploy, and these configuration files mostly are into how to deploy. So these are the key things in a nutshell when you talk about code deploy components. And we'll move on to the last one and the most important one in this section, AWS Code Pipeline. So releasing software to the market at a fast pace is at the core of every business, right? So releasing feature changes or bug fixes to the production using traditional approach without any pipeline or something might be often error prone. So AWS Code Pipeline is a continuous delivery service you can use to model, visualize, and automate the steps that are required to release your software. With AWS Code Pipeline, you model the full release process from building your code, deploying it to pre-production environment, testing your application, and releasing it to the production. So you can configure the whole cycle in it. So AWS supports many third-party software solutions that you can plug and play into different stages in your development workflow. This can be especially helpful when you only need to use AWS tools for certain pieces of your workflow and wanted to reuse some of your existing implementations. Okay, so automating your build, test, and release process allows you to test each of your code changes or commits to catch the bugs or the issues while they are very small and easy to fix and very early in your development cycle. You don't have to wait for the D-Day or the end of the day, find the issues and go ahead and fixing it. So you can assure production quality of your code because each changes goes through standardized release process. So there are two ways in which you can detect the changes in source code in the code pipeline. One is periodic checks to see whether there are any code changes using CloudWatch event, and then trigger the build so that your pipeline will run through. The other one, configure periodically. Either I want to run the build once in 2 hours, once in a day, like that. Doing so once in a few hours or several hours might sometimes be an advantage or disadvantage. So if you configure to automatically do the periodic check on the source changes and trigger automatically, the issues for every commit can be got very early and fixed it. Right? So we'll move on to see components of code pipeline. These are very important things which you'll be seeing in the lab session as well today. 3 things: stage, action, and transition. Okay, what is a stage? This pipeline, the pipeline basically, it can contain multiple stages. If you're in an organization, you can have multiple stages such as source, build, test, staging, and production. And here, each stage consists of a series of actions which can specify what must be done on the artifact. And each stage can perform only one revision of the source code at a time. We will see how that happens with an example. All of the artifacts are stored in S3 bucket, not the build artifact which is produced from code build. Here when we say different stages, while transitioning from one stage to another, the artifacts are stored in S3 bucket. I'll show you where it gets stored. And the transition is an action which is performed when one stage is moved to the next stage in the pipeline. It is represented by just an arrow mark in your original code pipeline, okay? And these actions, what we call, can be either parallel or it can be serial or a combination of both. You'll understand this better when you see the example. So what are the actions that we have in code pipeline, right? So here is the code pipeline actions in detail to see what all we can do as part of code pipeline and what third-party tools integrations are supported. These are at high level: approval, source, build, test, deploy, and invoke. At present, we have only manual approval type. And you can get the source from your build, source for your build from Amazon S3, AWS CodeCommit, and GitHub. And build configuration from your existing Jenkins or AWS Code Build or Solanus CI. So for testing, it supports integration with several third-party tools and also some of the AWS services itself. And for deployment, it supports 5 kinds of configurations. One is your ECS, CloudFormation, Code Deploy, Elastic Beanstalk, and OpsWorks. In today's 3 workflows that we're going to see, we'll be seeing CloudFormation, Code Deploy. Okay. And we can also invoke Lambda function. This also we'll be looking at it. So these are the actions. So a quick look at the pricing. So if you have an AWS free trial account, you can get started with CodeCommit for free and your account gets 5 active users per month free, after which you can pay $1 per year additional active user per month. So build, you pay only for by build minute. You can create a code build project and keep it as is. You can use this rarely. It is not charged. And code deploy, there is no additional charge for deploying to EC2 instances. If you're going to try it, if you're going to configure with on-premise instances, it is $1 at a very lesser price. And a code pipeline, you pay only for what you use, the services as part of build or CodeCommit or the other stuff, or storing the artifacts, not for the code pipeline as such. And the pipeline is not charged for first 30 days. If you're going to try it out, what I would generally do is create it, keep it for 23 days, 25 days, test it. And when you're trying to do some experimentation, you wouldn't need it more than a couple of weeks. You can delete it without getting built. Okay, so it's a quick look at it. For details, you can refer the documentation. Just wanted to let you know, if you want to try AWS CI/CD using the Amazon tools, AWS services, so you'll not be billed much. You can feel free to try it out on your own. It's a very good exercise. Okay, now if you have any questions, I can take them on the services that we have seen so far before we move on to the central theme of today's talk. I don't see any question yet. General questions which I've had in previous session is when we're using AWS CodeCommit, can I move my existing source control system codes into CodeCommit? Yes, that is very much possible. One is if you're already working on Git, moving to CodeCommit is quick. I mean, it's a few simple steps. You just mirror it and then clone the CodeCommit repository and put your local code or you're getting it from other Git server directly to the code commit, that is one thing. And if you have to migrate from any other source control software like TFS, all that, so you'll have to first convert it into Git and then move it to this one. That is one thing which people ask quite often, but I'll tell you.
So from Perforce to Git is what you mean?
Yeah. In case if you wanted to migrate for any other source control tool for the matter, first it has to be converted into Git, and then to Git to code commit, it's straightforward and the steps are very simple, relatively few steps, which is already given in the documentation. I think we're good as I don't see any questions. So let me move on. In this workflow, what we're going to talk about, if you have any questions, feel free to stop me, not a problem. So now, having seen the overview, let's move on to the central theme of today's talk. We'll be having closer look at three most important streams where AWS CI/CD is essential and constructed three workflows around it, namely web application deployment, infrastructure rollout coupled with web application deployment, and serverless application deployment. First, we will see web application deployment workflow. So in this network diagram, Java web application is developed, that is pre-developed, and it is committed to a code commit repository. So it is available in the code commit repository. And also we have EC2 instances, which is already created. Okay. The code pipeline is not creating EC2 instance in this example. Why I'm specifically saying it is not creating, we'll see. So, okay, our code pipeline consists of three stages. We saw the code pipeline components as stage, actions, and transitions. The transitions are represented by the arrow. It has a 3-stage, and in each of these 3 stage, I have only one action configured here. Okay, so the first one is code commit. That is, you call, if you wanted to relate to the software release cycle terms, you will say this one is source, build, and deploy. I have only 3 stages here. So here I pull the source code from AWS CodeCommit, which already has the pre-developed sample Java application, and then it pass it on to AWS Code Build. In AWS Code Build, we have 2 things. One action is to run your unit test, and the other action is to build and store it in the S3 bucket. Okay, so the artifact is stored in S3 now. Next, once it transitions to code deploy, in this stage, code deploy configuration pulls the artifact from the S3 bucket, builds, and then deploys to the existing EC2 instances. The EC2 instances which you have created might have a specific tag to group them as a deployment group, and that is already configured with your code deploy project. So with that tag name and the code deploy configuration, the AWS code deploy takes care of deploying your application changes to the EC2 instance. This forms your code pipeline. And once this is deployed, I'm assuming this to be a web tier. I've placed it in a public subnet. And you take the IP address of the instance or the endpoint and directly placed it on the web browser to view that the changes, whatever you put, is available here. That is very quick to see. Okay, this is one of our workflow. I'm going to show a demo of creating this pipeline later in today's session. So this is the screenshot of the actual code pipeline from AWS console. We have 3 stages, as I said: source, build, and the staging. Why I meant staging is deploying to the staging environment. So the source from code commit, it has pulled the revision. This is nothing but it displays the comment. the comment, whatever you mentioned will get listed here. And in the build, this source, whatever is pulled from the code commit is passed on here. It is built and it is passed on, that is, it is placed in the S3 bucket, and as part of the deployment is pulled and deployed. You see that it has succeeded 2 days ago, and there's no failure, everything went good. This deployment was smooth. So we will also see in case of failure, how do you debug later. And once it is done, I went to the IP address. I picked up the IP address of the EC2 instance, public IP address, and placed it in the browser so that I can see what was the content of my web application, what I attempted to deploy.
Hi, Bhuvna, there is one question in the chat window.
Okay.
The final deployment is always in an AWS EC2 environment. So that's the question.
Final deployment need not be always into an EC2 instances, right? As I've told you, the deployment, the code deploy as such supports the deployment to two kinds of configurations. One is either EC2 instances or on-premise instances. The other one, you want to deploy Lambda functions. So it supports all of this, right? So in the next workflow, we will see deploying to EC2 instance as well as creating that EC2 instances using infrastructure as a code. Okay, we're going to see that. So it can, in this example, I'll go back one more step to show you. See the deployment, it supports ECS, CloudFormation, Code Deploy, Elastic Beanstalk, or OpsWorks, right? So the deploy can support all this as part of code pipeline. And when we go to AWS Code Deploy, that supports EC2, on-premise, or Lambda. If you go to Elastic Beanstalk, the whole bunch of application can be deployed. You can also use OpsStacks. So there is no restriction that you have to deploy only to EC2 instance, right? So all these are supported. Hope this answered your question. Okay, next we'll move on to the infrastructure rollouts. So in this example, we will see how do we create an EC2 instance using infrastructure as a code, and then deploying our web application onto that EC2 instance that we just create. Okay, so we assume there are two teams. One is your development team working on a Java application, and your DevOps team working on infrastructure as a code. Basically, they're trying to create a set of CloudFormation templates which will be used to spin up your EC2 instances. So these two teams have their own two different repositories for segregations of duties and keep their code changes different. Basically, most of the time we may not want to combine infrastructure change and application changes, because infrastructure change may not be that frequent and differs from company to company, and once it's stable. So we are maintaining in two different repositories, and our code pipeline here as well, it has 3 stages. Okay, and in this 3 stage, we have the first stage is source, pulling the source code from code commit. So I have 2 repos, as I said, and we saw that the action will pull source code from only one revision. So I have to add 2 actions here. One is to get the source code from Java repo, and the other one is from getting the source code for your CloudFormation template here. And this CloudFormation template may not have any action in the build stage, so I'm just moving on. In case of Java application, it goes to the code build where I compile it, create an artifact, and store it onto S3. And from S3, this is picked up, and then as part of code deploy, we do 2 things. Here we have 2 actions, okay, as part of code deploy. First one, same code deploy action, it invokes the CloudFormation template to create the EC2 instance. So once that EC2 instance is created, we will run the another action, second action of the code deploy, which is sequential here. So that will deploy the Java web application onto the EC2 instance. In this case, EC2 instances are not pre-created. You can configure to create one or more instances. Here I am creating only one EC2 instances and moving ahead. Similarly, after this deployment, you can go ahead and see the IP address to view your index page content to ensure that deployment was successful. So this is our second workflow where we first deploy infrastructure, right? The ultimate aim to move to Amazon Web Services is like we wanted to automate everything possible, right? What I'm showing you as an example for infrastructure as a code might be the tip of the iceberg. There is a lot more customization you can do, right from creating your VPC, your subnet, and creating security groups, and then creating EC2 instances. Everything can be done via infrastructure as a code. To reflect that, how it can be tagged in a pipeline, I use this as a simple example. Next, we will, here is the pipeline for the rollout, okay? So this is the web application deployment pipeline which we saw earlier, which had source, build, and deployment. Here, if you see, there are two actions. One to pull the Java application source, the other one to pull your infrastructure code. Okay, so here the first one is the commit comment for the first sourcing, and the second commit belongs to the CloudFormation template. So from here you will see whether your recent changes are picked up in this build or not. And the build, it builds only the first one, Java application I've configured. And after that, the deploy section, here these two actions are sequential. First, it creates the CloudFormation, runs the CloudFormation template to create the EC2 instance, and then deployment. So all went good. So it's all green. You may not get all greens at the first attempt when you're trying for the first time. It's okay, but after several attempts, you would get it. But it's pretty straightforward. Once you try once, you will know the beauty of this code pipeline implementation. And now, like we have seen these two, let's get started with the serverless application deployment, and we will cover a few other interesting stuffs as well after that. So now we saw the deployment of web application that you've developed, and also about cloud perspective deployment via CloudFormation, which basically provisions your infrastructure. Now, coming back to serverless application, it has one or more Lambda functions, which are nothing but a compute service, and has triggering events like CloudWatch, S3, DynamoDB, etc., which can be associated with the Lambda function. So deploying of Lambda functions along with all of the associated resources as a bundle is termed as serverless deployments. I'm repeating. So deploying of a Lambda function or functions along with all of the associated resources as a bundle is termed as a serverless deployment. So with this little introduction, let's look into the serverless application deployment workflow here. So in this workflow, we have broken the monotony of having 3 stages. Now we are having 5 stages here. Here the development happens. We are creating the Lambda function that is required, and that is committed already to your code commit repository. So overall, in this workflow, a simple Lambda function using Python is sourced from code commit repository. It is configured to code build service for compiling and unit testing, and then based on the build spec.yaml, the code repo for Lambda. This build spec.yaml is placed in the root of your code repo for Lambda. The package is created and it is placed in S3. Okay, now your build step is complete. Now here are 2 different things, right? One is create stack and execute stack. What it does basically, So in your build.spec.yaml file, especially for dealing with serverless application deployment, you have a very specific line called AWS CloudFormation package. So this, when specified in the build phase of build.spec.yaml, it converts the SAM template into CloudFormation for create or replace stack. And what is a SAM template? It is basically an extension of CloudFormation template. You won't find any difference between the two. And the only difference that you see is the keyword AWS transform : serverless. This only makes difference. I will show you an example of AWS template. For now, we'll focus on these stages. So first, the stack is created and we are sending it for manual approval. So how this manual approval is configured is, it is nothing but an SNS notification configured to notify specified email address. For example, you're working on a Lambda function. I'll tell you the example which I've used here. Basically, you work most of the time, your development is working during ISDRs. You use EC2 instances for your research or development purpose. And during your night time, these instances are idle. Okay, you create number of instances, play around, all that. And though we all agree on in principle that these instances should be brought down by end of your day, sometimes you might forget, or you thought, okay, it doesn't charge much, it's only per second charging, that's okay, fine, you would leave it and go. But at the end of the day, I mean, cost saving is very important for everybody, right? So we have wanted to write a sample Lambda function which will be configured to trigger at 8 p.m. IST every day. Okay, somebody come at 9:30 and work till 7 or max 8 o'clock, we assume, right? So this Lambda function is configured to trigger at 8 p.m. IST every night to see the running instances, EC2 instances, with a specific tag. Probably you would give a development tag or something, or a testing tag, and bring them all that, shut them down. Okay, and the next day morning when the user come back, your developer come back, if they see their instances shut down, it will just take seconds to 1 or 2 minutes to bring their environment or your instances back and start working on it, right? This will save a lot of money for you. So this sample is about that. So first step is you create the stack. Here the Lambda function is not yet ready. So once this is done, you wanted to get it approved or reviewed by a manager. So you configured the SNS notification. And when it reaches this stage, automatically an email is sent to you, the manager, to the configured email ID. So there will be a link provided where the manager, he or she, can choose to approve or decline. So once it is approved, this green check comes to your that manual approval stage, and the execute stack is run and the Lambda function is created. So here the Lambda function executes the, when you execute the Lambda function, it scouts for the running EC2 instances, shuts them down, and put an entry in the CloudWatch logs, so that anybody who's interested, oh, what happened to my EC2 instances, first thing they would do is they'll go and check the CloudWatch logs. Okay, this is part of your schedule, cost saving schedule. The instances have been brought down, they can bring it up next day and use it. So this is the workflow with the 5 stages with a manual approval configured. Okay, there's no deployment to EC2 instances happening here. So EC2 instances, we can assume it was created in the previous workflow, right? So this is one of the workflow here. And this is the 5 stages, a screen print from the AWS console. You pull the source code for the Lambda function and you build it. This is where it converts the SAM template into the CloudFormation template, and it moves on to the staging. And here, approval. Okay, this has sent a notification to my manager. He has not approved for past 21 minutes. Okay, if you're really keen to get this pipeline move quickly, just call him up, ask him to approve. Once it is approved, this will automatically turn green and it will move forward. So see here, no executions yet, right? So the next one, this is another screen where my manager have approved 3 minutes ago. I'm all set and it has created the Lambda function. It's all done. So all green here. So now we saw 3 different workflows. Now we are going to see the template files. So what these template files, what we will be talking now are basically the heart and soul of your AWS code build, AWS code deploy, and your SAM template. Okay. First, we will see the build spec.yaml file. So YAML stands for basically YAML. It's yet another markup language, and this file will hold collection of build commands and settings related to the build phase. Okay, this file should be placed either in the source of the root directory, or you can even choose to configure this file when you're creating the code build project for any code repo. Okay, the version number what is placed in the screenshot represents the build spec.yaml specification standard and not your project version or revision. Okay, and AWS recommends using 0.02. Okay, I have not used 0.02, but I believe we are supposed to use 0.02. So as per your requirement, you will have to add the comments against each of the build phases. You need not add comments in every section here, right? So here, if you see the install, pre-build and build, I don't have anything. Okay, so what kind of commands can be added in each of this section? Here in install, it is recommended to use the commands that you would wanted to configure your build environment. And in pre-build, for example, if you wanted to install some npm modules, or if you wanted to sign into Amazon ECR, these kind of things, anything that you wanted to do before your build can be done here. And as part of build, I'm installing Maven. It is supposed to be done in this install phase. To show the difference, it doesn't make a big issue on having this configuration here, but ideally it has to be placed here. To show the difference, I put it in different places. And the build is where the actual build runs, and the post build, and here you can create a package, a zip file, tar.cz file, whatever you want to create, and you can push the images to your Docker container or the ECR. And you might even want to send build notification using SNS, or you want to put something manually to S3. All that can be done. You can name it anything that you do gently with your post build actions can all be done here. So you might wonder, an explicit artifact creation and upload despite the below artifact section. See, the above this command I had used when I wanted to configure and test code build separately. Right, for the first time when I'm trying, I wanted to make sure my build gets uploaded. So I have put that here to see an explicit artifact gets created. And if I'm trying to configure a code deploy separately, all that I worry is I assume that an S3 bucket exists and artifact exists that I'll just pull and deploy it. So that's why this served the purpose. But ideally, when you're using with code pipeline, this should be sufficient. So these are the actions. As I've told you, the install, pre-build, build, post-build. In these area, you can put your commands, whatever you want to execute. These are system-defined actions. This indicates that you have submitted for code build, and it will provision the resources. That is, automatically creates a container image for your, prepares your build environment. Provisioning is all about preparing your build environment. And then it downloads the source code from the CodeCommit or GitHub or S3 bucket, whatever you specify. These are the actions which we just saw. This is about uploading the artifact, finalizing, and we are done. Okay. So now we saw build spec.yaml. The next one is the central part of code deploy, app spec.yaml. the screen print what we see here is about the abstract.yaml, which is used for web application deployment. This is a configuration file that specifies the files to be copied and the scripts to be executed. The abstract file again uses YAML format, and you have to include it in the root directory of your revision. This file is used by the code deploy agent to do your deployment. And it has two sections. One is file section and hook section. So the file section specifies the source files in your revision to be copied to a temporary location. That is the destination. And the hooks section specifies the location of the scripts to run during each phase of the deployment. Okay, we will see what are the phases here. And the most important thing you have to notice, similar to buildspec.yaml, abstract.yaml should also be placed in the root of your source code repo. Since this file is more to do with application level instructions and actions to be done, informations like OS, file source and destination for each of the artifacts deployed will be mentioned in this file. Now you see the EC2 instances which I'm using for the deployment is Linux instance. So that's why OS I've mentioned. So you can use different hooks at application level, either before install, after install, all that. And these scripts may or may not be applicable to your application and differs based on your requirement. Hence, configure these actions that will suit your needs. Okay, so these are the different actions: application stop, download the bundle, before install, after install, what you do, and you start the application and you wanted to validate the service. All about traffic. The traffic related will come mostly for your serverless application, that is Lambda functions, or when you're using ELB. We'll see the two different workflows. The content of the hook section of the abstract file varies depending on the compute platform for your deployment. We saw that two kinds of compute platforms are supported for deployment. One is Lambda deployment, other one is EC2 instances or on-premise instances. So the first workflow we are seeing, right? This is for hook script, how it can be positioned when you're doing Lambda deployment. Start, before allowed traffic, after allowed traffic, and end. So in before allowed traffic, you run the tasks which you wanted to run before the traffic is actually shifted to the newly deployed Lambda function. This one is when it is moved to the newly allowed function. Okay, so these are the events which we'll be using. And what are the hooks that we will be using in case of EC2 on-premise deployment is this. For example, if you're doing a web application deployment on an EC2 instances, first you would want to stop the application and then download the bundle. Download the bundle is all about downloading your artifact stored in S3 or GitHub onto the temporary location and then start your installation. So whatever you want to run before your installation, like you're extracting your artifact or decrypting the artifact, all that can be configured to run in before install. And install is where your code deploy agent actually copies your revision, application revision, to the target location. And the important thing to note here is either in the download bundle or in this install section, you cannot configure your custom script. This is meant to be executed only by code deploy agents, so you won't put anything here. So once you've configured in your code deploy project where the artifact have to be fetched from, that's all, the job is done. You don't have to write anything here. You will not be allowed to write as well. So if you want to do some post-installation steps after your installation, like configuration and all that, you can do an after install. And then you will bring up your service as part of application start and you will validate, have some basic validations. You can put them here. And before block traffic is like when you're coming to the load balancer side, you can run some tasks on instances before they are deregistered from the load balancer. And in this block traffic, internet traffic is blocked from accessing instances that are currently serving traffic. So this event is reserved for AWS Code Deploy agent and cannot be used to run scripts. Okay, so and after block traffic is, you can run tasks on instances after they are deregistered from the load balancer. And the allowed traffic is similar to the above one. So these are the hook scripts with aspect.yaml. And now this template.yaml file. As buildspec.yaml is for code build and aspect.yaml is for code deploy. This is for your serverless application build basically. Okay, the template.yaml file is hard for that. Okay, we will see what it is. Here, AWS serverless application model, in short, you would say AWS SAM, is an extension of AWS CloudFormation template language that lets you define serverless applications at a higher level. This SAM template is used, or it can be used to define for Lambda deployments. If you see this transform : AWS serverless, this is the only difference from your traditional CloudFormation template and the application server deployment.
Now that we have Node.js set up, let's set up our project structure. We'll use a popular framework called Express.js for our backend and create an app using ReactJS for our frontend. First, create a new directory for your project. Inside this directory, run npx create react app client to set up the React frontend. Next, create another directory called server for our backend. Inside the server directory, initialize a new Node.js project by running npm init-y. Oh wow, we have set up our project structure. Let's move on to building our backend. We'll start by installing Express and setting up our server. In your server directory, run npm install express. Now create a new file called index.js and add the following code to set up a basic Express server. The code begins by importing the express.js library. Express is a popular Node.js web application framework that simplifies the process of building web application by providing a set of robust features and utilities. Next, an instance of the Express application is created by utilizing the imported Express module as a function. This object is stored in the variable name app. The variable port is defined with the value 3001, specifying the port number on which the server will listen for incoming requests. Next, a route is established for handling HTTP GET request to the root path of the server. When a client makes a GET request to the root path, the specified callback function is executed. In this case, the callback sends the response "Hello world" back to the client. The app.listen method starts the Express server and specified port, that is 3001. A callback function is executed once the server is successfully started, displaying a message to the console indicating that the server is running. Now, let's create an API endpoint to handle our data. For this example, we'll create a simple to-do list application. Add the following code to index.js to create a basic API endpoint for our to-do list. This code defines an array of to-dos, that is tasks, and creates an HTTP GET root /API/to-dos that returns the to-dos or task arrays as a JSON response when accessed. So, with our backend in place, let's set up our database. For this tutorial, we'll use MongoDB. Also, if you want more promising knowledge on MongoDB, check out our MongoDB tutorial in our channel. Now, head over to the MongoDB website and sign up for a free account. create a new cluster and database, then get the connection string. In your project, install the Mongoose package and connect to your MongoDB database. The code imports the Mongoose library, which is an object data modeling library for MongoDB and Node.js. It simplifies interactions with MongoDB database by providing a schema-based solution for modeling application data. The mongoose.connect method here is called to establish a connection to a MongoDB database using the provided connection string. Options like use new URL parser setting as true and use unified topology setting as true are passed to ensure compatibility and to avoid depreciation warnings. A Mongoose schema named todo schema is defined using the mongoose.schema method. This schema specifies the structure of the document that will be stored in the MongoDB collection. It includes fields for task, that is a string, and a completed variable, that is a Boolean variable. The mongoose.model method here is used to compile the todo schema into a mongoose model named todo. This model represents a collection in the MongoDB database and provides an interface for interacting with the documents in that collection. Oh great! Now that our backend is ready, let's set up our React frontend. So we'll start by cleaning up the default app structure. Also, let me mention here for you, if you want more promising knowledge on React, check out our React tutorial in our channel. Okay, let's get ahead. Delete unnecessary files and create a new component called todolist.js to display our to-do list. Now add the following code to fetch data from our API and display it. So what this code is all about? The code imports necessary modules from the React package, including useEffect and useState. The to-do list function component is defined. Inside it, a state variable to-dos and its setter function setToDos are created using the useState hook. Here, the initial state of to-dos is an empty array. The useEffect hook is used to perform side effects in function components. In this case, it's used to fetch to-dos from the API/todos endpoint where the component mounts, and the fetch data is then stored in the to-do state using setToDos. Inside the JSX, a titled to-do list and an unordered list are rendered, for which to-do items in the to-dos array, a list item is created with the to-dos task as its content. The key is set to todo.id to ensure unique identification for each list item. The to-do list component is exported as a default export, making it available for use in other parts of the application. So it's done. Finally, let's connect our backend and frontend to create a seamless application. In your React app, create a proxy in the package.json file to route API requests to our Express server. Now, before doing this last step, let me give you an idea about proxy and localhost. So, a proxy server is a mediator between client and other servers. Proxy servers can be used to gain access to resources on different networks, filter content, boost security, and improve performance. Additionally, they can offer privacy by masking the client's IP address. Now, what is localhost? The term localhost describes a device loopback network interface. In IPv4, it is commonly denoted by the IP address 127.0.0.1 or :1 in IPv6. A device program is effectively speaking with itself when it interacts with localhost. This is frequently utilized for development and testing. Now, let's get back to the next step where you have to start both your Express server and React app. So, in your terminal, run node index.js in the server directory and npm start in the client directory. Open your browser and navigate to http://localhost:3001 to see your full stack application in action.
Here's a quick summary of what we covered. We began with an introduction to web development, discussing key technologies like HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, followed by a detailed step-by-step roadmap to becoming a web developer. Topics included HTML structures, elements, attributes, and its integration with CSS for styling. We explored CSS fundamentals like selectors, colors, fonts, and box model, concluding with a practical project. Next, we dwelled into JavaScript, emphasizing its dynamic capabilities, bootstrap integration, and practical applications like hiding HTML elements, external scripts, and creating interactive websites. We also covered demos for hands-on learning. For PHP, we started with installation, then explored variables, data types, loops, operators, and functions, ensuring a solid understanding of server-side programming. Similarly, Node.js sessions covered its features, program structure, and modules, emphasizing its backend utility. In the SQL section, we discussed commands, filters, joins, and grouping, providing a foundation for database management. Then the Git module introduced version control, Git basics, branching, merging, and workflows, preparing us for collaborative coding. Finally, we touched on AWS DevOps tools like CodeCommit, CodeBuild, and Code Pipeline, and ended with a MERN stack demo connecting Node.js, Express.js, MongoDB, and ReactJS for a full stack application. Thanks for watching. This comprehensive video equips us with the skills to build and manage web projects effectively. See you next time.